members. The Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australians living with disability deserve dignity, independence and fairness. The current partner income test for the disability support pension undermines these fundamental human rights. The DSP exists to recognise that disability can limit a person's capacity to work and earn an income. Yet for tens of thousands of Australians, that support is reduced or removed altogether simply because they're in a relationship. Now, this policy punishes people for having a supportive relationship and actively discourages autonomy. According to the Department of Social Services data from August 25, about 155,000 Australians receiving the DSP are partnered. Of these, 18% report that their partner has an income. In many cases, these earnings are modest, yet still significantly reduce or entirely cancel a person's pension. The same doesn't apply to parents' income when an adult with disability receives the DSP while living in their parents' home. Under current eligibility rules, a couple living together can earn just $380 in combined income per fortnight before their DSP begins to be reduced. Every additional dollar reduces the DSP further. This policy assumes that couples can simply pool their resources and that a partner can and should financially support a person with disability who cannot access the workforce. My constituents have told me about the impact of this policy on their ability to live with dignity and autonomy. I recently met Taylor and her partner, who were flatmates before beginning a de facto relationship. When they began their relationship, Taylor reported the change to Centrelink. As a result, her DSP was reduced to a nominal amount while Taylor's partner completed his PhD and undertook part-time work. Taylor no longer receives any DSP now that her partner has started working full-time. Taylor and her partner would like to save for a home and start a family, but they say these goals are unachievable in their current financial circumstances. Another woman in my electorate told me her husband is an early career researcher whose income reduces her DSP to just $160 a fortnight. She has no financial autonomy. Her husband pays for everything and she describes feeling expensive to maintain. She told me the experience is humiliating and deeply disempowering. Another constituent explained that qualifying for the DSP was an already exhausting and degrading process, but results in a woefully inadequate payment once a partner's income is assessed. The Parliamentary Budget Office estimates the cost of removing the partner income test would be approximately $250 million per year. This reform would benefit about 34,000 partnered DSP recipients who currently receive only a partial payment or none at all. In the context of the federal budget, this would be a reasonable and just investment. It would restore autonomy, reduce financial stress and recognise people with disability as individuals, not dependents.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the Kyneton women's football team and call on the AFL to let them play. The Kyneton women's football team broke away from the Kyneton Tigers at the start of 2025. They formed a standalone club but were knocked back by several leagues to be able to play. The Kyneton women's football team last year merged with Gisborne for the 2025 season, but it was only a short-term decision. What they really want to do is play on their own. The club is player-led. They've formed a strong governance, support structure, they've organised grounds and have facilities to access. The local council has said that if they have a league that they will accept them, they will make playing grounds available. They are organised. The Kyneton Wedgetail Eagles are campaigning to get into a league, any league. There are several that they could play for in Central Victoria, but so far the AFL has said no. The club has been knocked back from competing with any affiliated leagues in the region and are unable to appeal the decision, which we all find quite shocking. In Central Victoria, in the Central Victorian Football League, there are already 2 standalone women's football clubs, the Bendigo Thunder and the Mount Alexander Falcons. So it is not unusual for women to come together to organise their own club. If we want to encourage women to play, it should be on their own terms. We already have a strong track record in Central Victoria for having standalone women's clubs that financially are sound and able to field teams. It is staggering that the AFL are refusing to hear from the club and allow them to play. As we speak, players are staging training sessions outside AFL House in the hopes to get the attention of the AFL CEO, and to this date have not been successful. We are still unsure why they've been refused and not allowed to play. They don't want special treatment, they just want to be treated as equals and play the game they love, like so many other women in our region. There are leagues ready to take the wedgies for the 2026 season, and yet they are still being refused and overruled by AFL. They've done the work, they've built the club, they are ground-led. Let them play. I call upon the AFL to let them play, empower more women in our region to play their way. If we genuinely want to see grassroots women's sport participation grow, then let the Kyneton women's football team play.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first constituency statement after coming back after the Christmas break, and there are a range of issues that I want to convey back to my electorate and convey to the Australian Parliament, which are important. The changes to the firearm legislations have been overwhelmingly, people are very angry about that. They can't understand why their freedoms have yet again been intruded on when they never committed a crime. No farmer, no sports shooter, no recreational shooter was part of the outrageous massacre of Bondi Beach. Yet we are the people that they've come to try and sort of placate a requirement to do something. Well, people say, well, why do you need more than 4 firearms if you're a recreational shooter? Well, why do you need more than 1 bathroom? Why do you need more than... You've only got 1 neck, why do you need 12 ties? You have only yourself, why do you need 3 cars? Because we have our right. It's a private right. It's a right of ownership. It's been intruded on. The censorship laws, masquerading as hate laws, people really had a problem with that because they could see it as the creep of censorship, and we know that what would end up being censored is basically right-wing views against, a left-wing socialist government. We could see this coming, and we don't want to have these censorship laws placed on us. Anti-Semitic policy, we will back it 100%. We'll be at the forefront. But we've got to be focused on anti-Semitic issues from fundamental Islamic terrorists against Jewish people and not draw this net of other things. We had an enormous requirement in our office for new flags because people believe that we should have an Australian culture. It's not a multicultural nation, it's an Australian culture, which many cultures may be part of, but overwhelmingly the guardrails are of the Australian culture. The rollout of intermittent power continues to be at the forefront. The wind turbines, the solar panels. And there's one nation that's come forward and said, well, let's build the coal-fired power stations and go back to what actually worked. We now have the best things with the battery energy storage systems and the fire risk and the problems that are associated with them, once more placed in regional areas, not in urban areas, so that we become the penance for an urban desire on climate policy, and that is completely unfair. Telecommunications also remains at the front. I'd like to also put in a call at this weekend. I'll be going to Victoria. We have a packed out room full of farmers, and we're going to make sure that these issues and others are covered with the people of Victoria, and I look forward to getting down there and making sure that we take their message back to Canberra and fight for them.
I give the call to the member for Reid.
School is back for 2026, much to the joy and relief of parents everywhere, including my own colleagues here. And it's a great time to reflect on what Labor governments have been delivering for public education and local public schools across Australia. Under the Albanese Labor government, we are delivering the biggest investment in public education under the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, an investment of $16.5 billion over 10 years. We are finally on a path to full and fair funding for every public school, including in my electorate. It ends years of underinvestment by former coalition governments, because we are backing public education. And this commitment to public education is being matched by the Minns New South Wales Labor government. And there's no better example of that than the major upgrade to Concord High School in my electorate. The school was bursting at the seams, with almost 30% of Concord High School students learning out of demountable classrooms, temporary classrooms. And the first time I met the PNC in 2022, they spoke to me about the challenges at the school, the fact that the toilets were of such awful standard that the children were choosing not to drink water or going across to the park to use the toilets there.
Thank you. A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. And the member for Reading, continuation.
I'm so excited by the upgrade at Concord High School. It is now fit for purpose for the ambitions of those students. The new upgrade includes 40 new permanent classrooms, including specialist learning spaces for visual arts, performing arts and PDHD, and new support learning units, a brand new hall and canteen, and upgraded facilities all across the school. It's fantastic. And last week I had the opportunity to join the Acting Education Minister Courtney Houssos, Principal Mr Victor Newby, President of Concord High School PNC Amber Hooker, and the school captains to have a tour of the new facilities, and it was fantastic. Mr Newby said it was an upgrade that was some time coming after having to use spaces across the school that were not designed to be teaching spaces. And all the students were really excited to be starting there. I want to thank all the teachers at Concord PNC for the work in advocating for these changes, all the staff who have worked so hard over years to push for better facilities, and of course I want to thank the New South Wales Men's Labor Government.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Parkes.
Deputy Speaker, I was born and raised an Australian, and alongside with millions of other Australians, I'm proud to call Australia home. Australians have many beginnings. Some journeys began with a dream to find a better life for their families in Australia, and many years later that had been rewarded with Australian citizenship. The mighty electorate of Parkes covers more than 400,000 square kilometres, and across this vast space there are hundreds of celebrations on January 26. Australia Day should be a reminder to us all how precious our freedom and our values are in this country. I was honoured to attend the Australia Day events in both Dubbo and Coonamble this year, where people came together to show not only their love for our country but their appreciation for the people who make it a great place to live. In Dubbo, I joined the community in celebrating our heritage and welcoming new citizens in beautiful Victoria Park on the eve of Australia Day. That night I attended Coonamble's Australia Day Awards nominee dinner and the Australia Day Breakfast Awards the following day. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to congratulate all of the recipients of the Local Government Australia Day Awards across the Parkes electorate, including the wonderful Pauline McAllister, Senior Citizen of the Year for Dubbo, and Gunnedah Shire Citizen of the Year, Michael Brockman, just two of our outstanding examples of our champions for regional Australia. We have also been honoured this year to be awarded and announced Forbes man Ned Brockman as the Young Australian of the Year. This tradie from Forbes is an extremely inspirational young person. In 2022, Ned ran 3,952 kilometres from Perth to Bondi Beach, breaking records and raising more than $2.6 million to find solutions for homelessness. He started Ned's Uncomfortable Challenge, which has now raised more than $8 million to help the homeless. Congratulations to Ned on his incredible work and your title as the Young Australian of the Year for 2026. I'd also like to congratulate the members of the Parkes electorate community who have been named in the Australia Day Honours List for 2026. Medal of the Order of Australia recipients are Lawrence Ashcroft for service to the community of Parkes, John Elliott for service to the community of Wilkenia, Alistair Ferguson for service to the Indigenous community of Burke, Colleen Fuller of Gunnedah for a service to the community through a range of organisations, Raymond Houston for services to the community of Wanaring, Richard Blackman for service to the community of Coonabarabran, and posthumously to Janice Cattle for service to the community of West Wylam. David Welch of Gunnedah has been awarded the Australian Fire Service Medal for Distinguished Service as a member of the Australian Fire Service, and a member of the Order of Australia has been awarded to Anne Dennis of Walgett for her significant service to the Indigenous community of New South Wales. Deputy Speaker, we are fortunate to have such amazing achievers in the electorate of Parkes, and I congratulate each and every one of them for their great contribution to making their communities and our nation.
Thank you indeed. Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, congratulations to Probus on recently celebrating its 50th anniversary. It's a fantastic milestone, and I wish to extend my congratulations to members who have helped build this community across the country. Today, Probus is a not-for-profit network of more than 90,000 members across over 1,300 clubs around Australia, all managed by dedicated volunteers. At its heart, Probus has always been about connection, bringing people together, creating opportunities for retirees and semi-retirees to share interests, build friendships and stay active in their communities. We all know how important social connection is for mental health, physical well-being and for reducing loneliness. In my electorate of Bean, I want to recognise the outstanding contribution of our local clubs: Greenway, Tuggeranong, Waniassa, Farrer, Lake Tuggeranong, Western Creek Ladies and Western
Sorry, I
Probus
just ask the
clubs.
member to pause. The division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. Proceedings will resume when the chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or the subsequent division. Thank you. In continuation, I call the member for Ben.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, today I rise to express my condolences to a local family who tragically lost their 4-year-old on the morning of the 18th of January. It serves as a painful reminder that tragedy can strike suddenly and to treasure every moment that we have with those we hold dear. It also serves as a strong reminder about the strength in community. This family is part of our Bhutanese community here in Canberra, here on temporary residence visas, and we're left facing the most heartbreaking challenge with support from extended family far away. However, the Bhutanese community has come together in strength, raising over $130,000 to support the family. This is through the combined effort of the Royal Bhutanese Embassy, the Australia-Bhutan Association of Canberra, and that of families and individuals right across the community. I wish to extend my gratitude to them for the supports that they have provided the family. In Bhutanese culture, the funeral marks the beginning of a series of sacred rites and prayers to guide the soul towards peace and swift rebirth. Here locally in Dixon, a 49-day Buddhist ritual is ongoing at the Bhutanese Buddhist Centre, in conjunction with Hindu rites being conducted in Galefu, Bhutan. I wish to echo the words of the Australia-Bhutan Association of Canberra. Together, let us stand with them in their darkest hour.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just fix our bloody roads. That is the constant message I'm receiving from Gippslanders, whether it's from families, whether it's from truck drivers, from holiday makers. They are coming to my office and they are complaining that our road network is falling apart. Now, Deputy Speaker, it's falling apart because the Labor Party at state level and at federal level is starving regional Victorians of road funding for maintenance and improvements to our road network. Now, Deputy Speaker, we are all expected to drive cars that are roadworthy. Then surely it's reasonable to expect our governments to give us roads that are car-worthy. Now, the worst example, Deputy Speaker, is the Princes Highway, which is the main arterial route through Gippsland, and it links our community right through the New South Wales border. Would you believe the Albanese government has not provided a single cent in new funding for the Princes Highway in more than 4 years in government? Now, this is a disgrace, Deputy Speaker. Not $1 in new funding for the major highway that runs through Gippsland in 4 years. No wonder we are dodging potholes, the road shoulders are falling apart, it's endangering people's lives and adding to the cost of living pressures as people have to fix their cars because the government won't fix the roads. And it gets worse, Deputy Speaker, it gets worse because, would you believe, there's unallocated funding available for the highway. Sound estimates last year confirmed there's $133.8 million in unallocated funding still available for use on the Princes Highway, money that was left in the highway fund from the previous coalition government, and the work's not getting done because the state government won't pay its share. Deputy Speaker, the message is clear. Just fix the bloody roads. Deputy Speaker, cycling at age is a worldwide phenomenon. There are more than 3,000 chapters right around the world and 46 chapters here in Australia. It was established, first of all, in 2012 in Denmark. Now, Cycling with Age, I'm proud to say, has been established in Gippsland through a committee that I organised with some local volunteers. And this is a social and community enterprise which is bringing people together of all ages, but in particular, it's giving older Australians a chance to reduce their loneliness and social isolation. Now, we are giving older Gippslanders the opportunity to feel the wind in their hair again, to go for a ride on a bike, on a trishaw, and being treated to a ride through the streets of their towns right across Gippsland. I think it's a fantastic initiative and one which I'm determined to grow across the Gippsland region in the years ahead. Congratulations to Cycling Without Age Gippsland, to the volunteers who are helping us already. I look forward to many more rides as we continue to support our older members of our community.
Thank you, and I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. One of the great privileges of this role is speaking with community, getting in and amongst your constituents. Recently, though, I had a meeting with one of my constituents, Samara Laverty, and it was a meeting that I frankly wish never had to happen. but it is a speech that I now have to make. Some in this place might know her name of her son, Declan Laverty. Declan was a bright 20-year-old. He was living in Darwin. He worked at the local BWS, doing his best. And on the night of March 19th, 2023, while at work, Declan was stabbed. He bled out within a minute and he was gone. Samara told me in a meeting that the last act that Declan made as he lay bleeding was to text his mother one last time, "I love you, I have been stabbed." It was an attack the judge described as random, violent, an attack on an innocent member of the public, both targeted and unprovoked. I sat with Samara for a bit over an hour. What do you say? How do you sow any kind of thought or understanding to the pain that she must go through, and the pain that then she goes through again every day explaining what happened? It was incredibly confronting, but it was also really appropriate. More people need to know this story. People should know how much damage can be done in 55 seconds, less time than I've been speaking in this chamber right now. Through her loss, Samara has become a dedicated advocate to stop knife crime. Her work helped deliver Declan's law in the Northern Territory, and now she's home in Cairns. Samara wants to speak with young people. She wants them to know what their consequences are, to choose to have a knife on you, what that might look like, what the grief and the anguish and the pain can happen in a simple split-second decision, and how it can happen in all under a minute. She doesn't want young people to throw away their futures. Her program, 55 Seconds, she wants to go into schools, meet with sporting clubs and make sure young people know that their actions have consequences. Samara isn't asking for funding, but an opportunity to speak directly to young people. The courage and love that that woman shows in reliving that moment to stop and save other people's children is truly incredible. And if you want to help, then the answer is simple. If you're involved in a school, sporting club, or any other community group where there are teenagers, reach out to my office. We will put you in touch with Samara. Help us end knife crime. This is something that we all need to do together. I want to thank Samara for her courage, for bringing this to us all, and I wish we can all stop knife crime together. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Deputy Speaker, we all have them in our electorates, those selfless volunteers who are the very glue that binds our communities together. And on Australia Day, we recognise them, acknowledge them, honour them. Here is a roll call of community champions for the Riverina electorate. Citizens of the Year, volunteers who have done so much to make our towns and Wagga Wagga a better place in which to live. Coolaman, Guy Purcell. In Cootamundra, Gundagai local government area, Maureen Simpfendorfer and Sister Kathleen Hodge at Cootamundra and Wendy Anderson at Gundagai. Cowra, Jenny Friend. In Hilltops local government area, Burrowa, Angus Clements, Citizen of the Year, Harden Murrumborough, Sarah and Andrew Jones. Wombat, Wombatian of the Year, Kathy Simpson. Young, Ted Webber. Junee, Natalie Phillips. Lockhart, Keith Fraser. Snowy Valleys, we had Shane Walsh at Adelong, Glenn Lavis at Tumbarumba, Jane Dean and Adam Farquharson at Tumut. In Temora, Francis Twire.
Ask the member to pause. The division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or the subsequent division. Thank you. In the continuation, the member for Riverina.
The Upper Lachlan Shire Citizen of the Year is Melinda Medway. Crookwell, Louise Gibbs. Taralga, Robert Handley. In Wagga Wagga, Auntie Mary Atkinson deservedly was honoured with Citizen of the Year. In Wedden, which is Grenfell, John Gorman got the gong. And Yass Valley, Phil Gadden. And we thank each and every one of them. And congratulations to past and present Riverina constituents who were awarded an Order of Australia for their contributions. John Killick, OAM of Geelong, Thomas Moss, OAM of Cancoban, Stephen Sullivan, OAM of Taralga, and Brett Murray, with whom I worked at the Daily Advertiser in the 1980s, received an OAM for services to motorsports and journalism. Also very pleased that Jared Kearns, the Kapooka Commandant, the leader of 1st Recruit Training Battalion, Blamey Barracks, also was honoured in the Australia Day list. Ned Brockman of Forbes, Junior Australian Citizen of the Year. Now, he's not in my electorate anymore. Forbes is now in the Division of Parks, but his inspirational regional work, national work, is something to behold, and I eagerly look forward to seeing where Ned's efforts take him into the future. But to each and every one of those community champions, Deputy Speaker, I say thank you. I say thank you on behalf of your communities, because your communities are better places in which to live, work and play because of the selflessness that you have shown, not just in the past 12 months, but for many years besides. And without those sorts of people, we couldn't have a nation that is as great as Australia is. So well done. Happy Australia Day to each and every one of them, and thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As members of this place, we all have the pleasure of attending end-of-year presentations at local schools, and it has been one of my favourite things to do since being elected to this parliament. In December, I was able to make it to end-of-year presentations and graduation events at 27 schools across my electorate of Banks, from Panania in the west to Blakehurst in the east. It was fantastic to celebrate the achievements of so many students who excelled in 2025. I was so pleased to sponsor awards at each school, as well as a number of schools whose ceremonies I was unable to attend, to recognise things like student leadership and high achievement. Congratulations to all the students who were recognised for their successes. Congratulations for all the work that you put in. Our local schools are the incubators of the transformational power of education. And thanks to the Albanese Labor government's Better and Fairer Schools agreement, every public school in Australia will finally be fully funded. In my electorate, the federal government will be increasing the share of funding it provides to every single public school, making sure local students have everything they need to succeed. Deputy Speaker, on Australia Day, I had the privilege of attending a number of local celebrations. The citizenship ceremonies held by Georges River and Canterbury Bankstown councils were great celebrations of national pride, and seeing the joy on the faces of hundreds of new Australians from all over the world who have decided to make our nation their home was fantastic. I was also able to spend some time at the Picnic Point Bowling Club's Family Day. The club is a great local institution that has branched out with sub-clubs playing darts, golf and also organised fishing. The club put a great celebration for Australia Day on, including things like thong throwing and many other activities for families across the area. Congratulations to the whole team, particularly the club president, Bill Brown, who has done an amazing job leading that club. I finished off the day with a visit to Canterbury Bankstown Council's Australia Day party in the park at Padstow. This gave a platform for local artists as well as a variety of family activities, culminating in an amazing fireworks display. I just wanted to take an opportunity to say congratulations to Mayor Bilal Al-Hayek and the whole team at Canterbury Bankstown Council for putting together a fantastic celebration. It was one where many families enjoyed some fascinating food, some singing and dancing, as well as the appearance of Dorothy the dinosaur. And so it was great to be able to celebrate Australia Day with so many people in our community. Congratulations to Canterbury Bankstown Council.
I thank the member and I call the member for Barara. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to acknowledge the local recipients from the Barara electorate in the Australia Day honours list. Jan Childs was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia for her contribution to the community of Barara. Her contribution shows sustained hands-on work for many years, particularly through the Barara Rotary Club, which she led, in the annual Arts and Crafts exhibition, which has celebrated local creativity and raising funds for good causes, and giving amazing contributions through Girl Guiding, through the Trefoil Guild and Girl Guides in Barara, leaving a lasting mark on our community. Tony Morgan, who I know through his work with the church communities in Hornsby, was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia for his service in insurance. His career is a rare combination of technical excellence, professional leadership and a commitment to developing the next generation. He spent decades helping individuals and businesses recover after some of the worst days they'll face. Within the Australia and New Zealand Institute of Insurance and Finance, he made an extraordinary contribution to professional standards and education, including long-term development of the Diploma of Loss Adjusting. Tom Parker is a legendary greenskeeper. He was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia for services to sport.
For Barara, could just pause. The member will have an opportunity after the division has been called for in the House. The proceedings have been suspended to enable honourable members to attend in the division. The proceedings will resume when Chair of Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division and subsequent divisions. Member for Barara in continuation.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The legendary Tom Parker is not a household name, but he is someone from whose work we have all benefited. Tom Parker was for 20 years the head curator at the Sydney Cricket Ground, and he was awarded the Medal for the Order of Australia for helping maintain one of the most iconic sporting venues in the world. And that stewardship requires knowledge, judgment and uncompromising commitment to standards, and that's what Tom always provides. And I know his family, especially his wife Teresa and his son Jack, will be taking a full measure of pride in his award. The late Stuart Pittender was recognised for service to horticulture and landscape architecture. He was a leader in his field for decades, combining his contributions to the Institute of Landscape Architects and the Institute of Horticulture, and was widely respected for the authority he brought to projects, professional standards and education. His work also touched major public spaces, including Barangaroo. Marilyn Chilvers was awarded the Public Service Medal for outstanding public service to New South Wales in data research and analysis. Ms Chilvers' career shows what it looks like when public service combines rigour with purpose, using evidence to provide outcomes and improve those outcomes, strengthen evaluation and help government better understand what works. Her work in human services outcomes and data linkage has helped inform investment decisions and improve service delivery for vulnerable people across our state. And finally, RAF Air Commodore Karen Coolidge gets the CSC and BAR for her outstanding devotion as Director General of the Joint Transition Authority. Transitioning from military service is a major life change, not only affecting the veteran but the family as well. And Air Commodore Coolidge's work is focused on building a more responsive and integrated transition system. I want to congratulate all these people who are honoured in the Australia Day Honours List and encourage Australians to nominate their fellow Australians for similar recognition.
I thank the member and I call the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Representing a multicultural electorate like Werriwa is a privilege. It means that I receive so many generous invites to community, religious and other celebrations. These events highlight what is best about having people from all around the globe choose Australia and, more importantly, Werriwa as their home. New Year celebrations in Werriwa start on the 1st of January and continue till August. Cycling through Chinese New Year, the Tet Festival, Cambodian celebrations, Assyrian New Year and Mandaean New Year late in July. The commemorations continue for Australia Day and I'm looking forward to the many iftars during Ramadan, which starts in the middle of February. While this makes the days very busy, it is humbling to be part of a community and join with their observances. It proves to me that we are more alike than we are different, and what is important to all of us is our family, our friends and faith. In the last month, I've attended the Iraqi Graduates Forum Celebration of Success on Australia Day. The event has been held for more than 15 years and celebrates the academic achievements of those with Iraqi heritage in our community. And it's those students who do well in their HSC in TAFE and university. The results are already always inspiring, with more than 20 students recognised for HSC results over 90 and one getting over 99. Degrees in all areas of study are also recognised. Congratulations to Dr Bushra and the volunteers of the board who work so hard to make this event a success. In a couple of weeks, New Year's celebration will be in full swing for Chinese New Year, and I look forward to our celebrations at the Mingye Temple in Bonnyrigg. James Chan, OAM, and Vincent Chen and all the volunteers make the event a colourful celebration with fireworks, lion dances and musical numbers. I was privileged to speak at the 2026 Australia Day and Lunar New Year event organised by the Chinese Associations of Greater Western Sydney. This event has also been held for over a decade, bringing together so many of our wider, diverse community. And in the coming weeks, there will be iftars and Easter celebrations. I thank all the volunteers in our community organisations for ensuring these events highlight the best of what we have to offer. Great food, entertainment, but more importantly, great company. I'd also like to congratulate the OAM recipients in the electorate of Werriwa. Mr Anthony Keating for his contributions to community, it was recognised on Australia Day, but a huge shout out to David Malotz of Preston's Hornet Cricket for his recognition and his award. He has spent almost 50 years volunteering with Preston's Cricket, and he's made a difference in my children's life and so many. Congratulations.
Thank the member, and I call the member for Flinders.
Thank you. Yesterday, the Labor government's economic mismanagement again reached into the homes of the Morning Peninsula and landed with bigger bills on the kitchen table. Over the past 4 years, they've handed bigger bills to my constituents for electricity, bigger bills for gas, bigger bills for rent, bigger bills for school supplies, for eggs, for bread, for ice cream, for insurance, for travel. And yesterday, we saw the 13th interest rate rise on this government's watch. June 2022, interest rates went up. July 2022, interest rates went up. August 2022, interest rates went up. September 2022, interest rates went up. October 2022, interest rates went up. November, December, February 2023, interest rates go up. March 2023, interest rates go up. May 2023, interest rates go up. June 2023, interest rates go up. November 2023, interest rates go up. Finally, there was a moment of stability, a year of no change, and then with enormous relief. Small cuts in February, May and August of 2025. And now yesterday, again, interest rates go up. With a pump-primed, public spending, bloated budget keeping inflation well above the RBA's preferred target of 2 to 3%, my constituents keep doing it, but tougher. The average mortgage holder in this country is now paying $23,000 more a year in interest compared with when this government first came into office. That's a whole second job needed in a household to cover those interest payments. And yesterday's interest rise impact on a $1 million home loan will be about $150 a month. That's like another tank of fuel, a school excursion, or a big grocery shop that somehow families have got to find. The economist's verdict is clear. AMP Chief Economist Shane Oliver has said the best thing that Australian governments can do to help bring down inflation will be to cut government spending back to more normal levels. Yet in this financial year alone, Labor has added $50 billion in new spending, meaning more interest rate hikes are likely to come. Higher interest rates do not just mean tighter times around the kitchen table, it means higher rents, which have gone from an average of around $500 to around $600 a week in my electorate since this government came to power. Labor's financial mismanagement at the federal level is matched by equal incompetence at the state level. State levies like the Metropolitan Planning Levy, cladding rectification levels and the Victorian Government's recent holiday tax in terms of a short stay levy are all disproportionate, sitting on the shoulders of my constituents. In the last financial year, there were only 650 residential building approvals. 25 years ago, there were over 2,000. That's a 71% decrease in 25 years, and what it means is higher rents from here. Inflation will continue to go up, and it becomes a vicious circle.
Time has expired. I thank the member, and I call the member for Barton.
Thank you.
Just one moment, member for Barton. We have a division. A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber has resumed. Thank you. And member for Barton in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to celebrate one of the many examples of community collaboration and inclusivity that defines my electorate of Barton. In December last year, Hurstville Public School opened the first dedicated sensory play area within the Georges River LGA, a wonderful playground designed to support childhood development through the engagement and exploration of their senses. Through the sensory playground, the lucky kids of Hurstville Public School are encouraged to meander along footpaths varying in texture from asphalt to sand to grass, spinning totem poles and abacuses, invite hands-on engagement with their environment, and in another zone, the smell of scent-infused Play-Doh wafts around the air. A special auditory zone allows the kids to experiment with outdoor musical instruments, including drums and xylophones, something I'm sure many parents in the local area are happy for their kids they can get out of their system before coming back home. These types of spaces have been shown to enrich cognitive, emotional and social development for all students, particularly neurodivergent children, and redefines how we think about childhood development and inclusion. Never has it been more important to foster reaching out into our environment, into our communities and to our neighbours with an attitude of curiosity, open-mindedness and the willingness to grow together. These are the values that are not only important for the younger generation, but values we must continuously remind ourselves to embody as well. In addition to vital funding support from the Community Building Partnership Grant Program, I pay special thanks to Mark Steed, the principal of Hurstville Public School, without whom the idea for the sensory playground would not have been sparked, as well as the Hurstville P&C, St George's Anglican Church, Kingsgrove Community Aid, and Ex-Life Running Group, headed also by a wonderful councillor, Councillor Ben Wang of Georges River Council. These Barton community groups have shown us what community collaboration across education, politics and faith can achieve for the development of our kids and society at large. And I thank these groups for their indispensable consultation and fundraising efforts in bringing this vision to life. Now, being a former student of Hurstville Public School myself, I am incredibly proud of this direction the school is taking in promoting inclusivity and celebrating diversity within the electorate of Barton, something that was brought home even stronger by the brilliant Arabic drumming performance held by a small group of Hurstville Public students to commemorate the opening of the sensory playground. And in the words of Principal Mark Steed, we hope to see more of these initiatives implemented by the wider community in the future to continue supporting our young people and especially our neurodivergent young people in the local area.
I thank the member and I call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People in my community of Lindsay love Australia Day. They celebrate it. We have a great time making sure that we acknowledge our neighbours and we celebrate loving our country. And part of that is, of course, the Australians that are on the Australia Day honours list. And it was really wonderful that this year there were 2 Lindsay locals who received the Medal of the Order of Australia. And this is a deeply respected national honour that recognises, as we know, Australians who have demonstrated outstanding service and commitment to their communities. Being awarded the OIM is a significant tribute reflecting the values Australians hold dear: service, generosity and making a meaningful impact on the lives of others. The award highlights and acknowledges selflessness and a deep commitment to our community. Michael Allen, a respected resident of Regentville, has been awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia in recognition of his outstanding service to the community through a lifetime of voluntary and charitable work. Michael has dedicated most of his life to helping others and ensuring there is support available to our most vulnerable. Currently, he's the chair of our local community housing provider, Link Wentworth, an organisation I worked for prior to entering politics, and he also spent many years serving on boards and committees and working in our community on literacy at a foundation for people that have a disability, and also working with some of our Aboriginal communities across the electorate. Most notably, Michael was a handyman at The Haven, which is a local charity that provides crisis accommodation for women and children escaping domestic violence. John Lackey was also one of the incredible Lindsay locals to receive this prestigious award. He was recognised for his service to the community of Penrith, including his long-standing involvement with local arts and cultural organisations. He was the former Director of Penrith Performing and Visual Arts from 2006 to 2022 and the former Director and Treasurer of Penrith Regional Gallery. His work has helped strengthen Penrith's cultural landscape by ensuring arts experiences are accessible and vibrant. This award is an acknowledgement from the entire nation that the service of these two individuals this year is noticed and it matters. On behalf of the Lindsay community, I wish to offer our sincere appreciation and congratulations. Thank you both for your years of service, volunteer work, countless hours of dedication and unwavering commitment to bettering the lives of the Lindsay community. Your achievements are a source of inspiration to many across our community, and we are profoundly grateful for the lasting impact you've made. Thank you.
I thank the member and I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the essential role Laurel House plays in supporting our community, providing critical and compassionate services to individuals, families and communities across northern Tasmania. I recently had the pleasure of visiting Laurel House and meeting with the CEO, Catherine, spending time learning more about the vital work that they do every day. It was an invaluable opportunity to see firsthand the care, the professionalism and the empathy that underpin their services, and to better understand both the impact Laurel House has within our community and the challenges that they continue to navigate. Laurel House provides specialist support services for people affected by sexual harm, delivering trauma-informed counselling, therapeutic services and support, education and prevention programs. Their work supports people of all ages, helping individuals and families navigate recovery while also working proactively to prevent harm and to build safer communities. What stood out to me during my visit was that Laurel House's unwavering commitment to dignity, choice and safety. Their approach recognises that healing looks different for everyone and that people deserve to be met with understanding, respect and compassion at every step. Laurel House creates spaces where people feel heard, supported and empowered to move forward at their own pace. Beyond direct service delivery, Laurel House also plays a vital role in education and community engagement. By working with schools, organisations and the broader community, they help to raise awareness, challenge stigma and strengthen our collective response to sexual harm. This work is essential in ensuring people feel safe and seek help and know that they are not alone. I want to acknowledge the dedicated staff who carry out this work. Supporting people who have experienced trauma requires exceptional skill, resilience and care. The professionalism and compassion shown by Laurel House team makes a profound difference in the lives of those they support and strengthens our community as a whole. Unfortunately, organisations like Laurel House are an essential part of our social infrastructure at this time. But I am pleased that the Federal Labor Government has recently awarded $551,000 in federal government funding. This funding will expand their crucial work responding to victims and survivors of child sexual abuse. We are committed to safeguarding Australia's children and supporting the critical services that who will deliver this early intervention, this response and this healing and recovery services to stop the intergenerational cycle of violence. I thank Laurel House, I thank Catherine and her team for their leadership, their professionalism and their ongoing commitment to supporting our community when it is needed most.
Thank the member and I call the member for Barker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise today to recognise and congratulate the outstanding Australians from the electorate of Barker who have been honoured as part of the Australia Day Honours and Awards. Australia Day Honours provide an opportunity for our nation to acknowledge individuals who have made an outstanding and enduring contribution to Australia. These honours recognise service, leadership and dedication that enrich our communities and strengthen our country. They reflect the very best of the Australian spirit, service above self. This year, Barker proudly represented by a number of exceptional recipients. I congratulate Neville Bonney, OAM, recognised for his service to conservation, the environment and the community. Mr Bonney has been a long-standing advocate for environmental stewardship and has contributed significantly to local conservation initiatives and community organisations. I wish to also congratulate Stephen Day, OAM, whose award acknowledges his service to charitable organisations and to the finance sector. Mr Day has dedicated many years to supporting community and charitable causes through leadership roles and professional expertise within the financial sector. Ms Geraldine Trapp, OAM is recognised for her service to the community of the Barossa and to the arts. Her contribution has played an important role in supporting local cultural initiatives and strengthening community engagement through the arts. I wish to also acknowledge Mr William Gransbury, OAM, honoured for his service to the community of Angaston. Dr Gransbury has made a sustained contribution to civic life in Angaston through long-term community involvement and service in areas as diverse as mental health, heritage, community and sport. I also congratulate Mr Harold Long, OAM, recognised for his service to the communities of Mannum, Salt Creek and Pathway, and for his work in particular supporting young people. Mr Long's commitment to youth development and community participation has a long-lasting impact across multiple regional communities. He was, Madam Deputy Speaker, coincidentally, the Year 3 teacher of two of my electorate office staff, who have many fond memories of Mr Long, including learning and performing the national anthem to their peers. Under his tutelage, Mr Long required students to be able to recite the national anthem, both verses, before they could complete Year 3. Barker is home to recipients of Distinguished Service Medals. I congratulate Mr John Probert for the Australian Fire Service Medal and Mr Kieran Johnson, who awarded the Ambulance Service Medal for Distinguished Service for their respective organisations. Their commitment to protecting lives and community deserves our deepest thanks. To all those recognised this Australia Day, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to say thank you. Thank you for everything you do. You strengthen our communities and you make Barker an even better place to live, work and raise a family.
Member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm so proud to recognise the 13 recipients of Australia Day honours from Macquarie. Carol Eds and Farah Maiden have both become a member of the Order of Australia, an AM. Carol's recognised for her work in the construction industry and on heritage conservation, including as the founder of the Hawkesbury branch of the National Trust. Architect Farah Maiden from Emu Plains, with her approach to supporting dignity, inclusion and independence for all, is recognised for significant service to architecture and to people with a disability. 8 people from Macquarie have received a Medal of the Order of Australia, the OAM. Anne Caro was on her first day of the school year at Mount Druitt's Chifley College Senior Campus when I rang to congratulate her for services to education. Among other things, she played a key role in establishing the Nepean Creative and Performing Arts High School at Emu Plains. Bronwyn Howes is honoured for her service to primary education, including guiding students at Oakville Public School for more than 20 years. Also from the Hawkesbury, Adrian Reid is honoured for his service to gymnastics and the community, which included being the Director of Gymnastics Australia and serving on the YMCA. Kathy Gold, who contracted polio as a child but refused to let her wheelchair limit her, is recognised for her extensive disability work, including at the Thorndale Foundation and as a chaplain at Nepean Hospital for 17 years. For his service to conservation and the environment, Dr John Merzen receives an OAM, a driving force behind the Blue Mountains World Heritage Institute. It's been a privilege to work with him. And for her many different contributions to outdoor recreation, Cara Ryan has been honoured. 2 OAMs are presented posthumously, one to the late Graham Price, who was deeply involved in the Australian Mushroom Growers Association, Rotary and the Secret Garden Nursery in Richmond, and the second to the late Walter Sutcliffe for services to music as a conductor and organist, including at St Albans, Leura, and a founder of the Blackheath Choir Festival. For his decades of extraordinary service to the New South Wales RFS, Greg Fralani receives the Australian Fire Service Medal, a real hero of Hazelbrook. An Australian Police Medal was awarded to Detective Superintendent Darren Beach for decades of operations involving fighting high-profile criminal activity and supporting victims of crime. The Public Service Medal was received by Catherine Tidd for disability advocacy in the New South Wales public sector. And in the military division, the Conspicuous Service Medal has been awarded to Flight Lieutenant Scott McNichol for his leadership as the commander of the Air Task Unit for Operation Beach. Every recipient deserves this recognition, and we thank you for your work.
Member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia Day holds a special place in the heart of the people of my electorate. in the Redlands we celebrate our National Day unashamedly and with immense pride. This year was no exception. Across the Redlands, families came together to mark what it means to live in the greatest country on earth. In Cleveland, I had the privilege of being part of a wonderful citizenship ceremony where around 150 new Australians were formally joined our national family. At Raby Bay, I hosted a massive community barbecue. We had so many turn out that we had to send out multiple times for more sausages, and we couldn't keep up with the demand from local patriots celebrating with family and friends. It was Australian flags everywhere along the Bayside beaches, kids running around in green and gold, relaxed, joyful. It was Redlands on Australia Day, unmistakably. But Australia Day is also a time to recognise service. Redlands City Council did exactly that through the 2026 Redlands Coast Australia Day Awards, which honoured locals who give freely of their time and energy and expertise to make our community even stronger. 16 individuals and organisations were recognised across 8 categories. Together, they represent the very best of my community. Senior Citizen of the Year, Tony Christensen, has been instrumental in the growth and success of the Donald Simpson Centre in Cleveland over many years. Tony has given countless volunteer hours as a board member and former chair, strengthening governance, improving facilities and expanding programs that combat social isolation amongst older Redlanders. Young Citizen of the Year, Malachi Keane, is an outstanding example of the next generation of community leaders coming through. With more than 1,500 hours of service in the Redlands SES, Malachi has demonstrated an extraordinary commitment to service, responsibility and community safety well beyond his years. Community organisations acknowledged include Redlands Coast Museum, the Rotary Clubs of Capalaba and Wellington Point, Play It Forward and the Mount Cotton Riders Alliance. Each in their own way strengthen our community and reflect the values we celebrate on Australia Day. And finally, I want to pay tribute to the Redlands Citizen of the Year, Cole Sutcliffe OAM. Cole's service spans decades and touches almost every part of community life in the Redlands. Through his leadership with Rotary, Star Community Services and Mangrove Housing, Cole has championed literacy, inclusion and aged care services and affordable housing for some of our most vulnerable residents, and did a wonderful job last year helping to organise our Victory in the Pacific celebrations, which hold a significant, very large local significance for the Redlands as the place where the first messages of Japanese surrender came to Australia and was passed on to Allied headquarters. Deputy Speaker, Australia Day in the Redlands is about celebrating service and belonging, and this year, once again, Redlanders showed exactly that.
Member for Hasluck.
They can do whatever they want, but they will never stop the voices of our people because we are warriors. These are the measured words of Uncle Herbert Brofo following the direct attack on First Nations people at Forest Place at Bururu in Perth on January the 26th. Forest Place is a historic meeting place. Protests occur there every month. Whitlam spoke there, Menzies spoke there. The attack, unsuccessful but potentially deadly, was an attack on people engaged in their democratic right of protest. As Minister Gorman said, an attack on our people is an attack on our democracy. Mainstream media have not given barely any attention to this, the attention it deserves. Where's the outrage? An attempt to kill innocent people, children, grandchildren, parents, people in wheelchairs. I thank the member for Curtin for introducing the motion to the House. As she said, it was just luck that this did not become a mass casualty event. I stand with my community in their outrage and disbelief, and I am so glad that I'm not standing here reading a condolence motion. Many of the attendees at the rally were in fact my constituents from Lockridge, from Midland and far beyond. They're further afield. I thank the WA Police for working with the Noongar representatives, for leaders like Senator Minister McCarthy and Senator Dorinda Cox, for their commitment to keeping this matter exactly where it should be, at the forefront of our minds when dealing with policy directed at preventing this from happening again. Now, the matter is of course under investigation, but is under investigation as a potential terrorist attack. And I'd also like to call attention to the online forums that are promoting hate speech, creating racial vilification, fueling the type of behaviour that we saw carried out on January 26. This issue extends to public-facing figures who continue to promote racial vilification for their own advancement, even members of this Parliament. The member for New England just earlier this morning said in this place, anti-Semitic policy, we will back it 100%. We'll be at the forefront. But we've got to be focused on anti-Semitic issues from fundamentalist Islamic terrorists against Jewish people and not draw this net of things. So for the member of New England, racism against other minority groups is not just a net of other things. The words do not promote unity. His words rather echo the hostility that is behind the Australia Day attack. The January 26th was an attack on our community and on all Australians, and I stand with, as we all must, against this kind of hatred.
Thank you for those important words, Member for Hasluck. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures number 2, Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Hume.
The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Hume has moved an amendment that all the words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Addressing the graduating class of the Australian Defence Force Academy last year, Governor-General Sam Mostyn AC said this: "You have prepared yourselves to live ADFA's motto, to lead, to excel. You have learned to be leaders who will work for peace and stability, who will make ethical and helpful decisions, who will prioritise human life and dignity and always act with compassion and care. You embody the ADF values of service, courage, respect, integrity and excellence. I believe these values will guide you through your careers, not as abstract ideals, but as the foundation of trust, teamwork, service, loyalty and duty." I attended this particularly wonderful function at Duntroon to see Inigo Bardos, son of David and Jane from Wagga Wagga, graduate. And those who graduated on that day will one day be veterans. And those who graduated that one day will need our help. Those who graduated will look to the Department of Veterans Affairs. They will come through their military careers and there'll be ups and downs, but we wish them every success. And we know that they will uphold that bond of courage, of unity and of teamwork. And we must ensure that when they do finish their military careers that we are there for them, and that's why this veterans legislation is important.
I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Veteran Affairs Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures number 2, Bill 2025. At the outset, the opposition supports the passage of this bill. We do so because these amendments are necessary to ensure the successful implementation of the Veterans Reform Framework and to allow the transition to a single, simplified compensation and rehabilitation system to operate effectively from 1 July 2026. For too long, veterans and their families have been forced to navigate a fragmented system spread across multiple acts of Parliament, each with different rules, thresholds and processes. The Coalition supported the Royal Commission's interim recommendation to simplify and harmonise these arrangements precisely because complexity creates stress. It creates confusion and all too often it also creates injustice. That is why we supported the primary reform legislation and why we continue to support the objective of a single ongoing framework under the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act. A unified scheme has the potential to reduce duplication, improve consistency in decision-making and make entitlements, claims and review pathways easier, not harder, but easier for veterans and their families to understand and access. This bill is largely technical and consequential in nature, but these amendments, well, they matter. They go to how the system functions in practice, how fairness is preserved, and how confidence is maintained during what is a significant transition. The bill clarifies review and appeal rights under the new framework, ensuring veterans retain access to internal reconsideration and external merits review through the Veterans Review Board, with onward appeal pathways preserved. It establishes clearer rules for claims and decisions that straddle the transition date, reducing legal uncertainty and the risk of inconsistent outcomes. It also addresses important practical matters, including dependent compensation where death occurs after the transition date, but relates to earlier service, the application of funeral benefits, education assistance for students and dependents, impairment and additional disablement payments, and the preservation of allowances and decoration payments so that recognition-based support continues uninterrupted. These are precisely the kinds of details that matter deeply to veterans and families, particularly at times of illness, loss or transition. However, it must be said that this is now the second miscellaneous measurements bill required to complete or correct the government's original reform package. Quite simply, it's just not good enough. These provisions are not new or unexpected. They are core implementation details that should have been resolved in the primary legislation. Veterans, their advocates and their families deserve certainty and stability in the law, not rolling fix-up bills. Legislative patchwork risks undermining confidence in a system that reform was meant to simplify. While the opposition will not stand in the way of amendments that protect entitlements and ensure the framework works as intended, we will continue to hold the government to account for incomplete legislative delivery. The opposition has moved an amendment to remove the mandatory legislative requirement to notify the Chief of Defence Force when a serving member lodges a Veterans Review Board application or accesses non-liability healthcare. We strongly believe that decision should rest with the serving member, not be hardwired into legislation. Automatic notification to the Chief of the Defence Force risks reinforcing perceptions of career risk and stigma, particularly around mental health. Evidence before the Royal Commission made clear that some ADF members delay or avoid seeking care because they fear the impact of deployability or career progression. Simply from a wellbeing and suicide prevention perspective, encouraging early trusted access to care must be paramount. Legislative settings should reduce barriers, not create new perceived risks. Defence will still be able to access operationally necessary information through existing mechanisms or with the member's consent where required. On Monday, many of us in this place attended the last post-ceremony at the Australian War Memorial. During the ceremony, it was noted just how important it is that this Parliament maintains a direct line of sight to the War Memorial. We in this place have the power to send our men and women in uniform into harm's way, and with that power comes an enduring responsibility to use our authority to properly support our defence personnel and to really care for our veterans. It was a really deeply moving reminder that our obligations to those who serve do not end when the uniform comes off. They continue in the systems that we build. the laws that we pass and the way we treat veterans and defence personnel throughout their lives, particularly when they are at their most vulnerable. The Coalition record reflects that commitment, from establishing the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide to delivering non-liability mental health care, strengthening open arms, recognising service through the Veterans Covenant and investing in wellbeing centres and important transition support and, I'd say, the creation of the Australian War Memorial itself. Finally, I would like to pay tribute to the men and women in uniform who I recently had the pleasure of meeting at RAF Base Pearce and HMAS Stirling, which I'm sure the Deputy Chair is quite interested in. It indeed was a privilege to speak with so many people on that day, particularly the young personnel who are just starting out on their career and they're enjoying their careers in the ADF, a career which offers incredible opportunity, skills and pathways for those who choose to serve. So to our sailors and our soldiers and our Air Force personnel, we hear you, we see you, and you matter. Our ADF men and women do an extraordinary job, often away from their families, and they deserve our respect and our support. Real support, not tricky legislation, but real support that helps them when they are in need. That is the lens through which we approach this bill. We support it because it is necessary, but we will continue to push for legislation that puts veterans and defence personnel first, not just in principle, but in practice. I thank the House.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the Minister's coming, so maybe just suspend for a short moment.
I will suspend the chamber until the chair is resumed. Minister for Veteran Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The rate of veteran suicide is a national tragedy, and that is why the Albanese Government has been working at pace to implement our response to the Royal Commission into defence and veteran suicide. I thank members across the House for your contributions and for your support of the Government's work so far to improve the lives of current and former serving veterans. The passage of the Veterans Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Act 2025, the VETS Act, early last year, is in response to the Royal Commission's interim report. The bill before us furthers the implementation of this simpler veterans entitlement system. The VETS Act will simplify veterans legislation from 1 July this year and do away with the current Tri-Act system to make it easier for veterans and families of veterans to know what they are entitled to and make it faster for the Department of Veterans Affairs to process their claims. From 1 July, all veterans' rehabilitation and compensation claims will be dealt with under a single piece of legislation, the new and improved Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, also known as the MRCA. This includes a commitment that no veteran or family members will experience a reduction in the payments that they're already receiving. To be ready for this date, there are some technical amendments that are required. This bill proposes a number of minor technical amendments to veterans' legislation. These amendments will help to ensure the smooth implementation of these reforms and the transition from the complicated Tri-Act arrangements to the single ongoing Act. As with any new Act, there are some amendments required aimed at correcting minor administrative issues and removing ambiguity in line with the policy intention of the VETS Act. The Veterans Affairs Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures No. 2 Bill 2025 has 16 technical amendments that will ensure a smooth transition from 1 July 2026. This bill deals with the following matters: the review pathway, compensation for dependents and deceased veterans, funeral compensation, access to MRCA education scheme, additional disablement amount, Victoria Cross allowance and decoration allowance, service injuries, diseases and deaths arising from treatment, treatment of serving members, direct deductions, application and transitional provisions. These technical amendments will make sure there are no interruptions to providing critical benefits or payments to veterans and their families. I'd like to thank the Interim Shadow Minister for his contribution to the debate, and I want to emphasise the continued need to work across the Parliament to make sure we're achieving the best outcomes for veterans and families of veterans. I thank the Interim Shadow Minister for his support for a minor government amendment to this bill to follow. The VETS Act is the most significant reform to how we support veterans in a century, making it easier for veterans and families of veterans to know that they are entitled to and what they are entitled to, and faster for DVA to process their claims. This bill supports the implementation of the VETS Act. Whilst the amendments contained in the bill are minor, they are critical to ensuring the intent of the VETS Act and the smooth delivery of services continues and is ready for 1 July 2026. These amendments are evidence. We want to get this right, and we're keen to continue to work across the Parliament to ensure the best outcomes for veterans and families of veterans. I commend the bill to the House.
The original question that the bill be now read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Hume has moved an amendment that all the words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour? All those against?
Yes.
I think the ayes have it. Those in favour say aye. Aye. All those in against say no. No. I think the noes have it. As it is necessary to resolve this question to enable further questions to be considered in relation to the bill in accordance with Standing Order 195, the bill will be returned to the House for further consideration. I call the clerk for the next item.
Government Business Order of the Day No. 2, Corporations Amendment Digital Assets Framework Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Cool. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, when I was a little girl, I used to be incredibly excited to get my pocket money, like many other children across the breadth of this nation. And for me, that was $5, and I would pop it into a little pouch. My grade 1 teacher would hold out a sack, we'd put it inside, and when it would come back, the money would be gone, but I'd have a purple stamp, and that purple stamp meant that those $5 were now in my bank account. And that was how I was taught to save. That was how I was taught to make sure that my money was in a place that I knew was safe. How I was taught to protect myself when it came to money and finances. And I had that confidence that my money was safe. But the world has changed. It's different now. And the way that we deal with money is different too. Because long gone are those days of piggy banks and cash deposits being the only way that young people invest their money. Yet today's young Australians aren't just saving pocket money. They are navigating NFTs, Bitcoin, digital wallets, and they're doing exactly what we tell young Australians to do. We tell them to adapt. We tell them to innovate. We tell them to try and get ahead. But they're exposed to a market without proper protections in that new landscape. And what happens when digital currency platforms collapse overnight? Not to the executives, not just to the investors. What happens to the university student who put their part-time wages into what they thought was going to be a legitimate investment? And importantly, what happens to the small business owner trying to keep up with how their customers want to pay? If these digital platforms fail, it's not the big corporations who hurt the most. It's our small businesses and the everyday Australians who are just trying to get ahead. Deputy Speaker, the Corporations Amendment Digital Assets Framework Bill 2025 is about closing that gap. It's about ensuring that as our financial system evolves and changes, the safeguards that protect hard-working people evolve with it too. Deputy Speaker, I have the great privilege of living in the very best part of Australia, on Brisbane's south side in the seat of Moreton. And my office there is in a suburb called Sunnybank. If I took a rock and I threw it as far as I possibly could, and then I drew a circle from that rock's placement around the office, it would encompass scores and scores of businesses. Everything from services businesses to hospitality to retail to manufacturing. These are businesses that are important to the economy. In many ways, for my local community, these are lifebloods to the economy, and they employ people who live locally. We need to make sure that they too are protected when it comes to digital assets. The Albanese Labor government is updating Australia's financial laws to match the pace of technological change and international standards. Digital assets have moved from the margins into everyday finance and commerce. Australians use them, businesses build with them, and the underlying technology, like blockchain, opens real opportunities to transform how our financial systems work. We're talking about faster payments, more efficient settlements, new ways for businesses to raise capital and for consumers to transact. This is the future of finance, and Australians deserve to participate in that future with confidence. We want to be at the forefront of technology. We want to be at the forefront of productivity. We want to be at the forefront of service delivery, and we want to be at the forefront of innovation. But, Deputy Speaker, when the rulebook is unclear, consumers face risks that we as a country simply cannot accept. We've already seen what happens when there aren't sufficient protections. Tens of thousands of Australians were affected by the collapse of FTX. Families across this country who put their trust in a platform that collapsed overnight before their eyes. Billions were lost globally. Consumer trust was shattered and innovation was undermined. When exchanges like FTX crumbled, we saw the cost of platform failure in real terms, to real people, to real life savings, to real families, to real Australians. And the caretaker described it as real old-fashioned embezzlement. But if it uses new tech, we must make sure that people still have protection. Because the people who hurt the most every day are Australians who trusted the system. Students, young workers, families, small business owners trying to stay competitive. This bill amends the Corporations Act 2001 and the Australian Securities and Investment Commission Act 2001 to recognise two new financial products: digital asset platforms and tokenised custody platforms. These amendments integrate these platforms into our existing trusted framework, rather than creating a parallel system extending the protections Australians already rely on. It's about making sure that the tech you use isn't an out, isn't an excuse, isn't a reason for accountability and regulation to not keep you safe. This is not regulation for regulation's sake. We're building smarter safeguards on top of financial laws. Australians already know how this works. We're not starting from scratch. We're building on what already works, applying the same principles that have kept Australians safe over many years in the financial system for decades. And we're giving businesses the certainty that they need to invest and innovate in Australia, knowing the rules are clear and globally aligned. That's what we want. We want small businesses to innovate. We want them to be more productive so that they can drive the economy. We want them to be successful so that they can employ more Australians who can have a decent job and decent pay. And the principle is simple. If you hold assets for clients, you meet the same standards. It doesn't matter if those assets are in dollars or digital. The risks of digital assets are ones we have heard before: fraud, mismanagement, and cyber attacks. These are the same risks we already regulate in banks and in finance, and this bill simply enshrines clearer rules, fair standards, and proper oversight. Deputy Speaker, we know how to regulate financial risk because we've been doing it for a really long time. The key risks of digital asset platforms and tokenised custody platforms are ones that we already regulate in traditional finance: credit risk, liquidity risk, counterparty risk, operational risk, fraud and cyber risks. What changes is the technology. What doesn't change, what should never change, and what will never change under this government is our responsibility to protect Australians. Operators of these platforms will be required to meet new minimum standards for how client assets are held and how transactions are processed, as well as comply with disclosure obligations designed specifically for digital asset businesses. And that means clear rules on custody. Your assets must be held securely and separately from the platform's own assets. It also means clear rules on reconciliation. Platforms must know exactly what they're holding, when they're holding it, at all times. And clear rules on disclosure, because consumers deserve to know the risks before they invest. Australians deserve to know the risks before they invest. By extending Australia's financial services laws to better cover digital asset platforms and tokenised custody platforms, we're giving consumers and we're giving industry the certainty that the same consumer protections and licensing obligations apply to comparable custodial activities. If you're holding someone's assets, you're subject to the same standards. No excuses, no exceptions, no shortcuts, just accountability. These measures ensure that operators of digital asset businesses are held to those same high standards of fairness, of transparency and integrity as other financial service providers. This government believes that Australians deserve those same protections, whether they're investing in shares, whether they're investing in property, or whether they're holding those digital assets, and this bill delivers that. This bill requires operators to hold an Australian financial services licence, meaning they're obliged to act efficiently, they're obliged to act honestly and fairly, handle conflicts of interest properly, and maintain dispute resolution processes. These aren't new concepts. These are the same requirements we place on every financial service provider in this country, because operating in Australia's financial system means a commitment to Australian consumers, means a commitment to the values that we hold so dear that mean Australians are protected. And beyond that, they'll meet obligations designed specifically for digital assets with baseline standards for custody, for segregation, reconciliation, and how transactions settle. These requirements acknowledge what makes digital assets different. No central issuer in some cases, peer-to-peer movement in others. The old rulebook doesn't always fit the new technology, but the protections must. That's why this bill is flexible, equipping the Minister and ASIC with powers to update requirements as technology shifts, as it addresses new risks and keeps the framework relevant. Because this bill is not just about protecting consumers from today's technology. This bill is not just protecting about consumers from what is happening right now. It reaches out into the future to make sure that we are safeguarding against technologies that could be abused in the future. It reaches into the future to make sure that the tech of tomorrow doesn't mean Australians will be left stranded. Technology moves fast, we know that, and regulation needs to keep up. This bill gives us the tools to do that without coming back to this Parliament every time technology changes. And this adaptive approach lets us safeguard consumers without crushing innovation, positioning Australia to set the pace in digital finance, not to chase it. The government backs innovation, but innovation without protection is a recipe for disaster. This bill gets the balance right. The bill allows an 18-month adjustment window. Businesses already operating responsibly get time to meet those new requirements, and ASIC can grant temporary relief where it's needed. This measured reform builds confidence in our financial system, confidence that Australians deserve, while establishing Australia as a credible centre for digital innovation. ASIC will oversee these platforms under clearer rules, bringing digital platforms under the same trusted oversight Australians already rely on for every other part of our financial system. And this bill aligns us with those global standards set by the Financial Stability Board and the International Organisation of Securities Commissions, keeping us competitive with jurisdictions like the United States, like the European Union, the United Kingdom, and Singapore. The government proposes to provide a clear regulatory framework that is fit for purpose and considers these international standards, protecting consumers while supporting that innovation and providing a clear and consistent framework for businesses operating in Australia's growing digital sector. Deputy Speaker, this reform will help attract investment. This reform will help create jobs. This reform will help us grow our digital economy. And when businesses know the rules are clear, we know that they invest. When consumers know they're protected, we know that they participate. This bill creates the preconditions for both those things. Ensuring Australians can participate safely in the digital asset sector, knowing the rules are clear and in force. Australia has long been a global leader in financial services. Our superannuation system, a proud Labor legacy, is internationally respected. Our banks weathered global financial crisis better than most, and our regulatory framework has driven innovation while maintaining stability. Deputy Speaker, I grew up knowing the system had my back. Every dollar I saved was protected. Today's Australians deserve that same certainty, no matter how they choose to save, no matter how they choose to invest their hard-earned money. And whether they're putting money in a piggy bank or investing in digital assets, they deserve to know that the system protects them.
Member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, of course, I welcome the pathway to be able to make sure that the financial instruments that Australians use on a day-to-day basis operate within the compliance and framework of law. And so in seeking, in loose terms, or the spirit of this law to support it, I welcome the fact that the government is finally taking steps to bring about a legal framework to include cryptocurrencies and the sorts of digital assets that we need to be part of not just the modern economy but the global economy. It has taken the government an incredibly long period of time to get here, and I know their agenda has been incredibly detailed and complicated in so many different areas, of which not a single one I can name, but that's probably a reflection of the busy work and fights that go on between the Prime Minister and the Treasurer. But we nonetheless welcome the pathway that they're providing for a framework for cryptocurrencies. And fair enough too, because when I look at cryptocurrencies, I've always been a bit of a sceptic, Deputy Speaker, but not from a sense of opposition, just from a sense of what's the underlying value. I'm in the Warren Buffett camp at the end of the day if it's productive capacity and use. But one thing I have always given credit to cryptocurrencies for, Deputy Speaker, is that I think that they're a hedge against inflation and expansive monetary policy from central banks, entities that I am not very trusting of because they have successively and consistently got decisions wrong, which has led to what we now have to acknowledge is the Chalmers rate rise cycle. We have had, of course, one interest rate rise yesterday off the back of shocking inflation data, but we know this is not going to be the end. So long as you have expansive fiscal policy, borrowing from the future with debt spending for today to cover up on the economic mismanagement of this government, Australians will be at risk of higher inflation and higher interest rates. We're a standout, but for all the wrong reasons on a global scale around interest rates, and it's directly connected to decisions by state and federal governments who simply want to cover up for their economic mismanagement by borrowing more money so that people are, they don't have to acknowledge that they're strangling the private sector of the economy. So the one thing I will say at the moment, Deputy Speaker, is I'm afraid crypto probably is, and this is general advice, not financial advice, good value in hedging against the economic tyranny of the Albanese government, because the Chalmers rate rise cycle has only just begun and there will be much more of it yet to come. And I say that with sadness because there's nothing Australians can afford less right now after they've paid their Christmas credit card debt bill, paying for school fees, for uniforms and all the other costs that come with the new school year. The worst thing they could have had yesterday was an interest rate rise. And unfortunately, under the Chalmers rate rise cycle, you should fully accept that there's not going to be the end of the matter. But, of course, that's not what this bill addresses. What it does, though, do is give a legal framework for Australians, young, old and everything in between, a pathway to invest as they see fit, complying with law. And we welcome that because there are a lot of issues that a lot of people who have invested in crypto earlier, before this legislative framework, had big grey areas around their property rights underlying their investments, the legality of them, the transferability of them and their capacity to be able to seek redress, and of course lots of the more complicated things that flow on, for instance, from capital gains tax. So we have always on this side of the chamber understood how important getting this framework right is. That's why Senator Bragg did an outstanding job leading a parliamentary inquiry to look at how we take the grey into the light. And of course, the government has picked up significant parts of Senator Bragg's efforts and then passed it off as their own homework. Now, we still ultimately welcome the effort, even if there isn't the acknowledgement and we're seeing a pathway of the government trying to pretend that they have somehow invented this work. But we can understand why the Labor Party took so long to pass or introduce this legislation. Because at every point we know the cartel relationships that operate between the Labor Party, the trade unions and industry super funds is a giant money laundering operation And of course, one of the problems with crypto is it sits outside of the frames of legality. So I imagine a large part of the reason why it's taken so long is they've been trying to figure out desperately how they can extract from crypto cartel kickbacks to the CFMEU to go into the slush funds of the Labor Party and, of course, of the trade union movement and perhaps other funds as well. I hope and it continues to be a criminal activity, but unfortunately when we know that Australia's taxpayers' money has flown into organised crime and bikie gangs, courtesy of state and federal Labor governments, there is a moral evil here that must be expunged. And until we remove this government, crypto, traditional assets and your tax dollars will not be safe. No Australians' assets will be safe until we remove this government. Of course, we're supportive of the principle of this bill and what it's seeking to achieve. But of course, the government, in their way, can't help but go off and refer things to different agencies like ASIC. And of course, ASIC, and having oversight at ASIC, and let's just say at times, let's be polite and say the calamity that follows, and their complete incapacity or willingness to regulate certain sections of the market, let alone the absence of their knowledge or capacity or skill, we have recommended that this bill go off to a committee because we believe that it is deficient. We're not convinced ASIC can do the job that's been charged for them, and that there's a serious need for further work to be done. But we'll see on that, because there's, of course, the spirit of the bill, but the practical application, and this is going to be something we're not just going to have to revisit through a committee process, but we're going to have to continue to revisit into the future, because the cost of getting this wrong is serious. We know full well that if we have crypto in a legal framework that encourages investment, it can be part of capital flows that can invest in the future of this country, and we can increase the economic opportunity that every Australian enjoys. The failure is what is happening right now, where people are investing offshore and Australians are disconnected from the opportunities of crypto. Now, I understand why a lot of Australians, and I had literally a constituent only the other day say they're moving their capital offshore because of the approach of this Labor government and moving it to foreign jurisdictions in a legal way. And this is now a very common story. We're seeing the same thing in the UK, where Labor governments who think that they can somehow tax people into prosperity, where they can tax people to the point where they look for foreign jurisdictions, where they're taxed out of their patriotism, Deputy Speaker. And that is exactly what is happening under this government, that we all become poorer as a nation. And of course, crypto provides a very fast pathway to be able to do that. And that is what we're now staring down the risk of. Capital outflows from this country because Labor can't manage the budget. They're exposing Australians to inflation, which means higher interest rates, which means, of course, that as part of the Chalmers rate rise cycle, Australians are going to get poorer and they're being taxed out of their patriotism. This is a time where we need laws that design and protect people's assets, where Australians are encouraged to keep their money onshore, investing in the future of this nation, and not part of the cartel kickback corruption cycle that has so fanned under this government, state Labor governments, and is core to the corrupt system that sits at the heart of the modern Labor Party. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tim, I think the member for honourable member for Goldstein. I think the I withdraw. I think the honourable member for Goldstein, having come into the same class as me in 2025, did show the experience there of having been in a previous class as well, and so it was interesting.
Members will be referred to by their correct titles, which did happen.
The honourable member for Goldstein. So I think I appreciate that there was a bit of a Goldstein. Appreciate that there was a bit of a lesson there. What happens when you run out of something to say in a 15-minute ledge speech? And I thought, oh, well, this is good. He's clearly run out of things to say, so we're going to get an insight into how you handle a speech when you don't have anything more to say. But unfortunately, we went on a bit of a kaleidoscopic journey there into the honourable member's mind. And I think that I was looking to the sort of point at which I'd refer people in the future to his speech if they ever really wanted to get a bit of an insight into what happens when somebody panics. I thought go to the 10-minute mark and you'll be completely entertained. So I'm not sure that there's actually anything of substance to respond to into his contribution as part of this debate, but I would very much like to support the Corporations Amendment Digital Assets Framework Bill 2025, which at first glance may not stir immediate passion. It is an uncontroversial bill. It enjoys broad support across the parliament, including from the opposition parties, all of them, and other members in the parliament. And I think this bill is a reflection of the calm and methodical approach to economic and financial reform that this government undertakes. Just as this government has undertaken approached superannuation reform through the changes to the payday super, and just like we're addressing failures like First Guardian and Shield, this bill approaches digital assets with that same careful consideration and pragmatism that it is about showing that this government is about governing responsibly and ensuring that Australians are protected while the Australian financial system can innovate and grow. The name Sam Bankman-Fried will bring to the mind to tens of thousands of Australians, will bring to their minds the ideas of pain and loss. Because when that platform, FTX, collapsed in 2022, there was many ordinary Australians, not sophisticated investors, who lost life savings. In fact, the collapse of a financial product or a financial something which they had believed in and invested in has a devastating impact on somebody's lives. And so I've received a letter from a constituent about the collapse of First Guardian super, and I think that it illustrates really why we need to undertake this sort of essential reform. And it will take a bit of time, but I'd appreciate if the chamber would bear with me. So I'm writing to you as an ordinary Australian, a low-income earner, a layperson. I'm not writing with fancy words or legal knowledge. That's not who I am. Please don't just read my letter and then move on. Please use your position to speak up for the people who are in these situations through no fault of their own. Below are two superannuation scenarios I have personally experienced. My son worked for a company for about 5 years. That company chose not to contribute to his superannuation account. So when my son resigned and moved on to another position, he realised that his guaranteed superannuation contributions from his employer had not been paid. He then had to put the hard work in to try to recover what is rightfully his for his future. To date, none of these contributions have reached my son's superannuation account. Scenario 2. My partner and I have lost a portion of our superannuation due to the First Guardian Master Fund collapse. We now have to do the hard work to try and get it back. In 2022, we paid an advisor to look after our superannuation accounts. That appears to have been a very costly exercise with fees and a big mistake with loss. We are the ones now paying for the actions and inactions of others. We have lost years of savings and security and continue to lose. We are being punished for trusting the system that's supposed to protect us. We are not wealthy people. We don't pretend to be. We live by our means, and every dollar in our superannuation accounts means a lot to our future, as small as it may seem to others. It is all we have for our future. I'm tired, angry, frustrated, sad, broken, and genuinely don't understand how these scenarios can take place. I live with ongoing mental health struggles, have done for years. I've had 2 hospital admissions this year, and yes, our superannuation losses have certainly added to my struggles. My partner worked for Woolworths for 25 years in warehousing, and he has to face every day knowing that a portion of his superannuation is gone. This is all so unfair and genuinely cruel. The innocent parties need to be compensated, and the governing body needs to go after those responsible to recover what's owed. Instead, it looks like we are heading into the festive season with a big, dark cloud hanging over our heads. Thank you for taking the time to read my letter. So her words tell us better than anybody else in this chamber why consumer protection and trust is central to this bill. This is not abstract policy. It affects real people's livelihoods, retirement savings, and it affects confidence in the financial system. Collapses of digital asset platforms such as FTX and superannuation funds like First Guardian and Shield demonstrate that we are now operating in a new and evolving financial world where technology changes faster than the law. Innovative financial products carry risks that ordinary Australians may not fully understand, and this bill is designed to respond to that reality. It provides the Minister with powers to adapt quickly to technological change, ensuring that rules remain fit for purpose. Reflecting on my own journey in entrepreneurialism gives me some insight into what is happening here. I mean, my first business was as a contract musterer, which is a very fancy way of describing it as a business, because really it was a ute and a bike and a couple of dogs and the will to win. But it taught me something essential about entrepreneurialism. I sort of say sometimes it's about creating something out of nothing, but it's not nothing. It's many things, many disparate things which are put together so that the whole becomes greater than the sum of the parts. It is about as far removed from the financial world as you can get. And it was only later when I became really interested in small business and entrepreneurialism in sales that I guess I really started to learn about what the financial system meant. I set up a little business. I never purported to be a genius or an expert, but I wanted to learn how to sell, and so I set up a little sales training business under the maxim that the best way to learn is to teach. So I ended up door knocking. We moved to the Gold Coast. I ended up door knocking along Scarborough Street in Southport and Ferry Road in Southport, and I got a real estate agent and a hairdresser and a telemarketer and a second-hand store owner and a fish aquarium owner, a mechanic. And through that process, I learned a great deal about business and entrepreneurialism. Another client I got was a mortgage broker, and that was in about 2005, just a couple of years before the global financial crisis. The financial system had become increasingly complex. Mortgages were sliced and diced and bundled into products that were so opaque, but the ratings agencies deemed them safe. In Australia, we had things like low-doc loans, but they were better described in the United States as ninja loans. No income, no job, no assets. And when that system collapsed, it destroyed the livelihoods of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people, and it brought the world to the edge of financial ruin. Some historians like to say that capitalism began with tulips, but not literally, of course. The Dutch tulip mania of the 1630s. One of the first times that people bought and sold assets purely for speculative profit. Single bulbs were sometimes traded for more than the price of a house, and when the market collapsed, fortunes were lost. That lesson is timeless. Markets can be exciting and innovative, but without clear rules and protections, consumers are exposed to unacceptable risks. And this bill ensures that Australians participating in asset markets have safeguards against such catastrophic outcomes. That experience also proved a lesson about how money works and how the economy functions. So working with a mortgage broker at the time, I got really interested in the financial system, and I learned a little bit about how it all works. And the most fascinating story, the illustration, was the story of goldsmiths, how they would be safekeepers for people's gold. They would take in the gold. They soon worked out that not everybody was coming back to take all of the gold out at the same time, and so they could lend that gold out and earn interest on it. And by lending that gold out, they were able to provide loans to merchants and farmers and entrepreneurs, and they fuelled trade and business growth and investment, creating more credit, leading to more economic activity, creating jobs and wealth. Businesses with credit could expand, improve goods and services, infrastructure, and benefit people. But if too many deposits were demanded at once, the system collapsed, just like the GFC, just like FTX, and ordinary people get hurt. So without clear rules, customer assets can be exposed and customers can be left devastated. And this bill addresses that risk, setting clear rules, custodial standards and licensing obligations so that Australians' assets are protected, but while also allowing innovation to thrive. Crypto is a bit of a mystery. I am no crypto bro. It is not easily understood by many Australians. But despite its glamour and appeal, I don't believe it is quite as revolutionary as what the goldsmiths were able to create through the beginning of the creation of credit. But it does represent a further evolution of the financial system. It's got the potential to make business cheaper and improve productivity and improve efficiency by lowering the cost of financial transactions. The benefits are significant. The Tech Council of Australia previously estimated in 1922 that by supporting a responsible digital asset sector, it could add up to $60 billion a year to GDP by 2030. It suggested that digital assets could reduce retail payment costs by up to 80% by 2050 and save consumers around $4 billion annually in transaction fees. And so while this does not rival the original development of credit in its impact, it has got the potential to further enhance the way financial systems operate. And that's why clarity is essential, not only for consumers but also for operators. At present, that clarity is lacking. ASIC's taken a number of enforcement actions, but the outcome of those actions have been varied, and according to legal analysis, they have provided only limited guidance to the industry. The Australian crypto sectors raised concerns that an apparent regulation by enforcement approach has not been a fair or efficient way to resolve uncertainty. Fragmented regulation has increased compliance costs, created barriers to market entry, and in some cases inhibited investment and innovation. And it also makes it hard to work out what a business has to do while leaving gaps for ordinary consumers. This work fits within the government's statement on an innovative Australian digital asset industry. And one of the other things that it raises in that statement is the problems around debanking, which occurs when a bank declines to provide banking services or withdraw those services from existing customers, not because of wrongdoing, but because of perceived risk. Businesses have accounts closed with little notice, and digital asset businesses are commonly debanked due to uncertainty, regulatory uncertainty. This digital asset bill addresses all of these risks. It requires digital asset platforms to hold proper licences, to segregate customer assets, to meet minimum custody standards so that Australians can innovate and invest in crypto without gambling their savings. Digital assets are no longer a fringe curiosity, and so I recommend and support this bill.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Monash.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to follow my colleague and my 2025 classmate, the member for Forde. I rise to speak on this bill, which on face value is presented as a technical amendment, but in reality it also exposes a serious failure of legislative drafting, regulatory oversight and accountability that's gone unchecked for 14 years. This bill seeks to correct a drafting error made under a Labor government in 2011 relating to the indexation of asset company review fees. The opposition will not oppose the bill in the House. However, we will not give it a free pass either. We will be seeking to refer this bill to the Senate Economics Legislation Committee, and we will reserve our final position until that scrutiny has occurred. And on behalf of a lot of small businesses that I represent in Monash and have engaged with across the country in different roles prior to coming to this place, I think that is a good thing. The approach here is not obstructionist it's responsible. Because while drafting errors can occur, the scale, duration and impact of this mistake demand serious examination. In 2011, Labor introduced indexation for ASIC company review fees. The policy intent was clear, and this is where unintended consequences can arise. Fees would rise over time in line with inflation. However, due to a drafting error, only the main annual review fee was properly captured in the legislation. Several other fees were not. These included late annual review fees, 10-year review fees, and special purpose company fees paid by charities, not-for-profits and superannuation trustees. Despite this, ASIC continued to apply indexation across all of these fees for the next 14 years. I'll repeat that, 14 years. There couldn't be a better example of set and forget than what has occurred here. As a result, ASIC collected an estimated $150 to $200 million in fees that were not technically authorised in law. Those fees were paid in good faith by Australian businesses and organisations that had absolutely no reason to believe the charges were unlawful. They paid them in good faith. This issue was not uncovered by a whistleblower, it was not uncovered by a court case, it was not uncovered by a parliamentary review. It was only identified in late 2024 during an internal ASIC legal audit, more than a decade after the regulation first took effect. This is not good enough. That fact alone should have given all of us in this place to pause. ASIC fees are not incidental charges. They're not, in effect, a tax on doing business. Every company in Australia must pay them in order to exist in our regulatory system. When those fees are unlawfully charged, that matters. It matters, Mr Deputy Speaker, not just legally, but morally. This error may well represent the largest retrospective tax validation exercise in Australia's history. ASIC currently collects around $1.8 billion each year in fees and levies. More than $1 billion that comes from registry fees paid by Australian businesses, many of them small businesses, many of them mum and dad operators who work really hard to be able to afford those fees and levies. ASIC is known for its strict enforcement. It issues penalties for late payments. It cancels registrations. It applies late fees without hesitation. Small businesses know that missing a payment, sometimes as small as a few $100s, has serious consequences. ASIC don't muck around. Now, I've previously sat as a member of ASIC's Small Business and Industry Roundtable. I've raised the plight of small business people directly with ASIC, with its most senior executive members, and on occasion they have listened. But on the whole, ASIC are not Robinson Crusoe here. Government bureaucracies are well behind the benchmark of where they should be when it comes to treating small business people with respect, fairness and understanding. You can uphold the law and act with decency at the same time. Now, when the shoe is on the other foot, there are a number of instances where ASIC is slow out of the gates in seriously considering the complaints of small business. And I'll raise a few examples. A 2024 parliamentary report by the Senate Economics References Committee suggested that ASIC had often failed to protect small businesses by dismissing reports of corporate misconduct too quickly or focusing only on minor enforcement measures. Key findings from the report regarding ASIC's failures include dismissal of misconduct reports. ASIC takes no further action on approximately 66% of the reports of alleged misconduct received by the public. Automated no-action emails. the Senate report highlighted that most statutory reports submitted by liquidators regarding insolvent companies are met with an automated no further action email, sometimes within 40 seconds of a submission. 40 seconds. Under enforcement and inadequate penalties, the committee found that for matters where ASIC does take action, civil penalties are often at odds with the scale of offending, and few criminal sanctions are achieved. Failure to use full powers. ASIC was accused of not using the full extent of its powers to tackle serious misconduct, such as illegal Phoenix activity, which, as we all know, heavily impacts on small business owners. Lighter approach, the committee noted that the express investigation approach adopted during the pandemic, which prioritised cooperation, resulted in insufficient enforcement. I've had a little bit to say previously about the officiousness of regulatory bodies recently in their treatment of small businesses. And I'll give you, Mr Deputy Speaker, one example. Last year, I wrote to Treasurer Jim Chalmers on behalf of drought-impacted farmers in my electorate of Monash. They had had a very dry winter, which was preceded by further dry conditions. So financially stretched were a number of these farmers, they were forced to sell off stock early. Now, that was going to, of course, affect their tax bill at the end of the financial year. I asked, on behalf of those farmers, to the Treasurer that he request the ATO to show fairness and leniency where those drought-impacted farmers put their hand up and said, I'm struggling here. I got a pro forma fact sheet back, not addressing the issue and demonstrating what I think is an enshrined contempt and sometimes willful ignorance of the plight of everyday regional Australians trying to keep their head above water right now. It's a good example of how bodies like ASIC and the ATO employ a double standard of expectation on these issues. It's why it is extraordinary that the same regulator that fines a business for missing a $310 payment has been charging unlawful fees for more than a decade. This arose from an honest drafting error, but fairness demands the same legal standards apply to government agencies as apply, in my view, to small business owners. The rule of law cannot operate in only one direction. This bill retrospectively validates 14 years of fees that ASIC had no legal authority to charge. In practical terms, it retrospectively legitimises more than $150 million in revenue. Retrospective legislation is something the Liberal Party would ordinarily oppose. We are intrinsically wary about it as a general legislative principle, particularly where it shields government from legal exposure. Retrospective laws undermine certainty and trust in the system. They change the rules after the fact. Now, there are some special cases in instances of national security where retrospective legislation is required. However, we also recognise the serious budget implications if refund claims were allowed to proceed unchecked. This is a difficult balance this Parliament must now confront. And that is precisely why scrutiny matters. This bill cannot simply be waved through on the basis it's just a technical issue. It's not a technical issue. There are some profound principles at play here that demand scrutiny. It's not a minor error and it's not narrow. It affects millions of entities across the Australian economy. Around 1.56 million currently registered entities have paid the affected fees. Approximately 795,000 deregistered entities were also charged. A further 440,000 active entities have been invoiced but have not yet paid. The sheer scale underscores why this issue cannot be dismissed as a footnote. The Senate committee process must examine how this drafting error went undetected for 14 years. It must examine whether concerns were raised earlier by ASIC or Treasury legal teams? And if so, why were they not acted upon? It must also consider whether affected businesses should be entitled to refunds, credits or offsets. And it must look squarely at what accountability mechanisms failed and how they can be strengthened to ensure this never happens again. Because Australians expect government to get the basics right. To understand the real-world impact, it is worth looking at how these fees increased over time. The late annual review fee rose from $70 to $93 for payments 28 days late, and from $292 to $387 for payments more than 3 months late. The 10-year upfront review fee for small proprietary companies increased from $2,200 to $3,100. Special purpose company fees rose from $43 to $60. These are not abstract numbers. For small businesses, for not-for-profits that survive on the smell of an oily rag, these dollars are consequential. They represent hard work, risk, blood, sweat and tears. They represent real costs borne by businesses and organisations who assumed, quite rightly, quite reasonably, that the law was sound. Now, regulations made on the 11th of March 2025 have fixed the problem prospectively. This bill is required to apply that fix retrospectively back to the 1st of July 2011. Without it, ASIC could face refund claims worth hundreds of millions of dollars, despite the fact that these fees reflected long-standing policy intent relied upon by both government and business. But intent is not the law. This issue began under Labor. It remained hidden for 14 years, and it reflects a broader pattern of poor drafting and weak quality control that undermines confidence in our regulatory systems. The Liberal Party's position is clear. We will not oppose this bill in the House, but we will not support it without proper scrutiny. We will push for a Senate inquiry to examine the full scope of the mistake and ASIC's accountability. This is about fairness, integrity and consistency. It's about doing what is right because Australians expect and deserve better. If small businesses are expected to comply with every letter of the law, and they are, then government and regulators must be held to the same standard. My drought-stricken farmers in Monash have not been given fairness or leniency or understanding by the ATO or indeed through my representations to this government. They deserve better. All Australians deserve better.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak to the Corporations Amendment Digital Asset Framework Bill 2025. As our world continues to change, so too do our financial markets. And so is the way people are holding and exchanging value. That's why the Albanese government has introduced this legislation. We are helping to unlock innovation and protect Australian consumers investing in digital assets. Across the world, digital assets are reshaping finance. Blockchain technology and tokenisation are unlocking new ways to invest, new ways to trade and transfer wealth. Millions of Australians are using or investing in digital assets every year, and this law is about making that as safe and secure as possible while also encouraging innovation. But what are digital asset platforms and tokenised custody platforms? They're a bit obscure to many people. So to start with, let's define what we mean by digital asset platforms. In plain English, these are businesses that let customers interact with things like cryptocurrency, such as Bitcoin, stable coins, tokenised assets, non-fungible tokens, and other blockchain-based financial products. These platforms, though, include exchanges, broker services, custody providers, yield or staking platforms, wallet providers and marketplaces. Tokenisation is the process of representing something valuable as a digital token on a blockchain. A blockchain is a distributed ledger using cryptographics to, I know this sounds a bit complicated, to enable digital assets to be created, stored and transferred. The token of something valuable, it might be real estate, it might be shares in a company, commodities like gold, it could be artwork, it could be carbon credits, it could be invoices. Tokenisation basically answers a simple question. What if we could own, trade and transfer real-world value like we transfer digital information? The phrase tokenised custody platforms refers to a new wave of businesses that go beyond trading. Instead of being a general exchange, they build purpose-specific systems, such as tokenised property investment platforms, tokenised private markets, medical credential tokens, supply chain token platforms, tokenised rewards or creator economies. These platforms are customised to specific industries, but the key point is they still involve money, they still involve an asset of value, they still involve investment-like behaviour, and they still expose consumers to financial risk. Deputy Speaker, our government takes Australia's crypto industry very seriously, and we know that blockchain and digital assets present big opportunities for our economy, our financial sector and our businesses. Digital assets, though, are also reshaping global finance, and they include cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin and stablecoins, as well as real-world assets like bonds, property, commodities, things I spoke about earlier. They can be represented as digital tokens. Now, I remember when I first heard the word Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, it sounded to me a bit like it was out of, the Matrix movie. And for quite a while, it was a system that was on the fringe and people didn't know a lot about it. It was more of an alternative payment system, but it has now become a lot more mainstream and is providing an alternative payment system. This is not a distant future, this is happening now. Global institutions are experimenting with tokenised securities, central banks are exploring digital currencies, and investors are demanding safe, regulated ways to participate. These innovations promise faster payments, lower costs, and broader access to markets. In fact, new research from the Digital Finance Cooperative Research Centre indicates that Australia could capture as much as $24 billion a year in productivity and cost savings thanks to unlocking digital finance innovation. But as with all value creation and transfer, there are risks. So these laws are designed to deal with both the opportunity and the risk. They will boost confidence, attract investment and support jobs and wages by providing clear, trusted rules for emerging digital markets, helping to make Australia a global leader in financial technology. They will also help reduce the risks to Australians. Currently, businesses can hold unlimited client digital assets without financial law safeguards. The Corporations Amendment Digital Assets Framework Bill introduces clear, enforceable rules for businesses that hold digital assets on behalf of consumers, ensuring that they meet the same standards of transparency, integrity and protection that applies across the financial system. If we get this right, we can attract investment, we can create jobs, and we can position our financial system as a leader in innovation. But as I said, with opportunity comes risk. It is currently possible for a business to hold an unlimited value of client digital assets without any financial safeguards, financial law safeguards. Now, the collapse of FTX and other failures show what happened when digital asset businesses operate without proper oversight. Billions were misappropriated. Consumers lost a lot of value. Consumers were devastated. Confidence was lost. And we all know that cryptocurrency remains a vector in scams and frauds, and Australians have lost millions to schemes that exploit gaps in regulation and consumer knowledge. So these reforms will increase integrity in the digital asset ecosystem. Together with the world-first scam prevention framework, our proposed reforms to Australia's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing regime, and with this bill, this will help remove bad actors and restore trust in the digital asset markets. It will make it harder for criminals to operate, and easier for consumers to participate safely. By introducing digital assets and tokenised custody platforms into the Corporations Act, it ensures that businesses holding and dealing in client digital assets are subject to the same consumer protections and licensing requirements that apply across the financial system. These include prohibitions on misleading and deceptive conduct, unfair contract terms, design and distribution obligations, and supervision and enforcement by the Australian Securities and Investment Commission, the regulator. Anyone providing services in relation to digital assets or tokenised custody platforms, such as advising on them, dealing in them, arranging for others to deal with them, will be treated as providing a financial service. Protecting consumers and businesses has to be at the heart of this legislation. So this bill does respond to the risks and challenges by reducing loopholes and ensuring comparable activities face comparable obligations, but it's tailored to the digital asset ecosystem. The digital asset and tokenised custody platforms will now need to hold an Australian financial services licence, ensuring that they are subject to the same core obligations as the more traditional players. These include the requirement to act efficiently, honestly and fairly, prohibitions on misleading and deceptive conduct, unfair contract terms, a requirement to give customers clear information about how assets are held and what their rights are, information to consumers, maintaining strong governance and risk controls, and providing accessible dispute resolution and compensation if things go wrong. So while digital asset platforms and tokenised custody platforms will be regulated under the existing Australian Financial Services Licensing Framework, their obligations will be tailored to reflect the unique structure and risk profile of these types of platforms. Now, small-scale operators with less than 10 million in transaction value across a rolling 12-month period will be exempt from licensing, as will businesses that deal in or advise on platforms only incidental to their main non-financial activity. Flexible powers are provided to the Minister and to the regulator, ASIC, to respond to emerging risks and technologies. The Minister may designate certain facilities as financial markets or clearing settlement facilities, or exempt them when their treatment would be inappropriate. The Minister may also prohibit particular products or activities that represent systemic or consumer risks. ASIC's existing product intervention powers, that is the powers of the regulator, and the government's existing regulation-making powers will extend to cover these new financial products. There will be an 18-month transition period, and this will help businesses and the regulator get familiar with navigating the reforms in practice. The bill aims to ensure a smooth pathway to the new regime, including providing temporary relief for businesses trying to do the right thing. Together, these features create a pathway to a clear, consistent and enforceable framework that protects consumers, provides regulatory certainty for industry, and maintains flexibility as technology and markets innovate and evolve. Stakeholders have long called for this bill, engaging in 4 rounds of public consultation on the policy and legislative approach. These reforms strengthen consumer protections and modernise Australia's regulatory system. They will boost confidence, attract investment and support jobs by providing trusted rules for emerging digital assets. Now, Labor's economic plan is all about modernising Australia's economy to boost wages and growth, to encourage innovation, to increase living standards, and this legislation is an important part of that strategy. Deputy Speaker, digital assets are a growing part of our financial system. We cannot ignore that. They offer new ways to trade, invest and build businesses, unlocking capital and strengthening Australia's competitiveness as a financial centre. Australia must keep pace. This bill delivers on the government's commitment to modernise Australia's regulatory framework and prepare it for an ever-digitising economy. It ensures digital assets and tokenised custody platforms are subject to the same standards of consumer protection, transparency and integrity that apply across our financial system. This is about foolproofing Australia's regulatory settings, The bill supports innovation and competition while giving regulators the tools to act swiftly when new risks arise, and at the rate of innovation that is greatly needed. It extends long-standing, well-understood financial services obligations that can be applied across a wide, diverse and rapidly developing industry, and it's another step to making Australia's economy more dynamic, more resilient and more productive. It advances our commitment to smarter regulation that gets more investment flowing more efficiently and more effectively across our economy. As a government, we have listened, improving regulatory clarity and ensuring seamless interaction with existing laws. The government is committed to strengthening Australia's position as a global leader in financial innovation, one where technology supports productivity, competition and long-term economic resilience. This bill is good for consumers, it's good for the businesses, it's good for the economy and it's good for Australia's reputation as a leader in financial regulation and financial services. I support this bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Greens will be supporting the Digital Assets Framework Bill 2025 to regulate digital assets under Australia's financial services laws. Under the current laws, there are major gaps in the regulation of these digital assets. We must ensure strong consumer protections and fair regulations that align with other equivalent financial products. It's incredibly important that ASIC has the power to regulate these platforms and that our laws are tailored to actually apply to these new technologies. We need to make sure, though, that people are not left vulnerable to scams and exploitation, something that's happening far too often in this space, while also ensuring an innovative and competitive market. We also need to ensure that these new technologies, these new services, don't displace traditional banking services for those that still use them. We've seen far too many closures of local bank branches in this country, including the impending closure of the local Commonwealth Bank branch in Kenmore in my electorate of Ryan. The closure of the Kenmore branch will have a devastating effect on the community, particularly older and more vulnerable residents who are reliant on in-person banking services. The Commonwealth Bank made a $10 billion profit last year. $10 billion. That's more than the other major banks. And yet they just can't seem to manage to actually service the community. They can't bring themselves to do that. Instead, they'll just keep reaping profits off mortgage holders and small business owners, and they will increase after yesterday's announcement, especially now, thanks to yesterday's rate rise. It's not too much to ask that they continue to provide basic, accessible service to the community. The Commonwealth Bank was, of course, privatised by the Keating Labor government in the 90s, and the Howard Coalition government then finished the job when they were elected in 1996. It was a bipartisan affair. They sold it off without any guarantee of service levels to the public, and now we're in an absolute crisis of bank closures in regional, remote and outer suburban areas. That crisis led to the Senate inquiry into bank closures conducted in 2024, which made a number of recommendations, good recommendations, that could likely have prevented this Kenmore branch closure and other branch closures around the country, like looking at a public banking option and a mandatory code of conduct for branch closures. These recommendations, made by a multi-partisan committee, were handed down in May 2024. Since then, utter radio silence from the government. They're meant to respond within 3 months. Instead, their response is almost 2 years overdue. It's frankly disgraceful and it's hugely disrespectful to the countless Australians affected by this issue. I have written about this to the Minister responsible, the Assistant Treasurer, and I know my constituents in Ryan are expecting a timely response. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Corporations Amendment Digital Assets Framework Bill 2025 brought forward by the Minister for Financial Services, and I commend him for doing so. Deputy Speaker, we live in a digitised world. We've seen these developments and we've lived it. I remember getting my sister's hand-me-down LG flip phone. My first experiences on the internet and social media, ranking your top friends on MySpace, joining Facebook in early secondary school, my first smartphone. Right now, we're experiencing the AI revolution. We've seen technology develop leaps and bounds over the last few decades. And in financial markets, it's no different. Digital assets are reshaping finance right across the globe. We've seen the digitisation of assets, cryptocurrencies, virtual currencies, and central bank digital currencies. We're interacting with blockchain technology, the decentralisation of banks as intermediaries and tokens that represent real-world assets, such as property and bonds, being traded instantaneously. It's picked up globally, and we're seeing it in Australia too. Last year, the Independent Reserve's Cryptocurrency Index report reported that approximately 6.2 million Australian adults now own or have owned cryptocurrency. That's 31% of the adult Australian population. Digital finance is unlocking new ways to invest, trade and transfer wealth with faster settlement and lower costs. Right across the world, central banks are exploring digital currencies and global institutions are experimenting with tokenised securities. This is all great. It's unlocking capital market and bringing new investments. But the problem here, and there is a problem, is that the digitisation of assets and currency has emerged without regulation. Put simply, financial markets and the way people hold and exchange value have changed, but our laws have not. The legislation has not kept up, and we need it to, because without clear rules, there are risks. We're talking about a high volatility in markets, concerns about privacy, risks of cyber attacks, and this all comes alongside a lack of regulation or oversight. People are accumulating digital assets without financial law safeguards. We need this now more than ever because as more people interact with unregulated digital assets, more people are exposed to these risks. And this has real-world impacts. Take the collapse of the FTX exchange, the third largest cryptocurrency exchange at the time. FTX collapsed over 10 days in November 2022, exposing an $8 billion hole in FTX's accounts. This was a colossal fraud. Consumers were devastated and the confidence was shattered. There was a massive loss for customers as their funds were misappropriated and mismanaged by the company. Take this as a cautionary tale, because one of the most devastating parts is that regulation could have provided the oversight needed to prevent such fraud and mismanagement. We need our legislation to adapt to the emerging facets of society. As a Labor government, we're not new to this. Where social media created challenges, we've legislated a minimum age ban to protect Australian children. Where gambling online has become too easily accessible, we've introduced the self-exclusion register, BetStop, to mitigate harms on individuals. Where digital connectivity has blurred work-life boundaries, we've legislated the right to disconnect. And the digitisation of assets and currency is no different. Right here, right now, we will legislate to introduce regulations to protect people's assets and livelihoods. This bill is about trust. It's about transparency. It's about accountability. We're future-proofing our financial system so it remains strong, fair and competitive in this rapidly changing world. And we're reducing and closing loopholes in the digital assets system. Because, again, there are benefits to digitised assets. When you're trading online, you're getting more efficient and faster transactions. There's reduced costs for you on those transactions. And it also allows for increased financial inclusion because online assets are readily available, accessible, and provide individuals and businesses with equal measures of opportunities to use financial services. To fully reap these benefits now and into the future, we need to build trust in the system, and the system needs to be held accountable. To do that, we need to introduce regulations. Now, if you want to regulate something that is not currently properly regulated, the first step is to define what that thing is. That's why we're introducing 2 new types of financial products into Australia's financial services laws: the digital asset platforms, DAPS, and the tokenised custody platforms, TCPS. These will ensure that businesses holding and dealing in clinical digital assets are subject to the same consumer protections and licensing requirements that apply across the financial system. These include prohibitions on misleading and deceptive conduct and unfair contract terms, design and distribution obligations, and supervision and enforcement by the Australian Securities and Investments Commission. We use this kind of regulation to prevent businesses from gaining an unfair advantage and exploiting consumers by making misleading claims about their products or services. It means that consumers are more aware of the risks that they are taking when they interact with digital assets, as well as their own rights they have under the financial services laws. This bill also accounts for licensing, another measure for accountability and transparency that does not currently exist in the industry. Operators will need an Australian financial services licence. This ensures that they manage conflicts of interest and have dispute resolution systems in place. We're using the existing licensing framework, which avoids the need for a new regime, reducing complexity and compliance costs for businesses. And we're expanding those who need those licences should be held by. Anyone providing services in relation to digital assets or tokenised custody platforms, that means if they're advising on, dealing in, or arranging for others to deal in digital assets, they will be treated as providing a financial service. This means that just as all other financial service providers do, they'll also need to hold an Australian financial services licence, and they'll be subject to those same measures of accountability. Operators and service providers should be acting efficiently, honestly and fairly, and this legislation is ensuring that those expectations are met. On top of that, they'll meet tailored obligations for digital assets. This includes minimum standards for custody, segregation, reconciliation and transaction settlement. This is good for consumers. At its core, this legislation is about protecting consumers by mitigating risk. Now, it's worth noting that digital investments, all investments, do inherently involve risk. But involvement of risk does not negate the need for adequate consumer protections, and it does not absolve the service providers from the responsibility to conduct their businesses fairly and with a degree of transparency. That's why in Australia we have minimum standards in place to protect consumers. And it's why this bill is extending those consumer protections to the realm of digital finance. This is the reason it's so important that we're legislating the 2 new types of financial products into Australia's financial services laws, DAPS and TCPS. DAPS and TCPs are where operators hold client digital assets to facilitate trading, lending or other transactions. The key risks associated with these custody-focused arrangements, credit, liquidity, counterparty, operational fraud and cyber risks, are the same types of risks already mitigated by Australia's financial services laws. By extending Australia's financial services laws to better cover these, we're giving consumers and industry the certainty that the same consumer protections and licensing obligations apply to comparable custodial activities. This includes prohibitions on misleading or deceptive conduct, unfair contract terms, and requiring providers to hold an Australian financial services licence. These measures ensure that operators of digital asset businesses are held to the same high standards of fairness, transparency and integrity as other financial service providers. And while we're ensuring digital trading is matching those same high standards, which already exist for financial service providers, we're also ensuring it matches the standards which protect Australians' deposit in banks and investments in the stock market. These are the standards Australians expect and we are matching those standards in the digital trading economy. And we will not rest on our laurels when we see these new technological innovations come through. This is a change that the sector has been asking for a long time. We're giving Australians confidence that when they use a regulated platform, their assets are protected by strong standards, the same standards that protect their deposits in banks and their investments in the stock market. We're giving businesses certainty to invest and innovate in Australia, knowing the rules are clear and globally aligned. This is not regulation for regulation's sake. It is smarter regulation, building on proven financial services laws that Australians trust. And trust matters. Trust means increased trading. It means attracting investment, creating jobs, and growing our digital economy. Without the sector gaining the trust of consumers and businesses, we can't reap these benefits. That trust which is born from regulations that are there to protect consumers and businesses. So that's what we're introducing. We're not alone in this legislation. This bill is aligning Australia with global standards set by the Financial Security Board and IOSCO. It's here to keep us competitive with jurisdictions like the US, EU, UK and Singapore. The EU has already legislated the markets in the cryptocurrency regulation. This mandates that crypto asset service providers must be authorised to meet transparency and consumer protection standards. It protects consumers by introducing rules around transparency and information, asset safeguarding, marketing and advertising, complaints and more. These rules seek to ensure that in the crypto space, consumers are properly informed of risks, not misled by marketing and advertising, won't lose their assets if insolvency occurs, and have a pathway to raise issues with providers when they arise. The UK is also looking to regulate this space by 2027. And you know what? The UK is getting it right. We should be meeting the regulation standards set by overseas jurisdictions. If we also get this right, which this bill intends to do, we'll be attracting investment, creating jobs and positioning Australia's financial system as a leader in innovation. Global institutions are experimenting with tokenised securities, central banks are exploring digital currencies and investors are demanding safe, regulated ways to participate. It's unlocking capital markets, and when we do it too, it'll be strengthening Australia's competitiveness as the financial sector. A factor that we're unfortunately dealing with is that cryptocurrency remains a vector for scams and fraud, and it's a serious risk. Australians have lost millions to schemes that exploit gaps in regulation and consumer understanding. These Australians have invested their hard-earned money hoping a new technology would lead to beneficial outcomes, advancements and efficiencies in digital payment systems. However, what we know is that many consumers have experienced immense volatility and risk not found in traditional investment opportunities. Take 72-year-old pensioner Dorothy. In November last year, the ABC reported that Dorothy lost $12,500 to a crypto ATM scam. Dorothy was instructed by a scammer over the phone to withdraw all of her savings and deposit the cash into a Bitcoin ATM machine. For Dorothy, this has really real impacts. These scams put Australians in an incredibly vulnerable position. Dorothy did not deserve to lose that financial security, and she certainly deserved better from our legal systems. Dorothy should have had stronger regulations in place to prevent her scam from taking place in the first place. She's not the only one. Scammers have also impersonated exchanges, informing users that their accounts have been breached and directing them to transfer their cryptocurrency to a trust wallet belonging to a scammer. And scammers have even created fake crypto trading apps, targeting potential investors and then leaving them at significant losses. We've got to do better for Australians, so that's what we're doing now. Deputy Speaker, this bill is good for consumers, it's good for business, and it's good for Australia's reputation as a leader in financial regulation. And it's an overdue change, one that the sector has been calling for some time now. This bill is mitigating significant consumer losses by addressing regulatory gaps, because digital asset consumers should have the same protections available to traditional finance. This bill will provide a clear, consistent framework for businesses operating in Australia's growing digital asset sector. And it's telling foreign powers that in a world where technology and our finance systems are evolving so fast, Australia supports technologically driven productivity, competition and long-term economic resilience. We're giving businesses certainty to invest and innovate in Australia, knowing the rules are clear and globally aligned. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of this bill. Millions of Australians interact with digital assets in some form, as developers, as investors, as users. As this form of payment technology becomes more ubiquitous, it will become part of the lives of many more of us. But until now, anyone buying or selling digital assets in Australia has done so in a regulatory grey zone that offered little protection for users and a lack of certainty for legitimate digital asset platforms. This bill is a critical step forward towards addressing this lack of regulatory clarity and comes not a moment too soon. Actually, one of the major criticisms, probably the biggest criticism I have of this bill, is the time that it has taken us to get here, because I think the need for this bill has been urgent and one that I've been pushing for since the previous Parliament. This bill amends the Corporations Act and the Australian Securities and Investment Commission Acts to create a regulatory framework for digital asset platforms and cryptocurrency exchanges. It defines digital asset platforms and tokenised custody platforms as financial products and ensures these platforms are regulated according to Australian financial services law. This regulatory clarity will be a significant enabler of Australia's burgeoning digital assets industry. The Tech Council of Australia estimates that with the right regulatory and policy settings, digital assets could contribute $60 billion per year to Australia's GDP. The digital asset sector is also paving the way to modernising our financial infrastructure and has the potential to strengthen Australia's competitiveness as a technology and financial hub in the region. As technology changes, our regulation needs to be nimble to keep up. Our regulation should not get in the way of progress, but rather create the appropriate guardrails to seize new opportunities. Credible firms, in firms that are trying to do the right thing, they just want to know the rules by which they play by. Investors want confidence in the platforms on which they are buying and selling cryptocurrencies, and consumers want to be confident that they are reasonably protected from harm, regardless of whether the financial product they invest in is traditional or digital. I support this bill because I think it is an important forward step on all these fronts. Digital innovation is also a critical driver of productivity growth. This is a puzzle that Australia is struggling to solve, but it is essential if we are to ensure our economy continues to grow and our living standards continue to rise. Bringing digital asset platforms under the existing Australian Financial Services Licence, AFSL, framework is a sensible way to regulate this emerging industry in a way that fosters growth without government getting in the way. This framework is well regarded and is well understood and allows us to apply the principle of same risk, same regulation to new technologies and products like digital currencies. My electorate of Wentworth is home to many of these firms and the business leaders who are spearheading the growth of Australia's digital asset sector. These are legitimate and innovative financial firms who want the industry to be properly regulated so that Australian businesses like them can clearly distinguish themselves from less scrupulous operators who risk undermining public confidence in the industry. In a time when many of our tech entrepreneurs and innovators are looking overseas for better growth opportunities, we need to give them every reason to stay. Giving regulatory certainty is an important step in the right direction. That said, there are opportunities for the government to do more to foster the innovation and growth of our digital asset sector. One way would be to grant ASIC the power to recognise digital currency regulatory arrangements of foreign countries, like the UK and US, as being equivalent to ours. This would open a huge door to those markets for Australian digital currency exchanges and coin issuers. It will also significantly improve the efficiency and reduce the cost of digital currency transactions in and out of Australia. Finally, while I acknowledge it is outside the scope of this piece of legislation, I also urge the government to continue to focus closely on how it can best protect Australians from the potential harms of digital currencies. Specifically, it is critical to consider schemes that will fall outside the financial services regulatory framework that this bill provides. For example,
Operators that directly issue speculative tokens to the public as part of a pump and dump so-called schemes do not hold client assets, so would not be covered by this regulation, while still posing a risk to the unassuming buyer. I encourage the government not to set and forget this legislation, but rather to continue to work to foster the growth of the digital assets sector in Australia while mitigating potential harms to consumers. These will evolve, and our regulatory environment should evolve with it. Industry stakeholders I've spoken with welcome the much-needed regulatory certainty this bill will give and interpret it as an important signal that the government is shifting its posture to being pro-industry and pro-innovation. Digital assets have the potential to become a valuable and innovative sector of the Australian economy, and I'm glad to see the groundwork laid for its continued growth. For these reasons, I support the bill.
Given there is very little time in this session, the Federation Chamber will suspend until the Chair is resumed at 4 p.m.
next one.
Your call. Yep.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Corporations Amendment, Digital Assets Framework, Bill 2025, resumption of debate on second reading.
And the question is that this bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Madam Speaker. I rise to support the Corporations Amendment Digital Assets Bill 2025. This is a significant piece of legislation, and it's not flashy and it doesn't chase headlines, but it does something far more important. It brings clarity, accountability and confidence to a part of our economy that has grown rapidly, often noisily, and until now, too often without the protections Australians rightly expect. Digital assets are no longer a fringe interest. They are not the preserve of early adopters, hobbyists, or speculative traders operating on the margins of the financial system. Digital assets and the platforms that support them are now firmly embedded in the global economy. Australians are using them to invest, to transact, to build businesses, and to experiment with new models of value creation. With that growth comes opportunity. Blockchain technology and tokenisation have the potential to reduce transaction costs, speed up settlement, expand access to capital markets, and enable new forms of innovation across the economy. If Australia gets this right, we can be a serious player in the digital economy. But, Madam Speaker, with opportunity comes risk, and for too long, those risks have fallen disproportionately on consumers. We do not need to speculate about what happens when fast-growing financial activity is allowed to operate without clear rules. We have already seen it. Consumers have experienced frozen withdrawals, lost access to assets they believe were held on trust, and discovered often too late that their assets were commingled or inadequately protected. In some cases, digital asset platforms failed not because of market volatility, but because of basic governance failures that would not be tolerated anywhere else in the financial system. These events have had real consequences for people. Australians have lost savings set aside for first homes, retirement or small business investment. Confidence has been shaken not only in individual platforms, but in the broader promise of digital finance itself. That erosion of trust does not just hurt consumers. It hurts legitimate Australian businesses that are trying to innovate responsibly and compete globally. The absence of clear standards has allowed poor practices to persist and bad actors hide in plain sight. This bill is a direct response to those failures. It recognises that while technology evolves quickly, the fundamentals of consumer protection do not. Australians should not face a lower standard of care simply because an asset is digital rather than physical. This bill addresses those problems directly. Australia's existing financial service laws were never designed to deal comprehensively with large-scale custodial holdings of non-financial digital assets. While parts of the current framework apply in some circumstances, significant gaps remain. In practice, this has meant that businesses could hold large volumes of client digital assets without licensing, custody or disclosure obligations that would apply in more traditional financial arrangements. That gap has created uncertainty for regulators, confusion for consumers and risk for the system as a whole. It has encouraged a form of regulation by enforcement where businesses only discover they are compliant after legal action has commenced. This bill replaces ambiguity with clarity by making it clear which activities are captured, which obligations apply, and where responsibility lies. The bill introduces 2 new categories of financial products into our existing framework: digital asset platforms and tokenised custody platforms. By doing so, it ensures businesses performing functions that look and feel like traditional financial services are subject to comparable obligations, tailored to reflect the unique features of digital assets. This is the principle of same activity, same risk, same regulation in action. Under the bill, operators of digital asset platforms and tokenised custody platforms will be required to hold an Australian financial services licence unless a targeted exemption applies. Requiring an Australian financial services licence is not a punishment. It is a signal of legitimacy. It ensures operators meet baseline standards of competence, financial capacity and governance. It means they are accountable to ASIC and that consumers have clear avenues for redress. ASIC's supervisory and enforcement role under this framework is not about micromanaging innovation. It is about ensuring minimum standards are set, risks are managed responsibly, and consumer assets are handled with the care Australians expect elsewhere in the financial system. In addition, the bill introduces specific bespoke obligations designed to address real-world risks that have emerged in digital asset markets. These include minimum standards for asset holding, requirements around transaction and settlement, and tailored disclosures to help consumers understand how platforms operate and the risks involved. Importantly, these disclosures are not about burying consumers in technical jargon or dense legal documents. The bill replaces the need for multiple product disclosure statements with clear platform-specific guide. This is about transparency that is meaningful, not performative. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to address directly a concern that is sometimes raised in debates like this, that regulation will stifle innovation. A well-designed regulatory framework is not the enemy of innovation, it is its foundation. Businesses invest where the rules are clear, stable and predictable. Capital flows to jurisdictions that combine openness to new ideas with confidence in the rule of law. By providing regulatory certainty, this bill supports productivity growth across the economy. Tokenisation and digital infrastructure have the potential to reduce costs, speed up settlement and unlock new forms of economic activity, but only where trust exists. Trust in the system exists. This is how Australia positions itself as a serious, competitive digital economy, open to innovation but clear-eyed about the risk. This bill provides regulatory certainty. It tells businesses what is expected of them, it tells investors and consumers what protections they can rely on, and it gives regulators the tools they need to intervene early rather than cleaning up the wreckage after the harm has occurred. That certainty is not a barrier to innovation, it is a precondition for it. The framework recognises the importance of startups and small operators in driving innovation. Exemptions for genuinely small and lower risk providers ensure that early stage businesses are not burdened with obligations that are disproportionate to the risks they pose. Rather than attempting to define every possible digital asset, a task that would be obsolete almost as soon as was completed, the bill takes a more sensible, future-focused approach. It targets the source of the greatest risk, the platforms and the custodial arrangements that hold digital assets on behalf of consumers. Under this framework, those platforms will be subject to the general obligations that underpin trust in our financial system, including obligations to act efficiently, honestly and fairly, prohibitions on misleading conduct and oversight by ASIC. The bill demonstrates a strong commitment to proportionality. It includes exemptions for genuinely small operators, including low-value threshold that ensures startups and early-stage innovators are not crushed under compliance costs before they have a chance to scale. It also provides an exemption to businesses where digital asset services are incidental to a broader non-financial activity. These are sensible carve-outs. They recognise that innovation often begins small and that regulation should be targeted when the risk is greatest. This bill further includes an 18-month transition period. This is not an afterthought, it is an acknowledgement that both industry and regulators need time to adapt. Businesses that are trying to do the right thing will have a clear pathway into compliance, and ASIC will have the opportunity to engage constructively with the sector as the regime comes into force. Madam Deputy Speaker, this legislation does not exist in isolation. It sits alongside other reforms to strengthen the integrity of our financial system and protect Australians from harm, including reforms to our anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing regime, as broader efforts to combat scams and financial crime. Digital assets have increasingly been used by criminals to obscure transactions, move funds across borders and exploit regulatory blind spots. This bill closes one of those blind spots. They bring digital asset intermediaries within the financial services framework. It makes it harder for bad actors to operate and easier for law-abiding businesses to distinguish themselves. I also want to acknowledge the extensive consultation that underpins this bill. This framework did not happen overnight. It is the product of multiple rounds of public consultation, engagement with industry, legal experts and consumer advocates, and careful consideration of international developments. The government has listened. It has refined its approach. It has delivered legislation that aligns Australia with comparable jurisdictions while remaining grounded in our own legal and regulatory traditions. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are already seeing what responsible digital innovation looks like when talent, investment and clear rules come together. Western Australia has become an international epicentre for cybersecurity experts, businesses and leaders, with Perth emerging as a nationally significant hub for cyber capability and innovation. A major reason for that strength is the depth of skills and training being developed in Perth's north. Edith Cowan University, based in my electorate of Moore, is the second largest cybersecurity training facility in the Southern Hemisphere and was the first Australian institution admitted to the International Cybersecurity Centre of Excellence following its establishment in 2019. ECU alone produces more than 20% of Australia's cybersecurity contributing to the more than 66,000 cyber workers now employed nationally, a workforce that continues to grow rapidly. In my electorate of Moore, this growth is not abstract. Local businesses, startups and skilled workers are contributing to this ecosystem, developing secure platforms, compliance technologies and digital service that rely on strong regulatory foundations. That includes local cybersecurity firms such as Simformatica, led by Peter Stagg, a local business owner with whom I have met to discuss the opportunities and challenges facing the sector. I had the pleasure of attending the Joondalup Business Association breakfast in August last year alongside Minister for Small Business, the Honourable Anne Ali, where I heard from local business leaders about the strengths and ambitions of our region's innovators. Those ambitions depend on certainty, integrity and clear rules. And from a constituency perspective, Madam Deputy Speaker, this matters deeply. In communities like mine, people are curious about new technology, but they are also cautious. They want to know that if they engage with digital assets, whether directly through investment products or via emerging local businesses, the rules are clear and protections are real. This bill gives them that confidence. Looking ahead, the growing scale and interconnectedness of digital asset markets means that risks which are currently contained could, if left unmanaged, become systemic. Large custodial failures, operational outages or cyber incidents have the potential to spill over into the broader financial system. This bill lays the groundwork for managing those risks before they crystallise, rather than reacting after the damage is done. It also supports Australian innovation. Clear rules attract investment. They support job creation in fintech, cybersecurity, compliance, software development and advanced manufacturing. They position Australia as a jurisdiction that is open to new ideas but not naive about the risk. Madam Deputy Speaker, the question before the House is not whether digital assets will continue to grow, they will. The question is whether we allow that growth to occur in a regulatory vacuum or whether we put in place a framework that protects consumers, supports responsible innovation and safeguards the integrity of our financial system. This bill chooses the latter. It modernises our law without discarding what works. It adapts existing financial services principles to new technology, and it strikes a careful balance between flexibility and accountability. For those reasons, I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member and I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer, Minister for Financial Services.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I would like to thank those members who have contributed to this debate, and can I, in particular, acknowledge the excellent contribution by the member for Moore, who I think very clearly explained the rationale for this bill and the benefits that will arise from the passage of this bill in relation to innovation in our economy. In line with his comments, I would start by saying that digital assets are no longer a niche technology. They are reshaping global finance, transforming how people trade, invest and hold value. Tokenisation in particular is creating new opportunities by turning real-world assets into digital forms that can be exchanged instantly and securely. Australia must keep pace if we want to remain a competitive and innovative financial centre. But the opportunities come with real risks. We have seen internationally what happens when digital asset businesses operate without appropriate safeguards. Customer funds misused, systems breached and confidence damaged. Australians have also lost significant savings to scams and fraudulent schemes that exploit gaps in regulation. These risks cannot be ignored. This bill responds directly to those challenges. It amends the Corporations Act and the ASIC Act to introduce two new types of financial products: digital asset platforms and tokenised custody platforms. These are the businesses that hold assets on behalf of Australians, and they sit at the centre of the risks we must manage. By bringing these platforms into our existing financial services framework, this bill applies proven, well-understood obligations. It avoids the complexity of designing a bespoke regime while ensuring that comparable activities face comparable regulation. Same activity, same risk, same rules. Operators will need to meet minimum standards for how client assets are held, how transactions are managed, and how risks are controlled. A single modern platform guide will replace multiple disclosure documents, giving consumers clear information about fees, custody arrangements, risks and rights. An 18-month transition period will give industry and regulators time to adapt, ensuring that implementation is smooth and practical. Ultimately, this bill strengthens trust in Australia's financial system. It protects consumers, supports innovation, and helps secure Australia's position as a leader in responsible digital finance. It forms part of the government's broader agenda to lift integrity across the financial system, including reforms to scams prevention and anti-money laundering laws. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the Minister and I put the question. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to corporations and financial services and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report question immediately. The question is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. Those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. I call the clerk.
Government business, orders of the day. Next order, Translating and Interpreting Services Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And the question is that this bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, what do Shona, Pula, Sinhalese, Dinka and Zo all have in common? These are languages from Southern Africa, from West Africa, Sri Lanka, South Sudan and Burma. All are offered by the TIS, the Translating and Interpreting Service. They are part of the 155 different languages and dialects supported. The list also includes Mandarin, it includes Cantonese, Punjabi, Korean, Vietnamese, Arabic, Hindi, Spanish, Urdu, all of which, among many, many others, are commonly spoken in homes, in businesses, and in community groups in my electorate of Brisbane Southside in Moreton. Deputy Speaker, in 2021, there were 5.6 million people in Australia, and that's 22% who reported using a language other than English in the home. And those 5.6 million people are our families, they're our friends, they're our neighbours, they're our work colleagues, they're our doctors, they are our support workers, they're our teachers, they're our bus drivers, and so many more across our nation. Providing translating and interpreting services is part of the government's commitment to our multicultural nation, ensuring access and equity and promoting social cohesion. Official translating and interpreting services have operated for more than 75 years. They began when the Australian government provided translation services for post-war migrants in 1947 and were enhanced when interpreting services were added in the 1950s. In 1973, Australia led the world with the establishment of a telephone interpreting service. And the translating and interpreting services have continued to evolve ever since. Deputy Speaker, times have changed since back then. In a few short weeks, we will mark International Mother Tongue Day. It's a celebration of diversity, it's a celebration of multilingualism, and for me, it's a time to reflect and contrast with the difference between what it was like back then. My family immigrated to this country in the late 1800s. We immigrated from China, and my family is of Hakka ancestry. And at that time, once the White Australia policy was put in place, people who looked like them, people who looked like me, people who looked like my mum and my popo and my gung weren't invited back to this country for some time. And what happened in that period was that they lost their language. And whether it was Hakka or Cantonese or many of the other languages spoken, they did not have the opportunity to maintain the multilingual presence within our family. And so it is a good time to reflect on the importance of multilingualism and on the importance of translating in that context from where we have come. TAS National provides over 1.3 million translating and interpreting services annually to a wide clientele, including local, state and territory and federal government agencies, the private sector and individuals. Telephone interpreting services are provided around the clock, ensuring support for emergency services access and for crucial matters such as hospitalisation and legal proceedings. TAS national offices also offer face-to-face and video remote interpreting, bringing the service back from that original pioneering telephone service back in the 70s all the way into now. There are also free of charge interpreting and translation services provided for non-government entities such as doctors and other medical professionals, trade unions, real estate agents, and for us, parliamentarians. TAS National further supports people new to Australia with free of charge translating of their personal documentation, which helps them into new community with work, education and community participation. And another key focus for TAS is in investing in workforce training to equip translators and interpreters to upskill in emerging community languages. There is also training for working in complex environments such as medical and legal settings. Deputy Speaker, I'm incredibly proud to represent the most multicultural electorate in all of Queensland. And in my electorate, these services are important. They're not just important on this day, they are important on every day. The purpose of this bill is to establish express legislative authority within the Department of Home Affairs for the services TAS National provides. This will create a statutory framework and ongoing support for TAS National. This measure was recommended by the Australian Government Solicitor and is a responsible and proactive measure. The Translating and Interpreting Services Act 2025 will shore up constitutional support for the TAS National's functions and establish clear legislative authority. This will remove any ambiguity and also significantly reduce the legislative authority risk. In short, it is about confirming comprehensive support for the vital services TAS National provides to millions of Australians. It will not change how TAS National currently operates and does not involve additional expenses. Specifically, the bill will enable the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs to provide or arrange the provision of translating and interpreting services to the Commonwealth or a Commonwealth agency, authority, body, organisation of the office holder. This covers all the services I outlined with the agencies and associated bodies and office holders of different government agencies across the country. It also covers the additional activities of TAS National, such as training and support for translators and interpreters. This is crucial to meet the needs of different phases of migration and humanitarian intake. The government's multinational access and equity policy outlines the obligation that Australian government departments and agencies have to ensure accessibility, to ensure responsiveness and equitable outcomes regardless of cultural and linguistic backgrounds. It is necessary because as of the end of June 2024, there were 8.6 million Australians who were born overseas. This diversity enriches our society through a wide range of cultural backgrounds, traditions, foods and languages, and many tens of thousands of those 8.6 million Australians live on the south side in the seat of Moreton. And access means that barriers of culture and language should not impede the delivery of programs and services. And equity means that these programs should deliver outcomes for cultural and linguistically diverse Australians on par with those for all Australians. Achieving this bolsters social cohesion. It allows people to engage with government agencies and institutions in a way that offers safety and in a way that offers confidence. If English is your first language, you don't worry about how you will explain your symptoms to the GP. If English is your first language, you can seek legal advice easily on a hotline. And if English is your first language, you can navigate government systems like Services Australia more easily. TAS National enables those with limited proficiency in English to have those conversations and to seek that advice. They can have those interactions freely in their preferred language, confident that the interpreter is understanding and expressing nuance and complexity. And when you're sick, this is important. In fact, it could be life-saving. When it's about your finances, this is important because it might mean the difference between how your family lives into the future. And when it's about legal, this is important because it has a big impact on people's families. You know, research tells us that TAS National has had a positive impact with enabling people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds to access mental health supports. And TAS National supports NDIS participants to find providers. It supports them to have a plan. It supports them to undertake a review, to have meetings, and to access required supports. In many of these cases, having an interpreter takes the pressure off a family member to interpret, as well as fulfilling their caring responsibilities. Deputy Speaker, this bill supports the aim of the Multicultural Access and Equity Policy, which is to ensure that all Australians have the opportunity to achieve their potential and to participate in the social, economic and cultural life of our nation, helping to drive our future prosperity and build stronger and more cohesive communities. The Albanese Labor government stands proudly with our migrant community. This is why the Minister for Multicultural Affairs was elevated to Cabinet and why the Office for Multicultural Affairs was established in the first place. These measures, this bill and TAS National's vital role in all aspects of our community all contribute to Labor's commitment to our modern multicultural society. And Deputy Speaker, where my office is in Sunnybank, I spoke about it this morning. I spoke about being able to throw a rock and draw a line around that and see many, many, many small businesses. Can I tell you that those small businesses are run by so many different people from diverse backgrounds? And when it comes to small business and when it comes to our multicultural community, what is clear about Moreton, is that our multicultural community drives the economy. It's an important driver of our community. It's an important driver of making sure that we have social cohesion, but also making sure that people have jobs. And whether it is economic or social, whether it is community, it is all about making sure that every single person, regardless of your skin colour, regardless of your faith, is included in our society. This is something that we must practice every day. And as Minister Ali pointed out just a few short months ago, when we talk about multiculturalism in this country, we need to make sure that we go beyond food. We need to make sure that we go beyond colour and dance and movement. These things are incredibly important and they enrich who we are as Australians, and they absolutely are part of the bedrock of our Australian culture of mateship, of a fair go, and of looking after each other and having each other's backs. But they are also important. It is also important to go beyond that. It is important to go beyond the food. It is important to go beyond the colour. It is important to go beyond that vibrancy. Because in this country, what we value is making sure that everyone gets a Guernsey and everyone gets a go and everyone gets a fair go at that. And when we talk about translating, when we talk about making sure that services across the breadth and depth of our Commonwealth service system are available and accessible to everyone, it's when that's important. And it's important because making sure that accessibility and availability for all services to all Australians is not just about equity, it's about who we are as a country. And I'm so proud to represent a multicultural community that is backed by an Albanese Labor government who understands that is backed by an Albanese Labor government who is not just talking about it, but is putting its money where its mouth is putting its services where its mouth is putting its legislation where its mouth is. Because we need to celebrate our multicultural community, but we also need to make sure that as a country, we provide everyone, every Australian, with the support that they deserve.
Thank you, Member. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for New England.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And there is one strong difference I have with the previous speaker, and Madam Deputy Speaker, that is I don't believe in multiculturalism. I believe that there overwhelmingly is an Australian culture, and the Australian culture itself provides guardrails that tempers what, in some instances, might be alternate views that work at angles to what's acceptable in Australia. I think that if you believe all cultures have an equivalence, then of course you condone a whole range of things that you would find, that I would find, and many would find, completely utterly noxious. Being part of the Australian community means that you have to comply with the mores and edicts of what we see as acceptable behaviour. And so I come at this from a slightly different position. Part of complying with the Australian culture is a necessity to understand English. It is essential. There is no problems with being bilingual. There's no problems with faith, your creed, your colour. That's absolutely and utterly part and parcel of the egalitarian nature of Australia. But to maintain that egalitarian nature of Australia and to give people the greatest opportunities, it is an essential item that they are able to speak English. So many people isolate themselves from all the protections that are warranted an Australian citizen because of their inability to speak English. And I have, and I won't refer to who they are, but people who have worked, especially trying to deal with sex slaves in Sydney. And one of the greatest problems they had was they couldn't speak English. So they couldn't convey the causes, the issues that were before them. So although we must have a mechanism to assist people who struggle with English, the absolute impetus must be on speaking English. You must get to a point where you can speak English. If I was to go to France, I must get to a point where I can speak French. If I was to go to Thailand, I must get to a point where I can speak Thai. And if you come to Australia, you must get to a point where you can speak English. Sometimes even, Madam Deputy Speaker, people have romantic views about people in remote Indigenous communities where it's essential that they keep their language, but they think there's something good if they can't speak English. That is terrible, because you've completely ostracised them from the opportunities of Australia. Without the capacity to speak English, there are such limitations. Also, we in Australia have to sort of ask the question regardless of the attributes of a person, they must have the capacity to come to Australia and to become part of an effective tax-paying member of this nation. We have two things that we must rely on as we get ourselves into more debt and as we have more problems in regards to supply constraints and such things as housing. A person who becomes part of the Australian community cannot be in the crime pages and cannot be on social security. You must focus on that. Otherwise, rather than an asset, they become a burden. And to become an effective part of the Australian community is essential. They have the capacity to communicate with the Australian community, and therefore English becomes a part of that. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to bring to your attention something that's been brought to mind, and that is the requirements under the Public Service Regulations. I want to go to the Public Service Act of 1999, Federal Register of Legislation. There is nothing in this that says you have to speak English. You have to be polite, but you don't have to speak English. And this means that in certain areas where people are reliant as a taxpayer to be working or to be serviced by people who represent the government, there's no requirement actually in the Act for them to speak English. Now, I thought that was bumpkin when it was brought to my attention, but I've now found out it's not. And this issue which was brought to my attention, I think, is a valid issue that needs to be resolved. It's also the case in the Work Health and Safety Act 2011 Federal Registration of Legislation, and has actually been brought to my attention the actual wording of it that precludes, or doesn't, or just not preclude, it leaves out a requirement to speak English. So imagine if you're in a position where you are in need of a service and the person who you are dealing with, even though they're paid by the taxpayer, cannot communicate with you. Now, there's something inherently, there's something wrong about that. So what we have to do if we want to limit this so it goes both ways, in the provision of a service, we need in Australia doctors, we need in Australia builders, we need in Australia teachers. But we need in Australia people who have the capacity to come here and immediately segue into the requirements for which we wish them to be part of. There is definitely a strong correlation between your person's inability to speak English and sections who have been exploited, because they can't avail themselves of the protections that are required. Yes, for that you need a translation service, and it's essential, and I'm not saying for one section we don't, but I'm saying that the impetus has always got to be that in Australia that there has to be a drive for of a common language that everybody has, and it also has to be part of delivering a unity of purpose in Australia for what we are doing. If we go to sort of an authentic multiculturalism, that in its authenticity will also state that you don't have to speak English, because it's culturally in some areas not appropriate. You don't. If you want to hold fast into a purist form of your culture, then it doesn't require you to speak English. And what this leads is to enclaves. It also leads to balkanisation. It leads to misunderstanding. It can lead to friction. Friction can lead to hate. Hate leads to hurt. And so Australia, more and more, we have to have these discussions, because we can go on this train of saying marvellous things, of saying things that we believe will warrant accolades in this building. But I tell you one thing, one commonality about everybody in this building, in this chamber, The red one across the road, the one downstairs, they all speak English. Every attendant speaks English. Our communication to Australia is in English. And we know that it would be pointless and irrelevant if you couldn't. So what we think is essential for us to do our job, why don't we believe that's essential for anybody else? Because I think there is a real sense of conceit where we say, we're going to basically look after you forevermore, speaking another language because that's nice. No, that's actually hurting them. What you've got to do is allow us to say, yes, you have an issue, we've got to help you, but the goal is not for you to stay in the language from where you came. It's absolutely essential that you get to the language of the country that you now live in. One of the fascinations and one of the great gifts of so many people is people who are multilingual, bilingual, I can say, not so much now because people passed on. At my Christmas dinner in the past, when the family got together, there were 10 languages spoken around the table when everybody was there. And that is marvellous. But when you had other relatives or things would turn up from other parts of Southeast Asia, it just doesn't work if to be part of even to be in the community and the family, if you can't communicate with them. So I saw this bill and there was something that had been brought to my attention by a constituent that said, when you get the opportunity, you must bring to the Australian public's attention that in sections of the public service, and I've quoted to you to the Act, there is no requirement to speak English. And for them, they said, I have been in that position where I've had a requirement for the person who's serving the government to speak the language of the nation, and they couldn't. And when the person followed this through, said, surely there must be a requirement for them to speak English, and they said, well, no, there's not. They just have to be polite, they have to be courteous. And he said, this person said, how would I know? Because I can't understand what they're saying. And so I think that this is something that needs to be brought. So when I saw this piece of legislation come up, I couldn't help it, but I thought, well, now I'm going to have to ventilate that issue and make sure that in further requirements, both state and federal acts, that if you serve the government, if you're paid for by the taxpayer, it is absolutely explicit you must be able to speak in a form in English that is understandable, that gives you the capacity to do your job and to serve others. And I don't want to sort of delay the chamber, but I'll close where I started. Australia has to more and more realise that multiculturalism is a great idea, but an Australian culture is essential. An Australian culture, by its very nature, does not ask of what religion you are, what creed you are, what colour you are, but it asks that you have to comply within guardrails of how people act in this nation. And the things that are outside the guardrail, you cannot make excuses for it on the premise of your religion, on the premise of your previous culture, on the premise of sort of filial lines. If you're outside the guardrails, you're outside the guardrails, because without sort of, we don't have to sort of go into the graphic side of it, but I think we can all relate to sections of alternate cultures to Australia, where things are completely and utterly applicable, completely and utterly acceptable, and completely and utterly anathema to what this nation represents. I have to comply with certain things I might disagree with, but I must comply, I must be tempered, I must accept what might be not my views, but it is part of that egalitarian nature of Australia that I leave other people alone to live their lives, I live mine. And there's also the expectation of people who come here have to comply with that as well. You cannot say, well, what I want in Australia is a culture that reflects where I came from. No, if you come to Australia, you must have a culture that reflects where you are, not where you came from. And it is swayed by different views, it is accepted, it is moved by different ingredients, but it cannot be holistically changed into something that's entirely different. So Madam Deputy Speaker, I put that before the chamber, and so it is an item of sort of a caveat on this that we have to take on board, because the last thing we want in Australia is the balkanisation, the friction, the heat that comes where people, by basically the language aspect of what they want, end up in an enclave. It remains in an enclave. It does not have the capacity to engage in a wider form with the Australian culture, and therefore those people within that enclave are sort of diminished in the rights that they have. And for the Australian view in public, the nation is diminished in the reward that they can give back to us.
I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Citizenship, Customs and Multicultural Affairs and International Education.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll just respond to a couple of points made there. All Australians are equal under the law, whatever language they speak and whatever culture they have. And I don't think there'd be anyone here that would disagree with that. I'd point you towards, you probably read it, not recently, but the Hawke government's 1989 statement on multicultural Australia. In my view, it's probably the best articulation and expression we've had since Al Grasby's work in 1973, taken up by the Fraser government in 1978, and then the Hawke government's seminal statement in 1989. I think after that there was Turnbull and there was the Gillard government, or Gillard and the Turnbull government. The 1989 statement had a really good definition of multiculturalism. It talked about individual and communal rights to cultural expression. We've always been a multicultural continent. We've had First Nations Australians speak more than 250 languages, 167 of them still spoken today. British settlement and then expansion of European settlement changed the face of the continent. It's complex history. But we can have empathy in hearing different perspectives. But then our democratic system of government flowed from that, our institutions that I'm proud of, and I think most people here sign up to. But then, of course, the miracle of modern Australia, where for 50 years, overwhelmingly, we've been peaceful, we've been the most successful multicultural country. I do think, though, that a lot of what you express there, put aside some of the fears and anxieties, and we can argue about how policy is applied, has already been the traditional expression of multiculturalism. It's the rights that come to individual and communal cultural expression. That includes speaking your first language when and where you want to, but English is our common language, and I'll touch on that in a moment. But the rights have always been within defined limits, not just the law, but, as people say, values. There's always been defined limits, and to the extent that some in our society may have lost focus on that and think that these rights are untramelled, then that's a problem. But the other bit, and we would do well to remember that, is that coming to Australia also comes with obligations, and the Prime Minister's talked about that extensively in recent times, but before then, one of which is that you leave your ancient prejudices and hatreds at the door. My definition of an Australian, working definition, always open to feedback, but is anyone committed to our country, to our democracy, and our institutions and our values. There are values set in the Home Affairs migration stuff, and I don't think they're heavily contested, and to that principle of mutual respect for their fellow Australians. And hate and violence don't stem from diversity. They spread from polarisation and social distance and misinformation. And I know from many conversations we've had about many issues that many, I won't say all, but many of your intentions are good, but I do worry deeply that the utter meltdown that we're seeing with the so-called alternative government. I referred to my Sky News interview this morning, and I've encouraged some of my opponents to get their act together for the good of the country, because frankly I think the opening it's provided to the party you've now joined is a disgrace, and it's causing fear and a spike in racism and hostility in my community. Now, I don't believe that the conflation with issues of race and migration is accidental with the so-called Nazis, the more extremists, but people have every right to be concerned about migration, but the conflation with issues of culture and race then does a lot of active harm to people who I represent. Anyway, there you go, something resembling a genuine exchange. The Translation and Interpreting
bill does put the TIS National on a sound constitutional and legal footing, and that's critical to the functioning of modern Australia. English is, say it clearly and proudly, English is our official and common language, and it is important these days, and increasingly important, to have a good command of English. We want as many people in our country as possible to speak English. You have better opportunities in the labour market, you can better connect, you can better understand what's going on in society and fulfil your human potential in our country. We provide a lot of support for that. I think, is it over 75 years, 76, 78, 77, I see Ali, the senior official who runs TIS National here, 77 years. We've had the translating and interpreting service in our country, we have the adult migrant English program, we have community-based classes, we have the state and secondary classes to welcome new kids who don't speak English. That's really important. But you don't have to have perfect English to be a good Australian. You don't have to speak English to university standard or without an accent or whatever accent the previous member seems to think is acceptable, I don't know. You don't have to have perfect English to be a good Australian. The reality also is for some people who come to our country later in life on parent migration, some humanitarian pathways and others, try as they might, people with cognitive disabilities in family groups, we see them through the community, try as they might, try as hard as they might, they're not capable of getting to the standard of English that allows them to function and participate in society. It doesn't make them stupid, it doesn't make them bad Australians, it's just a reality. There's also many people in my community across the country who have a reasonable command of English, but it's not sufficient enough and won't be for really complicated things, serious health issues, financial issues, insurance, legal proceedings, justice proceedings and so on. And the work that TIS National has done over many years is absolutely critical to the functioning of our society and economy. Although English is our official and common language, we are proudly multilingual. We have over 300 languages regularly spoken in Australia, hundreds in my electorate alone. And the language ability of our people, of our citizens, is a bridge to the world. It's a bridge to human understanding. It's a bridge between families and generations. And it also facilitates trade and economic opportunities. Exactly. People in Australia can speak pretty much every language in the world, and most of the dialects. There's a few Pacific Islands and others, and PNG and others we've struggle with at times because they're particularly rare, but overwhelmingly it's an enormous national asset, the breadth of languages and the multilingualism. It's something that the government values. It's been part of modern Australia for decades. I knew you couldn't play with your Greek friends on Saturday mornings because they'd be off at Greek school, and now in my electorate it's 60, 70 languages I've counted that kids are studying on weeknights or weekends, whilst English is also their main language. I was really proud to be part of a government that committed another $25 million at the election to the community language schools across Australia. But language also brings new ideas and concepts into our country, in that translation is only ever an approximation of meaning. There are some things, natural phenomenon, feelings, ideas, events, people, emotions, concepts, which only exist in their first language. Exactly right. There are words that any professional translator will look at and their heads will explode because there's no actual word that's equivalent in another language, and they have to try and explain around that. And so when people come to Australia with other languages as their first language, it might be the language they want to speak when they shut their front door at home or speak with their friends. Who honestly cares? I mean, I've said clearly that English and good command of English is really important to participate in society, but we're enriched by this linguistic diversity, and it's something we should treasure. I see firsthand, though, the importance of the work day in, day out in my electorate of translators and interpreters. My office in Dandenong literally could not function without the work of professional translators and interpreters, and about the 6 or 7 or 8 languages, depending on who's in on a given day, that my staff speak and use regularly throughout their work. And the same is true for our businesses, for our economic sector. Smart insurance companies, smart finance companies are getting this. The point I made before, that people can speak perfectly good English, but they feel like, hang on a minute, I don't want to sign that document without making sure I really understand every word, because there's some really big, funny legal words there. You need a professional translator and interpreter. They might pass an IELTS test to a certain level, but they're still not, professional in legal or medical or medico-legal. I mean, who is really? Jargon. Hospitals, schools, police, lawyers, emergency services, Centrelink, government agencies at every level. Large swathes of the government and the private sector in this multilingual country could simply not function without the work of TIS National and the broader translation and interpreting profession. We saw this in natural disasters, we saw it during COVID, the importance of having language ability quickly that could be turned on and get messages out to communities. We see it in emergency services in hospitals. We see it, as I said, in prosecutions, and we see it with some of the most vulnerable people in society. Some of them, as I referred to earlier, people who are good human beings, good Australians, love this country. But for whatever reason, their family circumstances, their cognitive abilities, their opportunities, they've just never managed to master English. They might have gone, and we see them sadly, that have gone to the English classes for years. It reminds me of me trying to learn to swim as a kid. Mum took me every Saturday, I still couldn't really swim. There you go. I just want to give a shout out though to a group of informal interpreters who are often overlooked, but that's the kids of refugee families. A very traditional pattern is the kids in refugee families come to this country in families that are hungry, that are entrepreneurial. They're more likely to start a business than any other Australian, to have a crack. In the year 2000, 6 of our country's 8 billionaires came here as refugees. Defies the silly stereotype we hear too often, they'll come to get on welfare. It's kind of offensive when you look at the data. But the kids of refugee families grow up very quickly. Almost always, it's those kids that learn English, they get it in primary school, they've got it, they understand society, they understand the systems. But particularly their mothers, who'll often be stuck at home with caring responsibilities for some years before they can even get out of the house to get to the English classes. It's just the nature and reality of life. The kids are often put in situations from a very young age where they're being asked to interpret in really inappropriate situations, whether family violence or medical emergencies or diagnoses or police or other community organisations or businesses coming to the door. So a shout out for the kids involved, but there are many occasions when those families really should be accessing professional translation and interpreting services. So the bill is a comprehensive legislative framework. It gives TIS National a clear statutory basis, because the reality is, post-Robo-debt, an absolute disgrace of the former government, the Royal Commission exposed the malfeasance. The most vulnerable in society sent fake debt notices by the Commonwealth for money they didn't owe. But post the Royal Commission, one of the things, and it's impacted all areas of the government, sometimes, frankly, in the ministerial role, it's a pain, because the public service has taken that recommendation, taken it seriously, to review the constitutionality and legality of a whole range of things that the Commonwealth's done for years, and this is one of them. And they've said, when we have another look at this, we're not so sure about the legal basis on which everything's been done. And so we're taking it seriously, we're methodically going through all areas of government and making sure that they are on a sound constitutional and legal footing. So I commend the Minister for Multicultural Affairs for doing the proper work of government and bringing this legislation forward so that TIS National can continue to operate, provide services for all 3 levels of government as well as the private sector and individuals, 24/7 telephone interpreting, supporting 000 emergency services, hospitals, courts and other urgent needs, remote video interpreting, on-site interpreting, document translation services and so on. Last term I had ministerial responsibility and it was really fabulous to go and see firsthand the staff doing the work, their passion, their commitment. Workforce issues we can deal with another day. Got a bit of an ageing workforce and a workforce structure problem, largely because of how governments have chosen to procure for many decades. The gig economy doesn't work that well with younger people, so we're needing to have a look at that with the states and territories. But I really commend the work of translators and interpreters right across the country, and I'm pleased that this legislation's been brought to the House.
I thank the member for Bruce. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I'd like to follow on from the previous speaker by saying it's 100% right
that you do not need to speak full English to be a patriotic, committed, invested Australian. But when it comes down to providing pathways so that people can be full participants in the Australian way of life, we know the foundations of people's language and capacity to communicate with their fellow citizens is not just something that is frankly desirable. It is also the pathway in which people can not just become citizens, economic participants and full economic participants, but of course also socially integrate into the rest of the country as well. We don't want to be a nation of enclaves, we want to be a nation of big citizens, enlivened by their full participation in the rest of the community. And that's the basis in which we're supporting this legislation, because we see the capacity for new Australians to become those full participants in the Australian way of life essential to their success. We want them to succeed. That is why, of course, we had the Fraser government establish SBS many years ago. It made an investment in the future broadcasting potential of this country, so that it did not matter where you were, where you landed from, and where, of course, you built a life in this country. You had a pathway not just to connect back to the knowledge and information that was available from your traditional homeland, but in addition to that, you had the pathway for English education so that there was a clear pathway for you to become a full participant in the Australian way of life. That is liberalism lived large, and we want to see that at every point because it's in the best interest of investing in our people. Now, the legislation we're talking about here is nowhere near as grand as the great Liberal achievement of broadcasting for multicultural Australia. We saw this is a much more technical one, but it still is part of the pathway to make sure that no matter how you came to this nation, whatever the cause, that there's a pathway then for you to become that sense of full citizenship. And the previous speaker spoke particularly about those who go on the pathways of resettlement through migration programs, including refugees, often people being displaced because of intolerable acts and prejudice and persecution in their homeland. And what they do when they seek a pathway for resettlement here in Australia is not just safety, but that is of course absolutely true. Not just to avoid refoulement, but that is also true. It is to then go on and build the foundations of a life where they can build and invest in their family, become economic participants and do things like establish small businesses. And I know, Deputy Speaker, with your past history at the Franchise Council, you understand that new Australians are some of the biggest investors in small businesses because they understand that that's the pathway for wealth and opportunity. And that, of course, is why so many of them become horrified at the pathways that, or how Labor seeks to demonise the self-employed, the small businesses, those who stand on their own 2 feet, and why they see such common ground with the spirit of the speech which I give today, and I know you share, and I know that other members on the coalition side or Liberal side share with me, such as the member for Longman. He fundamentally understands that full economic participation and small businesses is the foundation of our economic success, not just as individuals, not just as families, but as communities, and therefore also the pathway for the success of our shared success as a nation. So we know that TIS National has operated since the 1970s and the important role that it plays. We know that it's an essential part of making sure that translation services can be central to every Australian becoming a participant through telephone operations and to be able to participate. Of course, this in itself is one of those great achievements as well that we have supported in many years along the way. What we want to do is continue to expand those services to make sure that they're contemporary and meet the challenges of the 21st century. We want to make sure that if you make this nation your home, that you have the resources and the capacity to be able to live out your best life for yourselves and your families. And so it's an important step, it's a central step, because it not just speaks to the type of nation that we are, but more importantly, the type of nation that we want to be. Cohesive, connected, where people have a sense of equal dignity and understanding about who they are and what they want to achieve together. And that's the basis that I support this bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Goldstein. And I call the member for Tangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak
to the Translating and Interpreting Services Bill 2025. This bill is about providing a clear statutory framework for the essential services that TIS National has provided for more than 75 years. Their services have benefited so many Australians. This bill is important because it is another way that the Albanese government is delivering for Australians with limited English proficiency by ensuring they have the resources to get the help they need. The Australian government began providing translating services in 1947 and interpreting services in the 1950s to support post-war migrants. In 1973, Australia became the first country in the world to provide a telephone interpreting service. This is a service that so many people, including those in my electorates of Tangney, continue to use today. TIS National provides some really important services to our communities, with translating and interpreting services to government agencies, to the private sectors, and to individuals. Telephone interpreting services are provided 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to ensure these services are always available for 000 emergency calls and other urgent matters. TIS National also provides remote interpreting video, on-site interpreting and translation services. TIS National also provides free services, including free interpreting services for doctors, pharmacists, and other medical professionals, trade unions, real estate agencies, and also parliamentarians. The free translation services provide new arrivals with translations of their key personal documents into English to help support migrants' participation in employment, education, and community life. I want to speak about my electorates of Tangney, which is one of the most diverse electorates in Western Australia. I also want to touch on my own story as someone who migrated to Australia with my wife and 3 children back in 2002 when I was in my early 40s. When my wife and I first arrived in Perth, we did not speak much English. Navigating a new country with different systems is not easy for any migrants. For those with limited English proficiency, it can be even more challenging. Learning terms like Medicare, 100-point ID check, or bulk bill can be confusing. Documents that prove your qualification or show your children's progress at school can also be challenging when they are all in English. TIS National Services can make all the difference to all new migrants, especially the new arrivals. I enrolled in English classes when I arrived in Australia, first at a local library, then at TAFE, before I joined the WA Police Force. My English, I think, has improved in many years that I have called Australia home. But I will never forget what it is like to be as a new migrant, with limited English, trying to navigate my way in my new home. And I will also never forget how difficult it can be to try to access these services in English when you have limited English skill. I acknowledge not only the friends, neighbors, and communities that help me become more Aussie, but also important services like TIS National that helps make it easier for all new migrants. As a federal member for Tangney, I have had many constituents with limited English skill come to my office for support. TIS National Service have been so helpful in assisting them to connect with the services they need. One of my constituents migrated to Australia as an adult with very limited English skill. He spent long days and years on his feet, working in hot and busy kitchen and doing manual labor. It is tiring, back-breaking work. After he was involved in a car accident and without any family to assist him, TIS National helped providing interpretation services when he contacted my office. TIS National helped him to access services such as the ATO and the hospital that treated him. TIS National provide him with trusted interpretation and ensure he could access and communicate with these government services in a safe manner. All Australians must be able to access government programs and services regardless of their culture or linguistic background. Madam Speaker, when I was a police officer in Western Australia during the COVID-19 pandemic, I saw firsthand the critical nature of this access. As someone who speaks many languages, I have, over the years, developed close and trusting relationships with many different multicultural communities in Western Australia. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, multicultural communities were concerned, in part due to the rumors and misinformation that was everywhere. These rumors and misinformation contributed to the low vaccination rates that we saw in all the multicultural community, especially in Western Australia. Many of the families and community with limited English skill were unable to access the accurate information being provided in English by the government. Instead, they saw the misinformation in their home and community languages. Some community believed this misinformation and refused to get themselves vaccinated. I saw that we need to provide all Australians, regardless of their culture or linguistic background, with access to the correct information. As part of my role with the WA Police Force, I helped translated correct information into different languages. Many of my colleagues help as well, and all of us work every day to get the translations of the correct information out into the multicultural communities. We have medical professionals go out into the community and we help translate their words so that community with limited English could access these experts and professionals. They could ask questions and understand the correct information. And once they were able to access the program and services, I saw how they began to trust information that was based on evidence but not rumors. This ultimately led to increased vaccination rates in our communities. WA Police Force, Health Department, and all governments and community leaders worked together to make sure communities and people understood the health advice about vaccinations. We make sure people were fully informed about COVID-19 and about vaccination. Key to that understanding was translating and interpreting. Madam Speaker, this bill...
Order. A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions.
And I call the member for Tangi in continuation.
Speaker. This bill reflects our government's commitment to a united, cohesive and multicultural Australia. By passing this legislation, we can continue to build a stronger Australian community for the benefit of all Australians. TIS national services are essential services for social cohesion. Language support is fundamental to safety, participation, fairness and equality. All Australians must be able to access important services. I speak in support of this bill that will help ensure these services remain strong, accessible and future-ready. If enacted, the proposed legislation will ensure clear and enduring statutory support for TIS national services. The bill set out the functions provided by TIS nationals which operates as part of the Department of Home Affairs. The proposed legislation will provide for the performance of these functions. It would enable the Secretary of the Department to provide or arrange for the provision of translating and interpreting services to support communication involving the Commonwealth and its agencies, state and territory and their agencies by people interacting with the Commonwealth and its agencies and with states and territories and their agencies. It would also, in coordination with states and territory, address national needs that would not otherwise be met. The legislation will also expressly provide for other services provided by TIS National, including developing, training, and supporting translators and interpreters to provide services for the purpose of TIS National core functions. The functions provided for in the proposed legislation supported the ongoing provision of these existing services, which are crucial to facilitate communication and engagement with people with limited English proficiency. This bill provides a clear statutory framework for TIS National Essential Services, and I commend it to the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. And I call the member for Bonner.
I rise to speak in support of the Translating and Interpreting Services Bill 2025, legislation that goes to the core of access, fairness and social cohesion in our country. Australia is proudly a multicultural nation. 1 in 3 Australians were born overseas from all corners of the earth, all contributing to our rich and vibrant country. Hundreds of languages are spoken in homes, workplaces and communities across Australia. But multiculturalism cannot exist in name alone. It must be backed by practical systems that ensure people can engage with government, healthcare, education and the justice system in a language that they understand. This bill does exactly that. Under the Whitlam Labor government in 1973, Australia became the first country in the world to provide a telephone interpreting service to ensure new Australians with limited English proficiency could navigate our government systems and programs and participate fully in our society. This service laid the foundation for what we now know as the Translating and Interpreting Service, or TIS National, within the Department of Home Affairs. This bill continues our commitment as the Albanese Labor government to give legislative authority for TIS National to continue its vital work in delivering translating and interpreting services that Australians rely upon. Currently, TIS National provides translating and interpreting services to agencies across all levels of government, to the private sector and for individuals 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The telephone service ensures that emergency services, hospitals, health services, courts, police and frontline government agencies can communicate with people with limited English proficiency at any time in any circumstance. Alongside telephone services, TIS National provides remote interpreting services via video and also on-site interpreting services. It operates the free interpreting service, which is supporting doctors, pharmacists, unions, real estate agents and parliamentarians to communicate with Australians. It also delivers the free translating service to help new arrivals translate critical documents into English and support their contribution in employment, education and society. With each wave of migration, TIS National has evolved and met demand. The service has developed and trained translators and interpreters who play a vital role in ensuring translation of government information in health and legal settings reaches those who need it most. These services are not niche or marginal, they are central to the functioning of government. And the numbers show it. Right across Australia, in the last 6 months, 777,000 people have used the service nationally, including 77,000 in Queensland alone. While TIS National has operated for decades, legal advice from the Australian Government Solicitor makes clear that its functions require express legislative authority, particularly in relation to services provided beyond government agencies. This bill provides that certainty. It establishes a clear statutory basis for TIS National in a new Act, empowering the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs to provide or arrange translating and interpreting services for Commonwealth government agencies, for migrants, to facilitate communication by government officers, for state and territory governments, by telephone or other means, and under national arrangements addressing shared needs. Importantly, the bill does not change how services are delivered, it strengthens their legal foundation. Australians trace their heritage from almost every country. This diversity enriches us. It also creates a responsibility to ensure that people can understand their rights and obligations, seek help when they are unsafe or unwell, and access services they pay for and are entitled to. It means a patient can understand medical advice, a victim can seek help, a worker can assert their rights, a parent can engage with a school community. That is why we have introduced this legislation, which expressly authorises TIS National to develop, train and support translators and interpreters for our multicultural country. The Robo-Debt Royal Commission laid bare the consequences of government programs operating without clear legal authority, transparency or accountability. Since introducing the Racial Discrimination Act in 1973, Labor has championed multicultural policy as a foundation of Australian values and social cohesion. Strengthening, translating and interpreting services is just one part of the Albanese Labor government's broader commitment to multicultural Australia. Before coming to government, Labor established the Multicultural Engagement Task Force, which consulted widely with culturally and linguistically diverse communities across Australia. The task force listened to Multicultural Australia to help inform policies that would affect them by a Labor government. It consulted with culturally and linguistically diverse community leaders, local councillors, service providers, community organisations, business networks and ethnic peak bodies from the cities, suburbs and regions. The task force investigated the quality of access to Commonwealth government agencies, current support provided in the areas of small business, entrepreneurship and innovation, barriers and needs regarding access to Commonwealth government services, and networking and partnerships opportunities that help link community groups to Commonwealth government services. The task force heard consistently that multicultural and core communities were unaware of government services, with language barriers limiting access and communication failures undermining trust. Language was not a peripheral issue, it was a structural barrier. Further, there was significant but underutilised potential for partnership between all levels of government to support grassroots multicultural organisations. When those opposite were in power, they failed to make government services accessible to multicultural and core communities. COVID-19 amplified multicultural communities' vulnerabilities and exposed failures under the then coalition. Under the Liberals, NDIS applications were not tailored to the needs of multicultural and core communities, and reporting on equity access to government services was not mandated. The cuts to the public service further undermined the ability of frontline staff to support our multicultural and core communities. We are judged on our commitment to a multicultural Australia not by what we say, but by what we do.
10 minutes.
That is why The Albanese government is investing $190 million over 2 years to provide direct support through the Multicultural Communities program. It will deliver competitive grant funding to support multicultural infrastructure, amenities, events and programs. Young Australians should be connected to the languages of their parents, grandparents and communities and take part in the global job market. The government is delivering the Community Language Schools Grants program, which is enabling schools to deliver professional language programs. It will play a part in preserving languages in multicultural communities. We know that community organisations can make significant decisions, plan for the future and better support their membership if they have a long-term funding certainty. That is why Labor is investing in the modernised Multicultural Grants program. It will deliver longer-term funding to support multicultural organisations to hold local events, improve facilities and deliver language programs. Labor also recognises the role of multicultural independent media and their place in sharing important information. The $10 million independent multicultural media grants, which means a transformation of the Sustainability Grant Program, will support eligible Australian independent media organisations to transition to sustainable new media practices. This program will back their future. These are just some of the Albanese Labor government's programs to strengthen our multicultural nation. Through this bill, we take another step towards making government and services more accessible for multicultural Australia. It is another step towards making Australia more inclusive and a stronger nation. In Bonna, we are fortunate to have a vibrant and multicultural community where different cultures and traditions come together and shine. 48,883 Australians from 167 countries right across the world call Bonna home. That includes more than 3.5 Australians who are born in India, more than 5,500 from China. We have people from Kazakhstan, Uruguay and Mozambique. Each and every one of these new Australians can receive translation and interpreting support if they need it to navigate our complex government systems and contribute to our community. In Bonna, there are currently 164 people registered to use the telephone interpreting service. They are being supported to receive the support they need. This is more than a bill. It speaks to the idea of who we are as Australians. It reflects how we value fairness. It reflects on our belief that language should never stand between a person and their rights. It is about ensuring that every Australian, regardless of where they were born, the language they speak at home, or how they recently arrived, can understand government, access essential services, and participate fully in Australian life. We know that those who have benefited from this service in our country have played a huge part as well in building it, as workers, carers, entrepreneurs, business owners, and community leaders. It was a Labor government that established the first form of a government-funded translation and interpreting service. I'm proud to be part of the Albanese Labor government that is strengthening the service and enshrining it in the law. Labor stands for an inclusive, multicultural Australia. This bill reinforces that commitment today.
Thank you. I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak and support this bill today because translating and interpreting services have always held a special place in Australia's story. Because when you look at Australia's story, we look at our wonderful multicultural story. We have people that live here, that settle here from all over the world. Language is more than words. Language carries with it its identity, dignity, and the ability to feel seen and understood, and it's very important. So when someone arrives new to this country, or someone that perhaps has been here for many years but has never been able to learn the language because of their basic education perhaps, perhaps they didn't go to school when they were very young in a war-torn country, or whatever the reason, or perhaps they've been here for years and have been isolated because the husband's been at work and the wife has been home, or the other way around. There are many circumstances that bring you to the point where you do not speak the language within the place that you live. And Australia being Australia, with such a high migrant and multicultural community, this is fundamental to what we do and who we are, and a basic right that everyone deserves. Deputy Speaker, there are moments when an interpreter does so much more than just translate. They open the door, they provide hope, and they are someone to listen, that someone can actually tell what they feel, be listened to, and then go on and convey that particular message to whoever it may be. Deputy Speaker, we always don't get it right, and maybe sometimes we don't give the importance that is required in translating, interpreting, the importance that it deserves. I know that we use regularly translating and interpreting services in our electorate office when we have constituents that can't speak English and speak a different language. We will engage the interpreting services for translating over the phone during a constituent meeting. Deputy Speaker, the issue of translating interpreting services without that particular service can bring great disasters to a person's life. And I can think of two stories that I'm aware of to two people who went through a particular issue not knowing the ins and outs of it because of the language difficulties. And the first one is a woman who's now passed away. She was in her, when she was conveying this story to me, she was in her late 80s. She had migrated from Greece in 1921. Her husband brought her out from a little island in the Aegean Sea. She spoke no English. He was at work all day, and she was having great difficulties having a baby. She couldn't conceive for whatever reason. After many, many difficulties, she fell pregnant and had the child. But at childbirth, she nearly died. That's all she could tell me. Because I asked her the question about why she didn't have any other children. And she said to me, because I had a very difficult childbirth, extremely difficult, and I nearly died. And I never went on to have other children. And I said to her, "What? Did you speak to doctors, etc.?" And she said, "Yes, after many, many years after giving birth to my first child, thinking that it was just God's will that I wasn't having a second child, we decided to go and see a doctor 10 years after. And the question from the doctor was, when did you have your hysterectomy? She had no idea because of the language barrier. Her husband couldn't speak English. There was no interpreting services in those days. And there she was for 10 years trying to have a baby, not knowing that they had performed a hysterectomy. Now, they most probably saved her life. They saved her life, no doubt, at that point when she was having difficulties. But what a sad story. What a real sad story when you think about it. Now, not going back that far, only 5 years ago, I had a particular constituent that contacted me. He would deal with our office regularly, and his English was quite capable. Not perfect, but capable. He'd been airlifted from mid-north in South Australia after a horrific accident, taken to hospital, and it was going to have an operation. I went and saw him because his family rang me, they were interstate, to try and find out what was happening. And the nurse was explaining to me that he needed an operation immediately the next day. It was a fairly major operation to do with his stomach, spleen, etc. It was even technical for me, being competent in English, what the actual ins and outs of this operation were. So I suggested to the head nurse in the ward at the Royal Adelaide Hospital that they arrange an interpreter for that next day when the doctor was going to come. The interpreter obviously didn't turn up for whatever reason. He was operated on. I went and saw him because apart from just being a constituent, he'd become a very good friend after the operation, and he couldn't tell me what sort of operation he had had. They just operated on him, he said to me, and we didn't know. What it was the removal of part of his spleen and a few other things. But again, another sad story. Again, they saved his life most probably with the operation. But we deserve interpreting services. People in those situations need to know exactly what's happening to them, especially in health. Then we go to the courts. That's a different matter again. Your legal rights, your rights under the law, you should be able to know and understand what your rights are. So, Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased that this bill is before the House. Of course, it will strengthen interpreting services, streamline them and give more access to people. But it is important. It's important in a country like Australia that we ensure that people have the ability to understand when they're going through government agencies, healthcare, legal matters, even going to see the school teacher sometimes is a burden and really needs to have an understanding of what is being said. Recently, Deputy Speaker, I was overseas. I was in Athens 3 weeks ago, and I went to the shopping centre just to buy some, I can't remember what it was, in the supermarket. I saw a little Chinese boy. He would have been about 10, and his mother, who obviously couldn't speak the local language at all. They were migrants. And I was watching him, and he was running up to the shop attendant, telling us something in Greek, because he could speak, obviously he went to school there, and then would run back to his mother and explain, and she would again tell him what it was, the product they were after, and he would go, and finally they got to the product that they wanted. And it reminded me so much of so many migrant stories here in Australia, where kids as young as 10, 11 and 12, even myself, interpreting for neighbours that couldn't speak English, for my parents on many occasions, even though their English was fairly competent, for friends, and I still do it today. I still get people coming into the electorate office with letters saying, what does this say, who can't speak the language. So it's not just an extra service that we throw on top just to make it look good. It is important, and it is something that is absolutely critical to a country like Australia if we want people to be part of our community, to participate in everything that we offer that is fantastic in this country, and to have people feel like they are part of the community. We don't want to see horror stories where people are having hysterectomies and not knowing that they've had one because there was no one to interpret or to explain to them at that point of what was happening. Or in the other case, in Bill's case with the Royal Adelaide Hospital, who had had half his spleen taken out and a whole range of other things done to his body through that operation. They had no idea what was being done. I'm not saying he would have said no, but it's good to know. It's good to know what you're doing, and we accept it as part of our everyday life. So translating interpreter services are something that are absolutely vital, and this bill introduces the dedicated legal framework that actually outlines how the Department of Home Affairs administers, delivers translation and interpreting services through the translating and interpretive service system. But beyond the legal language, what it really does is protect something deeply human, something that's deeply important to people, and that is having the information that involves their actions, whether they say yes or no. We all know that we have a right to say yes or no to things that are being offered to us, and this is one of those areas where issues that relate to health, to legal matters, to a whole range of things are so important. And it's been part of Australia's fabric for generations. The interpreting service started in 1947 when we agreed on the Migration Act to bring over many migrants in a planned manner, and we decided back then in 1947 as a nation, as the result of the post-war World War II migration program, that we needed interpreting services for those people. And over the decades, the interpreted services have grown alongside Australia's multicultural communities. And we want them to grow, we want them to be strong, and we want to ensure that every single person has access to an interpreting service if required.
Thank you. I call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Following the horrific terrorist attack in Bondi, the Prime Minister observed that we take pride in the fact our country is enriched by both the world's oldest continuous culture and people of every background and tradition who've enriched our nation and their hard work and their aspiration. That statement speaks to the enduring strength of Australia as a multicultural nation. But pride in our diversity must be matched by the systems that ensure inclusion in practice, not just in principle. This legislation gives effect to that responsibility. It affirms the linguistic background does not diminish a person's belonging, that their contribution or their place in Australian society. By providing clear statutory support for translating and interpreting services, the bill ensures multicultural communities can access government, essential services and civic life in an equitable basis, reinforcing social cohesion and enabling continued contribution to our nation's prosperity and unity. Deputy Speaker, this bill goes to the heart of who we are as a nation. It's about fairness, it's about dignity. Australia is one of the most successful multicultural nations on the planet, and that success has never been accidental. It is the result of deliberate choices made generation after generation to ensure people are not locked out of opportunities simply because English is not their first language. This bill provides a clear and enduring statutory framework for the essential services delivered by TIS National, services that have quietly but profoundly supported Australians for more than 75 years. While the legislation is technical in parts, its purpose is deeply human. It is about ensuring a grandmother can understand her doctor, that a new arrival can speak to Centrelink without fear or confusion, that a parent can engage with their child's school, and that someone calling 000 in a moment of crisis can be understood and helped without delay. Deputy Speaker, this bill sends a clear and unequivocal message. Language support is not discretionary. It is fundamental to safety, participation, fairness and equality. Australia first began providing, as we heard from our previous speaker, translating services in 1947 and interpreting services in the 50s in response to the arrival of post-war migrants, rebuilding their lives in our new country. And I'm proud to represent an electorate that is home to many Italian and Greek Australians who made those journeys after the war and who went on to contribute so deeply to the social, cultural and economic fabric of our nation. In 1973, under the Whitlam Labor government, Australia became the first country in the world to offer a national telephone interpreting service. That decision recognised something profoundly important, that while English is the predominant language in Australia, it has never been the only language spoken in Australian homes. Since that time, translating and interpreting services have continued to grow and evolve, adapting to new technologies, new communities and new forms of service delivery, while remaining a cornerstone of Australia's multicultural settlement framework. This bill strengthens that proud legacy, but it also firmly looks to the future. It ensures that the services provided by TIS National are not merely preserved, but strengthened, supported by clear legislative authority, modern governance arrangements, and a mandate that reflects the realities of modern Australia and the needs of an increasingly diverse community. At its core, this legislation establishes a statutory framework for translating and interpreting services provided by TIS National within the Department of Home Affairs. It sets out clearly and transparently the functions of TIS National, including the ability of the Secretary to provide or arrange for the provision of translating and interpreting services to Commonwealth agencies and office holders to facilitate communication between individuals and government, to states and territories under formal arrangements via telephone, video, on-site or other communication technologies, and to meet the national needs that would otherwise go unmet. The bill also recognises the broader role TIS National plays, not just delivering services, but building capability across the sector by supporting training and developing interpreters and translators, particularly in new and emerging community languages and specialist settings like health and law. In doing so, the legislation gives statutory backing to what communities already knew to be true. These services are essential infrastructure in a modern multicultural nation. Deputy Speaker, the community I represent in Melbourne's northwest is one that truly highlights Australia's migration story throughout the generations. In suburbs like Avondale Heights, Keilor East and Niddrie, many older post-war Italian and Greek Australians still speak English as a second language. These are the people who helped build our country, who worked in factories, on construction sites and in small businesses, who raised families and strengthened our communities. Yet even after decades in Australia, navigating complex systems like healthcare, aged care, housing, legal services can be daunting without language support. For them, TIS National is a lifeline. It is the difference between understanding a diagnosis or leaving confused and anxious, between asserting their rights or quietly stepping back. The same is true for newer Australians in Flemington, Kensington and Moonee Ponds, communities from Somalia, Ethiopia, Vietnam, China and beyond. These are families who are rebuilding their lives after conflict and hardship. Young people balancing school, work and family responsibilities. Parents engaging with schools, early childhood centres and medical services for the first time. For these communities, access to interpreting services builds confidence, it builds trust, and it builds connection, not just to government, but to the broader Australian community. Deputy Speaker, our Prime Minister, our government is steadfastly focused on social cohesion and unity, strengthened through statements and values. But we know cohesion is not built on rhetoric alone, it is built through action, through trust and through everyday interactions between people and the institutions that serve them. For multicultural communities, language access is the foundation of that trust. When people can communicate clearly with government agencies, with health services, with schools and courts and emergency responders, they feel included, they feel respected, and they feel that the system is working for them, not against them. Without language support, people can feel isolated, even while living in the middle of a vibrant community. They may avoid seeking help, misunderstand critical information, or disengage altogether, not because they don't want to participate, but because the barriers feel insurmountable. That disengagement does not just affect individuals, it affects families, it affects communities, and ultimately it affects social cohesion itself. Services like those provided by the TIS National are therefore not just transactional, they are relational. They are about building a sense of belonging, about ensuring people feel safe to ask questions, to seek help, and to engage with institutions in moments that matter most. This is particularly important in moments of vulnerability, when someone is receiving medical care, when they are dealing with the justice system, when they are navigating aged care, housing or family services, or when they are calling help in an emergency. In these moments, clear communication is not luxury, it is essential to dignity, fairness and safety. Deputy Speaker, social cohesion depends on people believing that our institutions are accessible and fair, regardless of background, accent or language spoken at home. By embedding, translating, interpreting services in legislation, this bill strengthens that belief. It sends a powerful message that participation in Australian society is not conditional on perfect English, but on shared commitment to one another and the values of fairness and inclusion. Deputy Speaker, this legislation gives effect to our government's multicultural access and equity policy. It affirms that access to government programs and services should not depend on cultural or linguistic background. It reflects the Albanese Labor government's commitment to a united, cohesive and multicultural Australia, one where diversity is not merely tolerated but valued and supported. And it recognises that language support underpins participation across every domain of life, from healthcare and education to employment, housing and civic engagement. By placing TIS National on a clear statutory footing, we are providing certainty to service users, to interpreters and translators, and to the agencies that rely on these services every day. Deputy Speaker, Australia's multicultural story is forever evolving, as are the needs of the communities we serve. Every generation of migration brings new languages, new settlement patterns and new cultural practices. From post-war European migration to Southeast Asian communities to more recent arrivals from Africa, the Middle East and beyond. Our interpreting and translating services have had to evolve alongside our nation. And this bill recognises that reality. By placing TIS National on a clear statutory footing, the legislation ensures that these services are not only protected, but positioned to grow, to adapt and to modernise in step with Australia's changing demographic and technological landscape. Being future-ready means investing in workforce capability, supporting the training and development of interpreters and translators, particularly, as I said, in new and emerging community languages. It means ensuring that there is capacity when new communities arrive, not years later, but from the outset, so people can engage safely and confidently as they settle into Australian life. It also means embracing modern service delivery. Telephone interpreting remains a cornerstone, especially for emergency and urgent services that operate 24 hours a day. But video interpreting, on-site services and remote technologies are increasingly critical, particularly for regional access, complex appointments and situations where visual communication matters. This bill ensures that the legislative framework keeps pace with those realities, enabling services to be delivered flexibly, securely and efficiently wherever and however they are needed. Deputy Speaker, future-ready services are not just about technology, they are also about resilience. They ensure that during times of crisis, whether public health emergencies, natural disasters or sudden surges in humanitarian arrivals, Australia has the language infrastructure needed to respond quickly, clearly and compassionately. They ensure that language services are not an afterthought, but a core part of national preparedness. And they ensure that Australia continues to grow and diversify our systems so they grow with us, rather than leaving communities to catch up on their own. Deputy Speaker, this bill is concerned with the practical operation of fairness in our multicultural country. It recognises that meaningful participation in Australian society depends on the ability to communicate with government, essential services, and that linguistic background must not be a barrier to safety, access or inclusion. This legislation acknowledges and repeats the enduring contribution of multicultural communities to Australia's social, cultural and economic life, and affirms that those contributions are not diminished by the language spoken at home. In electorates such as Maribyrnong, this reality is evident across generations, as I said, from post-war migrants who helped build modern Australia and those newer from Africa and Asia who continue that legacy today. For these communities, these services supported by this bill are essential. It is about building public confidence in accessibility and fairness of government systems. It supports social cohesion by ensuring that individuals can engage in institutions in a safe, informed and equitable manner. This bill also positions these services to remain responsive, as I said, to future needs, recognising the evolving linguistic diversity of Australia and the importance of maintaining capacity, professionalism and reliability in service delivery. For these reasons, and because cohesive and inclusive society depends on systems that work effectively for all Australians, I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. I call the member for Werriwa.
Deputy Speaker, dealing with the complexities of life is difficult at the best of times. Paperwork, red tape, rules, regulations and just paying bills takes up an incredible amount of time, not to mention patience. Then, of course, there's the issue of computers. If the connection isn't down, then the printer can be almost certainly jammed. For those of us whose first language is English, what I've described is manageable, if only just at times. But it is so much more isolating if English is not your first language. My electorate is home to 152 discrete language groups. The data in the 2021 census is revealing in this regard. 66% of households in the electorate of Werriwa use a language other than English at home. Of these, Arabic, Vietnamese, Hindi and Assyrian Neo-Aramaic and Spanish are the most common. With regard to parenting, just over 68% of Werriwa residents state that both parents were born overseas. This is compared to the national average of 36%. The diversity in my electorate is one of the things that I love about it, but it still can present challenges, especially when helping constituents with their matters. One of the most important tools for me and my staff is the National Translating and Interpreting Service, the TIS. Using TIS is often a game changer. When language barriers emerge, either over the counter or more likely on the phone, a quick call to TIS National can make all of the difference. It's not an exaggeration to say you can hear the barriers fall away as constituents speak to an interpreter in their own language. It means a constituent can properly express themselves and be guaranteed that any confusion or misunderstanding can be dealt with promptly. And it also adds another benefit. A number of times in my electorate office, the children of constituents have acted as interpreters for their parents. I thoroughly understand why this is the case, but it can be far from ideal for any number of reasons. Using TIS means the use of children as an intermediary isn't necessary, and if nothing else, frees them to go back to school and allows them to still be children. The Australian Government began providing translation services in 1947, interpreting services in 1950s.
The original aim was to support and help post-World War II migrants. And the services provided by TIS really are fundamental to a full participation in our society. The funding of the service for all three levels of government, plus the private sector and individuals, does underscore that language is important and is not an optional or discretionary service, rather a fundamental to safety, participation, fairness and equality. The services provided by TIS National are exceptional and world-class, providing translation and interpreting services to government agencies across all three tiers of government. Telephone interpreting services are key here, but there is also remote interpreting via video and on-site interpreting and translating services. It provides 24/7 telephone interpreting, supports 000 services, hospitals, courts and other urgent needs. Then there's the free interpreting service and the free translation service for key non-government entities, including doctors, pharmacists, trade unions, real estate agencies and parliamentarians. The FTS also provides new arrivals with free translation to English of key personal documents to support their participation of education, employment and community life. And finally, TIS National also supports the training and development of translators and interpreters. In 2024, advice provided by the Australian Government Solicitor, the AGS, advised that TIS National required express legislative authority, particularly in relation to services provided to private sector bodies. This bill then is the key and vital in addressing the risks identified by the AGS in the legal advice. Specifically, the bill established a statutory framework for the services provided by TIS National within the Department of Home Affairs. The proposed legislation, Deputy Speaker, sets out the functions provided by TIS National and will ensure clear and enduring statutory support for these functions. Particularly noteworthy is the legislation will enable the Secretary of the Department to provide or arrange the provision of translating services to Commonwealth or agencies and to state, territory or agencies. It will allow for the facilitation of communication by a person with these Commonwealth, state or territory agencies, authorities, bodies, organisations or office holders. The legislation also expressly provides for other services to be provided by TIS National, including development, training and supporting translators and interpreters for the purposes of TIS National's core functions. I can only begin to imagine the difficulties constituents face when English is not their first language. Thank goodness that when it's needed, TIS National is available. I know firsthand the wonderful work it does. It's a terrific investment in ensuring that everyone can fully participate in our society. Such a service then requires not only our support in a budgetary sense, but also for a legislative framework that ensures it can carry out its vital functions and service without worry or concern. I commend the bill to the House, but I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank all the staff and interpreters who make TIS National so great for in my office when we need them for our constituents.
Thank you. I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today in support of the Translating and Interpreting Services Bill 2025. The Translating and Interpreting Services, or TIS National, is an absolutely essential service that ensures that all Australians can fully participate in our civil life, our communities and our economy. It allows Australians from diverse backgrounds equal access to public institutions and services and allows the private sector to reach new domestic markets. TIS is an indispensable piece of infrastructure for modern, multicultural Australia. The last census showed that over 5.5 million Australians speak a language other than English at home. In my electorate of Menzies, we're fortunate enough to have the largest Chinese Australian population of any electorate proportionally across the country, the largest Iranian population. We have established Greek and Italian communities, emerging Indian communities, people from almost every country on earth. It's an incredibly diverse community and I'm honoured to represent it. I have had extensive experience with TIS, particularly when I worked with the then Department of Immigration and Citizenship and later the Department of Home Affairs. In some roles, it was a service I used almost every day. For those who haven't used it, you can call TIS on 131 450 24 hours a day, 365 days a year to request an interpreter. You can also book interpreters in advance. Hopefully, everyone in this place knows that our officers have access to TIS client numbers, and we can use them to make sure that we are reaching out to all members of the communities we represent. Of course, government departments and other public institutions are major clients, but so are other essential services. When I worked in refugee and migrant settlement services, we ensured that new arrivals were aware that they could request an interpreter. Let me give you a couple of examples of how vital this is. Imagine going to a hospital or GP and being unable to communicate what your symptoms are. Imagine if a doctor was giving you advice that might preserve your health or even save your life, and you could not understand them. Thankfully, the TIS National Doctors Priority Line is available to GPs, specialists, nurse practitioners, endorsed midwives, pharmacy staff and approved health practitioners. This means they can provide all Australians with the care they need, when they need it. Without this, people would suffer and illnesses and diseases would worsen. Where health professionals did not offer or accede to requests to use an interpreter, sometimes the children of clients would have to act as interpreters, sometimes for very sensitive matters. I believe we've had a few members of the chamber talk about how this becomes a necessity sometimes, but thankfully TIS is there and is a much better service in terms of being able to preserve the privacy and dignity of people, particularly when they're accessing health services. I also saw the essential work of TIS when I was working as a judge's associate at the county court. Imagine if you were a victim of crime and had to give evidence before a court, but could not understand, let alone respond to, the questions that were put to you. Imagine if you're accused of a crime but had no way of understanding the proceedings. Imagine if you were pursuing civil relief but were unable to understand the complex legal procedures that were happening and that would determine whether or not you get compensation for a personal injury matter, say, or damage to your property. I saw firsthand the work of highly skilled TIS interpreters who were able to provide professional and accurate interpretation so that all of those involved in the legal process, judges, lawyers, plaintiffs, defendants, victims and the accused could participate equally. I also saw the work of TIS when I was volunteering at community legal centres. We had many clients from migrant and refugee backgrounds come in seeking free legal advice when I volunteered at the Fitzroy Community Legal Service, and a large number of those clients came seeking support with family violence issues, with property issues, and the only way that they were able to communicate their problems and receive advice from the lawyers there was through TIS. Now, there might be some people who say that people immigrating to Australia should learn English. Of course, this is something that we not only encourage, but also support people to do. Most skilled and student visas have a requirement that people pass a test demonstrating a higher level of English, and we have the Adult Migrant English Program, which provides free English language tuition to people of migrant and refugee backgrounds. But you don't need to speak perfect English in order to be a proud and fully participating Australian. We're talking about highly technical areas sometimes, health, law, government services, which people who even speak English as a first language struggle with, but which can be very difficult to understand if your native tongue is not English. TIS ensures that all Australians can communicate with each other and provides equal access and participation. Now, TIS has existed in one form or another since World War II. It fosters understanding, community and engagement. It is an essential pillar of social cohesion. Our tabling of this bill reflects this government's commitment to social cohesion. We are one of the most successful multicultural countries in the world. Nowhere is this more evident than at our local citizenship ceremonies, at which many of us have the honour to represent the Parliament in our elected roles. Like many of us here, I attended a citizenship ceremony on Australia Day at Manningham Council. As always, it's one of the most uplifting parts of the jobs. The happiness and the pride of all the new citizens fully joining our great nation and being able to share that special day with them. On Australia Day, I also attended an event in my electorate in Box Hill held by the Federation of Chinese Associations Victoria. It was a wonderful reflection of modern multicultural Australia, a celebration of both our National Day and Chinese New Year. Those in attendance enjoyed a traditional welcome to country and musical performances from Indigenous Australians, as well as traditional Chinese performances, such as a face-changing performance. In my electorate of Menzies, we are demonstrating our commitment to multiculturalism and social cohesion with a $200,000 commitment to multicultural festivals, which are run by the very hard-working Asian Business Association of Whitehorse, who represent a number of small businesses as well as medium-sized businesses in my electorate. This includes the Manningham Chinese New Year Festival, which will take place this Saturday, 7th of February at Doncaster Reserve. This is the second year the festival will be held, and our support means more people in our community can celebrate and experience Chinese culture. There will be food stalls, rides, cultural performances, and then on 21st of February, we'll have the Box Hill Chinese New Year Festival. This has become a real highlight, not just of our local cultural calendar, but of Melbourne's cultural calendar. It now attracts over 100,000 people per year. Growing up in Melbourne's East, we always had to go into the city to celebrate Chinese New Year, so it means a lot to me that we can have these cultural celebrations in our local area and with our local community. This sharing of culture and fostering of understanding is so important to maintaining social cohesion. I contrast this approach of bringing people together that we are committed to with the divisive approach of those opposite. We have not forgotten that during the election campaign, one of their senators, a campaign spokesperson no less, accused Chinese Australians who were getting involved in a democratic process of being Chinese spies. After the election, their former Attorney General, George Brandis, said that they were running out of people to offend. Well, they found some more. Another one of their senators accused Indian Australians of voting as a monolith and used her platform to spread disinformation about our migration system. More recently, at a time when we have been focused on eliminating anti-Semitism and maintaining social cohesion, former Prime Minister Scott Morrison, backed in by Liberal frontbencher Andrew Bagg, called for all Muslim religious leaders to have to register and be accredited by the government. This from the party that apparently stands for individual rights and small government. Now, of course, we know that the evidence points to the two men who carried out the horrific anti-Semitic terrorist attack in Bondi being motivated by an adherence to the Islamic State, a perverted form of Islam. But the idea that the 813,000 Australian Muslims should be held collectively responsible for the actions of two men who perverted their faith is, to be frank, offensive. It would be like saying all Australians should be held collectively responsible for the actions of the person who carried out the Christchurch massacre. They should not be, and they are not. Islam is a religion of peace. It was put to me perfectly by one of our local Muslim leaders. The actions of Ahmed al-Ahmed, one of the heroes of Bondi, better represent the values of Islam than the actions of the two men who carried out the atrocity at Bondi. This weekend, our local mosque, the United Muslim Migrant Association, will be having an open day for all members of the community to come and learn about Islam. I attended last year when our local religious leaders welcomed people in and gave as much of their time as was needed to answer any questions people might have. Sometimes these questions would have been challenging for them. Sometimes the questions relied on very outdated stereotypes and misinformation. But the Muslim leaders answered them with perfect graciousness and patience. That is what we need in our communities. Not division, but building understanding, dispelling information, and reaching over cultural divides. Well, Deputy Speaker, we stand with all Australians, embracing people of all faiths and backgrounds, Chinese, Indian, Jewish, Muslim. We want to bring Australians together and maintain social cohesion, and that is exactly what we are doing with this bill. This bill creates a strong legislative framework to underpin TIS. It follows advice from the Australian Government Solicitor that TIS National requires express legislative authority. It considers the findings of the Royal Commission. We understand the importance of having proper legal foundations for government action. We respect the advice of our independent public servants and legal counsel, unlike those opposite. Now, TIS is staffed by dedicated public servants who connect people who need interpreting services with the language experts they need, accurately, quickly, and professionally. It is also staffed by highly skilled interpreters accredited at different levels who are able to interpret a wide range of areas, from the everyday to the highly technical health and legal areas, as I've said. When I was a public servant with the Department of Home Affairs, I was proud to be a CPSU union delegate. Towards the end of my time there, after the Albanese Labor government came to power, the then Minister for Home Affairs, Claire O'Neill, came to announce that jobs in TIS that had been outsourced, jobs where people were working on insecure contracts, would be brought in-house. Dozens of people were given secure public service jobs, giving them security, certainty about their future, and the ability to have a career path within the department. It's so important that we recognise the hard work and the vital role that TIS plays in providing these services, because without them, many people would be disenfranchised from the economic and cultural opportunities that come from being able to fully understand the language and the matters that they need, both to engage with government, engage with healthcare, engage with legal services. And so I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Order. The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Gordon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Translating and Interpreting Services Bill 2025. This bill is about supporting our multicultural community. It's about making sure that members of our multicultural community are looked after. It's about strengthening an important and successful service and ensuring that when we look to the future, we see one where every single member of our multicultural community is taken care of. Australia's multicultural diversity is so important to who we are. It's so important to my community, where cultural festivals and local establishments bring people together. And it's so important to our country. Deputy Speaker, we're living in a time when social cohesion is more important than ever. Social cohesion, or having respect and care for each other, or celebrating both the things that make us different and the things that make us the same. And this bill is about continuing our care for multicultural communities, about meeting them where they're at, ensuring that they can always access key services, and supporting them to participate fully in the economic and social life of our country. This bill will establish a statutory framework for the translating and interpreting services provided by TIS National within the Department of Home Affairs. If enacted, the proposed legislation will ensure clear and enduring statutory support for TIS National. It won't change the way in which the services of TIS National are provided or funded. Rather, it will simply provide a clear legislative framework for the services, providing certainty and ensuring their continued availability to support our community into the future. With this bill, we're protecting the important services that TIS National provide to people with limited English language proficiency and ensuring that no matter their level of English proficiency, every member of our community can access key services and support. TIS National is a translation and interpreting service operated within the Department of Home Affairs for the purpose of promoting equitable access to key services for people in our community with limited or no English language proficiency. It's a key mechanism by which we ensure that these members of our community aren't left behind. Many Australians may not have heard of TIS National, but it's a service we use regularly in our electorate office and in the wider community. It dates back to the late 1940s when we welcomed a new wave of post-war migrants to settle in Australia. For many of us in this place, as well as many of my constituents, these migrants were our parents or our grandparents. It was actually the first time the Australian government opened its doors to migrants from beyond the British Isles who spoke a mother tongue other than English. And in that way, TIS National is one of the foundational services of modern multicultural Australia. Since the 40s, these services have grown and evolved to meet the needs of the Australian community. And in 1973, they included the world's first telephone interpreting services, still a core component of the TIS National services to date. Today, TIS National's free interpreting services allow the government and other service providers to engage an interpreter or translator to assist in communicating with clients. Through TIS National, server providers can book a telephone, online or in-person appointment with a translator and can be connected directly to a phone interpreter within a few minutes of calling. Service providers that use TIS National include medical practitioners, allied health professionals, pharmacies, NGOs providing casework and emergency services, legal services, trade unions and real estate agencies. Indeed, TIS National performs a key function in ensuring good health outcomes for our multicultural communities. TIS National also accepts calls from people with limited proficiency themselves, giving them the option of arranging a translator themselves before engaging with the government or another service provider. It's actually the only interpretive service in Australia to offer this option. In 2026, TIS National has access to more than 2,700 language practitioners in over 150 languages. It operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and provides over 1.3 million interpreting services each year. It is the strong foundation on which all of our work to ensure that members of our multicultural communities have equitable access is built. Of course, when it comes to participating fully in Australian society, nothing can substitute the ability to understand and speak English. TIS National is not a substitute for becoming proficient in English. Rather, it's an acknowledgement that learning a new language is no easy feat. For some people in our community, like women who are raising children and older first-generation migrants, learning English often means years of intentional effort and study, requiring them to seek out opportunities to learn and practice and find time to work at their English every single day. To support migrants to improve their English, the Adult Migrant English Program, provided by the Department of Home Affairs, offers free English tuition provided by a volunteer tutor to all migrants and humanitarian entrants. The AMEP has been teaching migrants English for over 75 years, and it assists around 50,000 to 60,000 eligible migrants and humanitarian entrants each year. Over these 75 years, the program has supported countless members of our community to improve their English and to gain the confidence to participate more fully in Australian society. It also facilitates all-important bonds between new migrants and established members of the community, providing new migrants with a point of contact, someone to ask when they have questions about how the public transport system works or what the rules of AFL are. It's a service that provides real personal support to new migrants and makes their integration into the economic and social life of our country that little bit easier. In recent times, the AMEP has actually been expanded so that more migrants can access free English tuition for longer until they reach a higher level of proficiency. That said, we must continue to provide a bridge between a service that supports new migrants while they're building their language skills and gaining confidence. That gives grace to new migrants, acknowledging that learning language is a process and that ensures that no matter what stage they're at with their English learning journey, they are never left behind. My electorate of Gorton in Melbourne's western suburbs is incredibly diverse. There are tens of thousands of families across the electorate, and amongst those families, we have one of the highest proportions of first and second generation migrants in Australia. More than 33% of my electorate was born overseas, and more than 30,000 of my constituents speak a language other than English at home. In my electorate office, we're regularly visited by constituents who speak English as a second language, or for many of my constituents, as even a third or a fourth language. We have the number for TIS National blue tack next to the reception in our electorate office, so we can make a quick call for an interpreter whenever we need. The importance of protecting and strengthening a service like this in a multicultural country really can't be understated. Most of my constituents with migrant backgrounds are proficient in English or speak enough to get around day to day without too much trouble. But anyone who's lived or travelled in a country that speaks a different language knows that when it comes to administration, complex issues, and situations of high stress or emotion, the holes in your language skills become apparent very quickly. At that point, having the option to speak a language you're comfortable in is so important. And if the person you're supporting you isn't proficient in your language, you need help from someone else. Recently, my electorate office was visited by two constituents, a young girl and her mother, seeking an update on a humanitarian visa application for a close relative. This young girl and her mother were both refugees from Afghanistan themselves. When they visited my office, our young constituent spoke on behalf of her mother. Her mother was distressed, and this young girl was caught in the middle, translating back and forth as we tried to ensure both sides were on the same page. The children of migrant families are loved and cherished, and their parents have often been through incredible hardship to give them the opportunities for a better life. However, we know they often face a heavy burden. They're usually more proficient in the language of their new home than their parents, so they have to step up and help out. They become the translator, the one that helps with the paperwork, reads the bills, makes the phone calls, goes to every appointment. They're adultified long before they become actual adults. And for their parents who are faced with adapting to a new country, a new language, a new life, these experiences can be incredibly disempowering. They find themselves unable to advocate for themselves, for their families, in the same way they have their entire lives, often the same way that got them and their families to Australia in the first place. When we received the update on the visa application, we provided it to our young constituent. But we made it clear that if her mother needed an opportunity to hear this information directly, we'd be happy to see her back in the office for an in-person meeting with a translator. 2 months later, there was a message in the inbox asking to set up a meeting. The opportunity to have this meeting with a translator from TIS National on the phone took the pressure off our young constituent speaking on behalf of her mother. And it gave her mother an opportunity to be heard, to hear the information she needed from the source, and to ask questions she still had directly and hear the answers herself. And that's the power of a free translation services in our electorate offices. But it's not just about complex visa matters or issues that might bring you to an electorate office. It's much more basic than that. Language barriers prevent migrants from accessing and receiving a whole lot of important information and services. It can prevent migrants from calling 000, understanding information from emergency services like the SES when natural disasters occur, reporting crimes, going to the doctor. Many studies have highlighted the negative impact of language barriers on migrants' access to healthcare. And the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare even reported that low English proficiency and more than 10 years in Australia is actually linked to a higher prevalence of chronic conditions, including diabetes, heart disease, kidney disease, stroke and lung conditions. Even though people born overseas generally have fewer long-term health conditions than those born in Australia. A finding which speaks to the seriousness of this issue and the crucial important part of working and making sure that the language barrier does not prevent migrants from looking after their own health. It's so important that we produce materials in language and proactively reach out to migrants to provide these in language and culturally appropriate education and support. And a service like TIS National is the foundation of all of this, because for migrants and for service providers alike, when communicating directly is not possible, it's so important that the option to call an interpreter is there to fall back on. The Albanese Labor government is bringing this bill because we know the importance of multicultural and social cohesion in our country. We're one of the most successful multicultural nations in the world. We've been an example for other countries, but we're living in a moment when our social cohesion, the thread that joins us all together, is under threat. And make no mistake, it's under threat by hate and extremism that seeks to divide, that wants us to make us believe that we cannot live harmoniously alongside one another. Our government doesn't buy this story, and we will not let it divide us. That's why the government established an Office for Multicultural Affairs and elevated to Cabinet for the very first time the standalone position of Minister for Multicultural Affairs. That's why we've brought in the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism, Criminal and Migration Laws Bill 2026. And that's why we're strengthening our existing legislation services to ensure that every member of our multicultural community has equitable access to services. The decision to pack up your life and move to a different country is one of the biggest you can make. Our government recognises that and is committed to supporting migrants every step of the way. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia is one of the most successful multicultural nations in the world. Our story is one of migration, of people arriving on this continent from every corner of the globe, bringing with them skills, traditions, faiths, languages and hopes for a better future. Australians come from all walks of life and from almost every country on earth. Some arrive with English skills better than many members of this chamber. Others, particularly those reuniting with family, arrive with limited or no English skills at all. That diversity is not a weakness. It is one of our greatest strengths, but it also brings with it a responsibility to ensure that language is never a barrier to dignity, safety, opportunity, or participation in Australian society. That is why government-funded translating and interpreting services are not a luxury. They are essential nation-building infrastructure. Deputy Speaker, Australia first established government translation services in 1947 in response to the large influx of post-war migrants from Europe. At that time, we recognised a simple truth. People cannot integrate, work, access healthcare, or comply with the law if they cannot understand it. That system was built upon in 1973 when Australia became the first country in the world to introduce a national telephone interpreting service. Today, TIS National supports more than 2,700 interpreters across over 150 languages. Those interpreters work across metropolitan suburbs, regional towns, courts, hospitals, police stations, medical facilities, workplaces and homes. They are vital in improving quality of life, ensuring fairness and allowing residents to access services they would otherwise be completely locked out of. Access to language is also essential to a healthy democracy because informed citizens must first be able to understand the systems that serve them and the processes that enable their participation. Deputy Speaker, I know personally just how impactful programs like this can be. When I arrived in Australia as a young girl, I could not read English. I struggled to speak it properly. Even when I could manage a casual conversation, I certainly could not understand complex processes, legal language, or government forms. Like many migrant families, the Fernando family relied heavily on family friends and community members to translate for us, a reality that thousands of my constituents in Holt continue to rely on every day. I learned English by reading classical novels such as Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen, Tales of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. It was hard work, and when I first started, it would take me more than 3 months to finish a single novel. Through hard work, perseverance, and support of incredible teachers, including Miss Tassel, Mrs. Rainsford, Mr. Hall, and Mr. Jappy, those months to finish a novel turned into weeks, and those weeks turned into days. Learning a language is hard at any age. Deputy Speaker, learning a new language is far easier when you are younger. For older migrants, parents, grandparents who moved here to join their children, learning English is much more of a difficult task. That is why translating and interpreting services are so crucial in electorates like mine. In Holt, 47% of residents speak a language other than English at home. Most speak English at an extremely high standard. We are also home to one of the largest refugee populations in the country. This diaspora from Afghanistan, Cambodia, and Sri Lanka have escaped conflict. They represent families, small business owners, carers, factory workers, cleaners, nurses, and grandparents, people who contribute every day to our community, but who struggle to access services without support. Language access is not merely a matter of convenience for these people. It is fundamental to participation and economic opportunity, because when people can understand their rights, their employment conditions, their responsibilities, they are able to enter the workforce sooner, contribute more quickly, and help drive Australia's economic growth. One of the best services delivered by TIS National is the free translating service. If a person has been granted a long-term visa within the last 2 years, they are entitled to have up to 10 personal documents translated free of charge. That includes birth, death, marriage certificates, school certificates, academic transcripts, letters of reference, bank statements, employment records, and medical documents. These translations would otherwise cost hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars. By removing that cost, the government is removing barriers to employment, education, housing, healthcare, and settlement. It is helping new arrivals find work, enrol their children in school, secure a rental property, open a bank account, and access Medicare and other essential services. And this is why TIS National is so vital, because a modern multicultural Australia only succeeds when residents are able to integrate and engage fully with Australian society. TIS National does not only support engagement with government agencies, interpreting services also available for non-government interactions, including with doctors and other healthcare providers, ensuring patients understand diagnosis, consent to treatment, and receive safe care. They are used also by trade unions, helping workers understand their rights and protect themselves from exploitation. These services are used by real estate agents and housing providers, helping families find secure accommodation. In times of crisis, whether bushfires, as we recently had in Victoria, floods, or public health emergency, clear communication saves lives, and these services ensure that no one is left behind when urgent information must be understood. Crucially, these services are used by women escaping domestic and family violence. Deputy Speaker, language barriers can trap women in violent relationships. It can isolate them from society and limit them knowing where they can reach out to. It can prevent victims from seeking help, reporting abuse, understanding intervention orders, or accessing crisis accommodation. For women who do not speak English fluently, an interpreter can be the difference between safety and continued harm. This is why this bill matters. Whether it's women escaping domestic violence, a new mum trying to access parenting payment, or an older Australian trying to access healthcare, this service provides great benefits. Up till now, these translating and interpreting services have been delivered by successive Australian governments without explicit legislative authority. While such arrangements are not uncommon in government, they carry risk. They rely on administrative practices rather than statutory certainty. This bill fixes that. It provides a clear legislative framework that formally empowers the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs to continue delivering translating and interpreting services. It ensures transparency, accountability, and continuity. Deputy Speaker, we know the demand is real. The most recent census shows that 3.4% of Australians have low English skills, meaning they do not speak English well or at all. Some of the highest demand of interpreting services come from communities with heritages from Vietnam, Greece, Korea, Italy, and Spain. Communities that have helped shape and build modern Australia. These services are relied upon daily by police, courts, aged care providers, GPs, hospitals, the ATO and Administrative Appeals Tribunal, and the Federal Court. Without interpreters, justice cannot be delivered fairly. Healthcare cannot be delivered safely. Government cannot be accessed equally. Deputy Speaker, Labor understands this. It was a Labor government led by Gough Whitlam that dismantled the White Australia policy. It was Labor that led the foundations of modern multicultural Australia, recognising that diversity strengthens our nation, but only when people are supported to participate fully. This bill continues that proud tradition. It recognises that language should never be a barrier to opportunity. It recognises that government services must be accessible to everyone, not just the fluent in English. And it recognises that a strong, cohesive Australia is one that everyone can understand, engage and belong. TIS National is not just a service, it's a lifeline, a bridge between systems and people. This bill ensures that that bridge remains strong. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the interpreters themselves, highly skilled professionals who step into complex and often emotionally charged situations to ensure accuracy, dignity and fairness. The work you do every day is so vital and supports thousands of members in our community. In closing, I want to thank the Minister for Multicultural Affairs, Dr. Anne Ali, and the Minister for Home Affairs, Tony Burke, for ensuring that the government's translating and interpreting services remain strong into the future. For that reason, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I'll put that question. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to provide for translating and interpreting functions and for related purposes.
If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the reporting question immediately. So the question becomes that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, resumption of debate on the motion moved by the Prime Minister in relation to the death of the Honourable Nick Bolkus.
The question is that that motion be agreed to, and I call the Minister for Health, Ageing, Disability and the NDIS.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. It's with a lot of sadness, but also a great deal of affection and pride that I want to make a contribution on the motion that was moved by the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition's address to that about the passing of Nick Bolkus. Nick was a huge figure in this parliament for a quarter of a century, but he was an even bigger figure in the South Australian community, in the western suburbs that I have the privilege of representing, and particularly in the Labor Party and the left of the Labor Party, which I want to talk about a little bit. He was an enormously important figure to me and to many of my colleagues, like Penny Wong and Jay Weatherill and so many others, and I'll talk about that a little bit. Nick was born in 1950 and he passed away tragically on Christmas Day at the age of 75 years. And he lived an enormously rich life, albeit one that in the last 6 or 7 years was very seriously hampered by illness, and I'll talk a bit about that. He didn't follow the path, or his family didn't follow the path that is typical of Greek Australians who came to Australia mainly in the post-war period, to a degree a little bit during the Depression in the 1930s when we opened up our immigration channels to continental Europe. His family was from the very, very small island of Castellorizo, which is a very short distance, a Kazi, as the Minister for Multicultural Affairs says. This is a small island very close to the coast of Turkey, and in the early part of World War I was very seriously impacted by the Ottoman Empire. And some thousands of Kazis fled their home and crossed the ocean and built a new life, either in Canada or in the US, or happily for many of them, I think it was only 8,000 or so at the time, in Australia. And Nick's grandfather was one of those who left his island home in about 1915. So his family had been well established in Adelaide for a long period of time before Nick was born. In the city, in the West End of Adelaide, went to Sturt Street Primary School. After it closed, was a very leading figure in lobbying the then Rand government to reopen the Sturt Street Primary School that is still, again, going strong. Nick, from a very early age, was drawn to the Labor Party. In his teens, he campaigned for Don Dunstan in the seat of Norwood in the 1960s. He was an unsuccessful candidate for state parliament in the mid-1970s in his 20s. He'd worked as a staffer in the Whitlam government before the age of 25, and he was an unsuccessful candidate on what we generally call an unwinnable position on the Senate ticket at the 77 election. But he was allocated a winnable spot by the party in 1980. He was only 30. He was a Greek Australian at a time when that was unusual to obtain pre-selection support, and most suspiciously, in the eyes of the power brokers of the South Australian branch of the Labor Party at the time, he had a university degree, a law degree for that matter, that made him an egghead and many other names that are not able to be repeated in this chamber because of standing orders and the decorum of the Parliament, Mr Deputy Speaker. But he won at the age of 30, and that was the beginning of an extraordinary parliamentary career, extending a quarter of a century. I know the Minister for Multicultural Affairs and the Minister for Skills, who had that portfolio before Dr Ali, will talk about Nick's extraordinary contribution to multicultural affairs, to the immigration portfolio which he held, to changing through some extraordinary stories, the lives of tens and tens of thousands of people. It's well known, the story, that he had responsibility for implementing the promise that Bob Hawke, as Prime Minister, made to people from China in Australia at the time of the Tiananmen Square massacre, that they could stay here. And Nick implemented that and changed the lives of so many besides that. At the State Memorial Service that I had the privilege of being at a little while ago, a Vietnamese Australian woman told the story of Nick and Gareth Evans helping her father, who had been in prison in Vietnam for years and years, be released and come and join the family, the mother and the children who had then grown up and still lives in Australia. Just some of those little pearls, the stories that immigration ministers are able to reflect upon as their time in this place concludes. So he made an extraordinary contribution. He had the privilege of serving as a minister in some extraordinary governments led by two extraordinary prime ministers. He was the first Greek Australian to be appointed to cabinet, and that was something he was deeply proud of, because he was so proud of his culture, and he was so widely respected in what is a large Greek Australian community in Adelaide, particularly in the western suburbs of Adelaide that Nick called home for many, many decades. I first met Nick in my teens, in my late teens, when Nick was a junior minister then, not yet appointed to cabinet, in the late 1980s at a famous, or to some degree infamous, restaurant in Adelaide's Rundle Street called Da Clemente. And what struck me then about Nick was his willingness to listen to a young lad who was probably a complete pain in the backside. And that was what people talk about when they reflect on their time with Nick or observing Nick. He was the most active listener I think I've ever encountered. When people sat down with Nick, he wasn't one of those people whose eyes were darting all around the room to see who they could talk to next. People went away from a conversation with Nick feeling like they had been listened to, actively listened to. That was really one of the enduring things that I think people take from Nick. It's something I see so deeply in his daughter Aria particularly, who has worked with me for the last couple of years and is campaigning now for the State Parliament as well. When I got to know Nick a little bit better in my early 20s and into my 20s, he had the privilege of having a faction named after him. The Balkis Left was one of the insurgent factions at the time in South Australian Labor Party politics, and ultimately won the tussle between warring sub-factions of the left, and the Balkis Left just became the left. And although that sounds sort of funny, tongue-in-cheek, it was actually a really important thing for the South Australian branch, because what came out of Nick using his networks, his experience and his wisdom to seek change in the Labor Party and re-establish what had been a long consensus culture in the branch of the Labor Party in Adelaide, has set the party up, as Peter Malinauskas, the Premier, said at the State Memorial Service, for 3 decades of real success. This is the best branch in our party, I think. It's the most stable. It's had 4 leaders in 35 years, and our current leader, Peter Malinauskas, is likely to be there for a long time to come. It's been electorally very successful and has made real change in a state and a jurisdiction that's not easy. It doesn't have a lot of the natural advantages that other states have, whether it's the resources you see in Western Australia and Queensland or the big population centres of the 2 big states. And so Nick's contribution, largely in partnership with now Senator Farrell, also with Pat Conlon, a dear friend of Nick's who worked for him for some time and then became a minister in the Rand government, has set that branch up, which had had a patchy history, I think it's fair to say, before the mid-90s, for real success and a real contribution to the interests of South Australians. And I think we're all very grateful to him for that. But while being a busy cabinet minister and then a busy shadow cabinet minister who played a really, really leading role after we lost government in 1996 in this place, he always had the time to mentor younger members of the party. I know what an influence he was on Penny Wong. I've witnessed it. I know what an enormous supporter he was of her potential and the need for us as a party to get her into Parliament and to use that potential for in part our party's interest, but more importantly the nation's benefit. And he used to have us round to barbecues. He used to talk to us respectfully, with much more respect than I think sometimes we deserved as precocious pains in the backside, as I said. But it was something that characterised Nick right through his time as a minister, as a shadow minister, and then after he left the Parliament in the mid-2000s. And it reflected the way he'd come up. It really was something for Nick, as I said, a 30-year-old, legally qualified Greek Australian, to come into the Australian Senate. It's not so unusual now, which is a terrific thing, but it was. It really was 45 years ago. And that reflected the vision and the support that he got, as I'm sure my friend the member for Macon remembers, who worked in the Whitlam government as a staffer with Nick. It was the support of 2 giants of the Labor movement, but real giants of South Australia, Mick Young, the then member for Port Adelaide, and Clyde Cameron, who was such an important part of the modernisation of our party, but really the leader of our branch for 3 decades or more. And he recognised what Nick could bring to the Parliament and to our party, and the need for us to start making real connections to communities like the Greek Australian community. And Nick passed that on. He learned that from Clyde and from Mick and from Reg Bishop and others. And he passed it on, Jim Toohey, and he passed it on to the next generation. And I, for one, am so enormously grateful. These things are sometimes tense. The master-apprentice relationship is not always easy and sometimes a little tense. And John Rao frankly said that, Nick might have wanted to spend more time in the Parliament and would have made an enormous contribution. But after leaving the Parliament after 25 years, he made every day count. He continued to support the party. He continued to mentor young people. He built an extraordinary career in business. It's not often that, it's not always that people make that transition from being a successful minister to being a successful businessman. Nick undoubtedly did. And he had a lot more to contribute and a lot more to give when he was very cruelly struck with an illness 6.5 years ago. I was due to have lunch with him and Mel Mansell, the editor-at-large of The Advertiser, and Nick unusually was late. And after making a call, he had been taken to the Royal Adelaide Hospital and never really recovered. Spent time at Hampstead and then some years at Westminster, a nursing home just near his house and around the corner from my house as well, and was cared for wonderfully, according to his family, by the staff who were there. Rang the bell a lot, agitated a lot for better conditions, as you'd expect, but I think we all missed the contributions that Nick otherwise would have made over those last 6 or 7 years. In closing, and thank you for the indulgence, to say a few words about someone who had such a big impact on my life. In conclusion, I want to say how much the South Australian community, the Greek Australian community in Adelaide, the Labor family have tried to wrap their arms around Nick's family. Nick's wife, Mary, his older son, Nick, who has built an extraordinary legal career himself, and I know how proud Nick was of the younger Nick, and his 2 younger daughters who are now in their 20s, Michaela and Aria. I've talked about Aria. Michaela, who I think is only 23, gave an extraordinary address to the memorial service that I know she found difficult, but was reflective, it was wise, it had an extraordinary amount of analysis, and it was just so loving of her father. And Aria, who I know much better, who, as I said, is the candidate for the state seat I live in, and I would love to see her be my local member, was typically strong and forthright, and, as her dad would have insisted, used the opportunity to advocate for better policy in aged care and stroke care in particular. And Mary said with tongue-in-cheek that the fact that all 3 are now lawyers showed a real failure of parenthood, and maybe to a degree she was right. They really are apples that didn't fall far from the tree. There's a lot of Nick in all 3 of them, a lot of their mum as well, but I know how proud Nick would have been about the way in which, it's very confronting, I imagine, the community has taken notice of Nick's passing. It's a high-profile passing, a very big funeral at the church, a very big state memorial service. Talking about your dad, who is such a high-profile figure, can't be easy while you're grieving yourself. And they did it with such dignity and warmth and pride of what their father did for their family, but did for their community. I couldn't have more respect for all of them than I have for the way in which they've handled this period of real grief. So to Nick, I say thank you for the advice and the mentoring that you gave to me. It's meant an enormous amount to me. Thank you for the hospitality you showed us over the many years. It was not just instructive, it was fun. It was fun to spend time with you on so many occasions, with your family, with your friends, down in Henley Beach, and may you rest in peace.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the Minister for Small Business and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I too want to record my deep sadness on the death of the Honourable Nick Bolkus and honour his outstanding service to our nation. Senator Bolkus was a pillar of the Australian Labor Party, as the Minister outlined in his speech just then. And he was also a pioneer of Multicultural Australia. As the first federal cabinet member of Greek heritage, he demonstrated to many of us who were watching from the outsides, he demonstrated that representation is not just symbolic, that representation matters. Senator Bolkus didn't simply inherit the story of migration, he lived it. And he lived that story through his long-standing career advocating for people from every background. He was a minister in the Hawke and in the Keating governments, and in 1993 he was appointed Minister for Immigration and Ethnic Affairs and the Minister assisting the Prime Minister for Multicultural Affairs. And in both those positions he worked relentlessly to ensure that the immigration system of this country was fairer and more inclusive. He understood what many in the Labor movement understand, that inclusiveness is not just an abstract exercise. It has a profound impact on the day-to-day lives of ordinary Australians, in their ability to secure employment, in their ability to access services, in having their views heard, and in their sense of belonging to this nation. Senator Bolkus was the Minister for Immigration and Ethnic Affairs at a time when the Keating government asked Australians to look outward to Asia and inward to our own social cohesion. He understood that multiculturalism had to be about inclusion and participation, not just about food and festivals, and that we recognise a community not just because their food tastes like chicken, but because of the many contributions that they bring to Australia. His greatest legacies were his stewardship of the Racial Hatred Act in 1995, and he was the early architect of the legislation that protects Australians from hateful attacks based on their heritage, the colour of their skin, or their place of birth. Now, it's unsurprising that this was, of course, a hotly contested ideological battleground back then, but sadly, that is still the case today. Senator Bolkus at that time had to navigate some contentious debates within this, the other building, the previous building, and he had to build cross-party agreement in order to get this act passed. He did that by championing the argument that in a successful multicultural democracy, freedom of speech does not include the right to destroy another person's dignity because of the colour of their skin or their heritage. And his speeches from that period reflect a clarity of purpose that continues to inspire us today. He said then that Australia's future lies not in assimilation, but in the rich tapestry of cultures that weave our national identity. And indeed, those words are true today. And in that same sense, we acknowledge that Senator Bolkus was behind the formation of the Multicultural Advisory Council. That's a standing body of advice and coordination to government, ensuring that our most diverse communities have input into how multiculturalism is shaped, and the foundation of and it formed the foundation for today's Australian Multicultural Council that continues to do that important work. Now, prior to Senator Bolkus, the then Ethnic Affairs portfolio was responsible for delivering government services to non-English speakers. He took the portfolio in a different direction, a direction that would have been perceived as being groundbreaking at that time, and rightly argued that our diversity is in fact an economic asset. And he recognised that our diaspora communities are not just people in need of assistance, but rather are bridges to the global economy. He advocated the view that Australians who speak Greek or Mandarin or Vietnamese or Arabic are our competitive advantage in a globalised world. He in fact moved multiculturalism from being at the periphery of social policy to the centre of economic policy. So every time we refer today to cultural capability in business or in government, or when we refer to the trade links created through people-to-people relationships, we are drawing upon the same arguments that he advanced 30 years ago. That is some legacy. Now, Deputy Speaker, when I was a child, we didn't practice our cultural heritage or traditions publicly. We listened to Kulthum and Abdul Wahab in the quiet of our living room. We fasted Ramadan by politely refusing food and drink, so that not having to answer questions of, why we don't drink water during the day. And we broke fast quietly over home-cooked meals in our dining rooms. We didn't practice publicly. Something changed that. And what changed that, one of the most profound things that changed that for my family, was SBS. SBS gave us leave to speak our language publicly, to eat our food publicly, to celebrate our cultural traditions publicly. And under Senator Bolkus's leadership, SBS grew, and he really championed it and advocated for expanding SBS. And it developed from this specialised broadcaster into what it is today, a national organisation that reaches millions of Australians with news and programs in over 60 languages. A broadcaster that truly reflects the diversity of our nation. He also made significant advancements in Australia's refugee policy. As if all of that wasn't enough, there's more. In response to humanitarian crises around the world, he streamlined visa processing for those fleeing persecution. And as many before me have noted, he played a critical role in granting permanent residence to tens of thousands of Chinese students in 1993 and their family members, those who had come prior to the Tiananmen Square incident, which we all, those of us who can, recall quite vividly. Now, that decision garnered international recognition, and in his valedictory speech many, many years later, he referred back to that moment with great pride, stating, "The sky didn't fall in and the hordes didn't invade." Sadly, though, those same expressions of border anxiety exist today. The passage of time proved that Australia, when tested, rises to the challenge and holds firm on our values of equality and humanity. Values that Senator Bolkus put into practice all those years ago in 1993. And today we also draw inspiration from his steadfastness in holding these values, even while other political and social forces seek to exploit division and appeal to fear and undermine our democracy. Now, arguably, his most lasting legacy is in relation to the status of citizenship itself. Senator Bolkus believed that Australian citizenship should be a celebratory occasion, not just an administrative requirement. And I've heard this described variously as moving beyond formal citizenship to citizenship actually being something that we feel, that we celebrate, and that we take in the way in which we practice our lives. And he worked to enhance the significance of the Pledge of Commitment. He wanted the experience of becoming Australian to be a moment of profound inclusion. Now, like many members in this House, I attend citizenship ceremonies quite regularly. And at the most recent one, I reflected with those who, there were about 200 people taking the Citizenship Pledge, and I reflected with them that part in the Citizenship Pledge where we pledge allegiance not just to Australia, but to Australia and her people. To Australia and her people. And I asked the people in the room to look around and take in the environment, the atmosphere of that citizenship ceremony, and to recognise that they were about to stand up and pledge their loyalty to the people in that room with them today as well. And I watched the faces of the people who were getting their citizenship as I spoke this, and watched them again as they spoke those words when they took the citizenship pledge. And the intense pride when they spoke those words, the intense pride in and the recognition that becoming Australian meant that you were pledging your allegiance to a people, to sharing their values and their democratic beliefs, as well as their rights and responsibilities. And indeed, every time I'm fortunate enough to attend a citizenship ceremony, I reflect on just how significant Nick Bolkus's impact was in making sure that they are celebratory moments and in that very significant part of the citizenship pledge. I've spoken a lot about Senator Bolkus's contributions to multiculturalism and to modern Australia because they matter to me. They matter to me as a young woman growing up in Australia, being able to look at somebody in the Parliament who reflected my own feelings, my own voice, my own desires, and my own sense of what it means to be Australian and what it means to belong in this nation. And I think that gives you all a sense of just how significant and just how impactful Senator Bolkus was as a minister in the government here in this place. I never knew him. I never got to meet him. I never got to shake hands. I would have loved to have had the kinds of experiences that the Minister for Health was speaking about. I would have loved to have sat with him and garnered some of his wise words and just drunk all of that in. But I am living proof that what he did mattered. I'm living proof that what he did had an impact and will continue to have a lasting impact on this nation. So in closing, I just want to also extend my sincerest condolences to Senator Bolkus's wife, Mary, and his children. We mourn the loss of a great advocate for migrants and a distinguished parliamentarian. And I hope that his family finds comfort in the knowledge that his contribution to Australia in opening the hearts and the minds of successive generations will never be forgotten. Rest in peace, Senator Nick Bolkus, and may we continue to build the inclusive Australia that he spent his life striving for.
I call the member for more.
I move that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Thanks to the member O'Connor. In that case, I'll put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. I call the member for more.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Thanks to the member O'Connor. The question is that motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. And so the Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.